渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning in a game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my own, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Magandang hapon, super fans. My name is Hans Galeria.
Maayong adlaw sa inyong tanan. I'm Jamie Fournier and I cannot believe it. It is the final day of the regular season.
Jamie, it has been a pretty roller coaster kind of a season, from discovering new duos, Onic Philippines also managing to thrive over their early game or early season struggles. Pero hindi rin natin maikakaila that Aurora is right there together with Team Liquid Philippines as they claim for the top spot in terms of the resurgence. Kaya pakiramdam ko, kailangan natin ng baka para sa araw na to.
Tama ka, Hans. Definitely, that's why we're calling in our casters to help us out. Please show some love. Welcome them here in the middle. We've got Midnight, Womi, Naizu, Leo, Brigida, and Chantel.
Alright guys, it is so nice to have you here. Bago namin kayo dalhin dun sa kabila, I just want to ask a few more questions because a lot of things have happened all throughout the season. Gusto ko lang malaman, ano bang favorite memory ng bawat isa sa atin? Or maybe just one of us. Any takers?
Unahin ko na to, unahin ko
Okay,
na.
go ahead.
Unang-una, yung nabuo na nagpakilig sa buong Pilipinas.
Sino ba yan?
Ang Baby Cakes Duo! Let's go!
Uy, ako din,
Kinilig ka ba?
Hans.
Kinilig?
Kinilig ako
ang
doon.
lahat? Alright, I like it. Mabuti na kinilig tayong lahat. Isa pa, okay, ayan. You know what? Ibibigay ko na sa'yo. Ibibigay ko na sa'yo. Ano ba yung ilan sa mga picks na nagpagulat sa'yo, honestly, with the season that we've had today?
You're talking about surprises, alright? Dahil sa team na to, at dahil sa hero na pinik nila, nadali ang aking forecast, ang aking predictions. And that is Twisted Minds. One of the biggest surprise that they brought out is the Alice, di ba? Nagbago yung laro dahil sa Alice. Other teams just started to pick it and drafted it too, di ba?
Alice is back. Ginawa rin ni Midnight. Pero Midnight, baka hindi ko muna ibigay sa'yo. Hopefully, they get more surprises. Kasi lalaban din naman sila mamaya.
Oo
And
nga.
with that being said, nabanggit niya isa sa mga teams. Now, I wanna know standout players. Baka meron kayo...
Oh, ayan! Standout caster!
Ayan,
Okay.
sige, ikaw na.
Standout
Chantel.
player, kahit tahimik siya, nag-standout siya. At dahil tahimik siya, hindi siya masyado namamatay. Sino to?
Sino to?
Super Marco! Yeah! Meron pa isa, meron pa
Meron
isa.
ka ba?
Sino, Chantel?
Nung naglaro siya,
Oh.
pinigilan niya lahat. Ginanong-ganon niya lahat.
Paano?
Paano?
Ginanong-ganon
Okay.
niya lahat.
Oh.
Sino to?
Sino to?
Wala iba kundi
Si
Pan!
Okay.
All right.
So,
We
dalawa.
talked about standout players. Let's talk about the standout teams naman. Now, playoffs is happening in a few weeks. What do you think about the top 6 teams?
Top six-
Sino
oh,
kukuha
okay.
ng question na to? Sino?
Top 6 teams natin, yung nasa
Okay.
playoffs. Siyempre, playoffs.
Aha.
Mag-MSC. Kabado yung ibang region.
Malamang.
Kasi ang lakas ng top 6.
Yun na
Oo,
nga.
diba?
Tsaka ito yung champion natin, tinalo na lahat ng tumalo sa kanila. Onic! Woo!
Onic!
That's right.
Philippines for the win. Let's see.
Okay.
All right. Now let's talk about the upper bracket. Yesterday, the top 1 spot was secured. The LPH.
TLPH,
Congratulations. What about the top 2 spot? Who will take it? What do you guys think? Naizu, Tagalog.
Tagalog.
What English?
Tagalog.
Okay, ito
Okay.
naman.
Ito.
Top 2?
Okay, sino?
Tagalog.
Sino ang top 2? Itagalog.
Sige, sorry, Onyx. It's gonna be si Rora. Aurora!
Okay.
All right, okay.
Bakit?
Tagalog din
Wag yan.
Kaya mo na.
Alright, mamaya sasabihin niya kung bakit. Pero anyway, as mentioned, the playoffs is happening in a few weeks. Do you have any expectations for the playoffs? Okay, Brigida.
Okay. Para sa akin, nag-lose streak man sila patungo sa playoffs. Alam kong warm-up lang yun. Kasi lilipad ulit ang Phoenix Army!
Alright, mukhang may mga team sila,
Ayan
no?
na. Oo, may
Phoenix
mga team
Army
sila.
for Brigida.
Ewan ko kung saan
Okay.
nanggaling yung mga team sila, but you know what? We're gonna keep going at it. Casters, maraming salamat
Thank
for
you.
sharing
Thank
us
you,
your
guys.
thoughts.
Thank you.
Go ahead and go back to the desk as we start off the matches para sa araw na ito. Jamie, I cannot believe it. It's definitely gonna be an exciting day para sa atin ngayong araw, and there are a lot of things that we really have to take note of.
That is right, Hans. We're about to witness the battle for the top 2 slot. Now, it is a race for Onic Philippines and Aurora, and it is truly their final lap.
Huwag din nating kakalimutan that the Naruto X MLBB collab is still in absolute full swing. So make sure na mag-spin na kayo para makuha niyo si Naruto Rio, Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, and of course Gaara. That's absolutely free.
Now, Hans, can you complete the entire Team 7? Aside from that team, our teams are getting ready for the first match of the day. Kaya sabay-sabay natin tunghayan ang lakas ng Pinas. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 15!
I know you made it here. If you missed the opening, you missed a good time. What is up, guys? Welcome to the English Desk. It's our final day. Yes, it's already the final day of our regular season. I'm Naisu. This is Leo in Brigida. And we're here to bring you the action of our last 2 matches of the regular season. How we feeling, guys?
Konnichiwa, minasan. I am feeling very sugoi today.
Sugoi!
I can't believe the Naruto run is actually pretty tiring,
It is,
but it's
wow.
so fun to do, and I would do it every day as long as we still have the Naruto skins.
Only as long as we have the Naruto skins?
We'll have them forever, so that means I'll do it every day.
Exactly!
That's right. Yeah, that's true, because I was going to say if you get one, but then I forgot everybody's going to get at least one free one eventually. I don't know when that event's going to be out, but that's going to be the Gaara. I know you guys already got your skins. I haven't yet. I'm still waiting for my diamonds. Maybe I top up after today, but I'll join you guys soon. Now, of course, for our matchup, we have an important one ahead of us, and there is still some weight to our matches today for these 2 teams, actually the 4 teams here that are all battling it out. But before we get to our matchup and talk about that, we have to thank our sponsor, Infinix. You can play like a pro with Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL tournament phone.
Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies.
With the GT20 Pro, you can make sure you have the hashtag lakas sa laro.
That's very strong gameplay, right?
Like,
Is that what that means?
Strength in gameplay.
Strength in gameplay.
Yep.
And also, hey, X fans, get ready to win your own, yes, your own Infinix GT20 Pro by joining the hashtag La Casa Loro Challenge.
You get to take home not just the GT20 Pro, the exact same phone our athletes are using on stage, but you'll also be able to win when we announce our lucky winner every Monday to take home La Casa Laro merch.
Just make sure your posts are creative and always use the hashtags, hashtag #LaCasaLaro with Infinix at hashtag and hashtag MPL of official tournament phone. Okay, so those are 2 hashtags, and the lucky winner of the brand new phone will be announced on when? May 31, 2025.
So that's going to be during the playoffs.
The second to the last day.
Second to last day of the playoffs, that's going to be going on. And also, another one here, we got to thank BPI. You can get epic savings for an epic tomorrow.
Open up a hashtag save up account today via the BPI app. All you gotta do is prepare one ID, and in just 5 minutes, boom, you have an account.
Plus, you have a chance to win 1,250 diamonds. It's now easier to save and get the Naruto skins, and your in-game experience will be more epic. So a more epic tomorrow, open it with BPI.
I'd open a BPI account, even though I already have one, just to get the 1,250 diamonds. Just so that I could get closer to my Naruto
Joseph,
skins.
but it's that easy.
It's 5 minutes, one ID, you know? That's all you're gonna have to do, and hopefully, again, you guys can go ahead and join all those giveaways that we have going on from our lovely sponsors. Now, here is the Infinix standings once again to take a look at the teams that have made it to the playoffs. And those are our 6 teams in green that have all playoffs secured. And unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to AP Brent and Smart Omega. And it's unfortunate because I feel like AP Brent and Smart Omega showed us like their best versions this last couple of days, but they're not going to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
I can hear the bees in the barangay saying, where was they?
Where were they?
Where was they all season long?
I honestly felt a bit emotional when I heard the interviews post-match for both AP Brett and Smart Omega. Andorio was obviously very emotional, and so we could say the same for Shizu. They were saying something along the lines of, if we still do get to have a chance next season, we will definitely do our best. And I'm just hoping for the best for both of these teams. Hopefully they do get to find that reset and solution. But as you previously mentioned, there is definitely still some weight even as we head into the final day of the regular season. We are still yet to find out who between Aurora and Onic Philippines are going to take home that last remaining upper bracket slot. So for up until the last match, even though, let's say, Onic Philippines does get to win this, we're still not sure. And that's what's really interesting about this day.
Yeah, we'll go go into some of the details here in just a bit for you guys watching around the world here on the English stream. But yeah, that's the main thing. You know, we kick it off with our first match here, Onic Philippines versus Twisted Minds, and then later on we have Aurora versus Team Falcons. And like Brigitte just mentioned, those are the two teams that are fighting for that second spot in the upper bracket, Onic and RORA.
And they're facing off against two teams that evolve so fast, take to the skies, and bring us top-tier, high-caliber MLBB with a new patch in hand. So Twisted Minds, again, if y'all don't understand Tagalog, I did say in the pre-show segment, I love Twisted Minds given that they have crazy drafts. They brought out the Alice. Now Falcons, y'all know I'm a Falcons guy, maybe only second to Renmar. So
he's number one.
I'll give him that. But if Aurora do beat Falcons, then it's going to be quite the squabble for top two.
I agree. And it does have been, or it was indeed a, I'd say, a story, a recurring story for the past 2 days. For teams who have nothing left to really fight for, that they just suddenly perform so well. Those who are yet to actually chase after something really find themselves in a spotlight like, oh, what's suddenly happening to all these teams?
And this is what they're chasing after. You know, the second spot there, it's the final lap for Onic and RORA, and it starts right with the first match. I love that we're at the last day of the regular season and we still have, you know, these two matches that mean a lot to these remaining teams that are fighting for that. So who will secure the last upper bracket seed? Again, we have been talking about this quite often and quite a bit the past couple of weeks, just how important the upper bracket seed is. And if you guys missed the statistics that we broke down was it yesterday, if I remember right, when Renmar was going through that, was I think all the first seed and the second seed teams in the history of the MPL became champions. Third seed, there's no one there yet, and then there's that random
there's just one
fourth
team in the fourth seed
that's part of the 7% that has landed that. So that's why, again, we talk about how important the top seeds are going into the playoffs here. So that's really what they're going for. It's Onic time, says the boys here for the Super Fam.
Ooh.
And that's one of the main things here. They have to go ahead and meet these conditions. Brigitte, can you take us through the conditions for Onic?
Okay, before I go through the conditions though, I'd just like to say that that's a new haircut you're seeing on King Kong. It's very obvious. But again, for the conditions that Onic Philippines has to meet in order to qualify as the second seed, they have to win this series against Twisted Minds, and Team Falcons also has to win against Aurora. Basically, the one they're battling up against and chasing after that top 2 seed has to lose in their match later on. But if they do lose this series, then that's a completely different story. That's an opening for Aurora to actually snatch away that top 2 spot.
Yeah, again, it's not one of those things where it's just all in their hands, you know? Coach, he's getting it too. He's got to be part of the fun. It's good that they're in high spirits, of course, for Onic Philippines, and why wouldn't they be? They have dominated this second half of the regular season. You got to remember, we go back, you know, 4 weeks ago, and how much people had to say as we get a good look at the flex here going on. I'm not sure if Sensui, by the way, if he was going to flex off with King Kong.
He's got a food baby over there.
Hey, that's a muscle too.
The stomach is a muscle.
That's a muscle.
Yes, I'm pretty sure he did a lot of growing that while he was in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Enjoying a lot of nasi lemak.
Nasi lemak. Hey.
So they're just showing us different muscles.
Hey, he's showing us, he's got the dimple.
Oh, that's a muscle too?
That's something that King Kong don't have, man.
He doesn't have. But hey, by the way, if you guys are wondering, yes, Sensui's on screen against King Kong because Sensui will be going into the jungle against King Kong.
Whoa, yeah. Breaking news!
Yep.
Breaking news!
Look at these pictures, these assets you're seeing right below their faces who are currently zoomed in the screen and doing I don't know what. But these are stats you also have to take note of because previously when they did go up against each other, Sensui kind of mentioned something along the lines of, oh, they're still yet to actually get a decent revenge against me. They haven't won against me just yet after we eliminated them in Season 13 and after they've been just winning against Onic Philippines back then.
How crazy is that? Walking into this final match in Season 15, Sensui comes out saying, King Kong ain't got nothing on me!
It's their last day and the last game for him, you know? So we've been talking about it here. We want to know your guys' thoughts over in the community. Can Onic finally get back at Sensui? Is it going to be A, it's Onic time?
Yes.
Or is it B? No, because it's Twist the Game. And this is, I would say, this is kind of twisting the game. Bringing Sensui back on the last match all the way in week 8. And formerly he was the roamer.
Yeah.
I think some people might have flashbacks of him roaming in the week 1 or 2.
High loss, I thought.
Yeah, but you know what? Honestly, this is something that kind of makes me wonder because this is the first time we're seeing the Twisted Minds play for this week. And we've seen nothing but interesting picks this entire week. So what more can we expect from this team who has been the first to introduce all these unique picks in this season, starting with the Alice, which was previously mentioned by Leo in the intro.
Well, I'd love to introduce you our battle emotes, because now you can get the new emotes for now and until August 5th for only 109 diamonds.
That's right, you can get the new emotes for Aurora, Team Liquid Philippines, and Twisted Minds. And if you haven't yet, go ahead and check out those ones for Onic, Smart Omega, and TNC.
Yep, they return, and you can also show your support for your favorite MPL team by buying them now in the in-game shop. I know there are so much things to buy, but you know, you kind of gotta get your priorities straight.
You gotta get that BPI savings account is what you need so you can grab all the emotes. Let's go ahead and predict here, guys. What are we thinking? This is a pretty big game. I'm gonna have to go with Onic. I'm gonna go Onic. I think this is gonna be a 2-1.
You're gonna wanna fix it because the light is there.
Man, that light is bright.
All right, it would look like this.
There we go.
Ah, all right.
You went with Onic too?
I'm also saying Onic. I cannot betray the beast.
It's Onic
Okay,
time.
okay, fine. I'm wearing the color today, so
that's right,
I don't think I can you know, predict the other, but like I'm going for Onic Philippines too. Not exactly sure what the score is gonna be, but I am gonna go for Onic Philippines.
What do you want to throw a score out there, Leo?
Sweep.
Sweep. He's going with 2-0. I'm going with 2-1, and Brig is going with question mark with Onic because she's wearing the colors. So you guys can let us know, is it going to be a sweep? Is this going to be a 3-game series? Is Twisted Minds, are we wrong here on the desk? Is Twisted Minds going to be able to twist the game with Sensui in the jungle? Something we haven't seen in a while if you've been following Sensui. Is that going to be enough change and a good contender against the beast in the jungle, King Kong here, or will they get their revenge? We'll find out because we are excited for this match to kick off our last day of the regular season. We're going to go ahead and welcome out our marshals for this matchup and our teams.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals. Let's welcome talented and integral shinobis to this operation. A super opening match with the super family in action. It's Onic Philippines. In the XP lane, it's Kirk. In the jungle, King Kong. In mid, Super Friends. In Rome, and in gold, Calra! And their opponents in an S-rank mission for the day, it's Twisted Minds! In the XP lane, James. In the jungle, welcome back, Sensui. In mid, Cheesy. In Rome, Escalera. And in gold, Outplay. And their coaches, Coach Why Not and Coach Esson.
This time around, we're gonna be witnessing a battle of the junglers. King Kong, Sensui, step forward. It's getting real right now, King Kong. Ano ba ang palag mo kay Sensui ngayon? Sensui, welcome back to your role. Ano naman ang palag mo kay King Kong? Dinaan sa giniling, fist bump, gentlemen. Twisted Minds, Onic Philippines, we wish you the best of luck. The race for the second seed and the upper bracket spot is alive. Casters, balik sa inyo.
There we go. Okay, I think that's one of the best breakdowns we've had here. Let's go ahead and take a look at Onic Philippines again here, Brig.
All right. Honestly, if you ask me about Onic Philippines, the first thing that'll come into mind is just what happened yesterday against Smart Omega. It reached a game number 3 and reached almost 25 minutes at that, but it was really something that tested the Super family and their synergy overall, which is something I'd like to take note heading into this match. It is very important for them to not get shaken up by all these potential strategies from teams who have nothing to lose, literally, in the upcoming matches that are about to happen, because that's something you can potentially anticipate from Twisted Minds. But given that the Super family, they've had all this experience, it is probably the best time for them to put it into practice, especially when we encounter the late game, where high-risk decisions are definitely going to matter in whatever happens in the map.
Yeah, and one thing that I was the highlight of their match yesterday, remember, we called it, they hacked a King Kong, or they hacked a Kong.
That's true.
They hacked a King. They went 5 bans against King Kong. Maybe Twisted Minds does something like that here. Take us through Twisted Minds' lineup here, Leo.
Thank you, Joseph.
You're welcome.
Alexandra is right, better known as Brigida. She did mention that against a team that has nothing to lose, Onic should be afraid of all of the weapons Twisted Minds will be willing to dish out here today. No holds barred. The gloves are off, pal. They even brought out Sensui. I'm not sure if this is literally a legit threat or a strategy that Coach Boncha and Coach Essen have been packing all season long for the final outing of Twisted Minds, but who's to say that maybe they're also hedging on the fact that King Kong has never defeated Sensui in a head-to-head when it comes down the wire.
Could be a secret weapon, maybe.
Psycho play.
A psycho play.
It was so funny though, because the 3 heroes below Sensui were the Hildegadot and the Hylot, but now we're heading into a match.
In the jungle, maybe. No, I'm joking.
In the jungle, maybe. Closest would be the Frederick, maybe? Or unless Sensui really doesn't want to contest the mechanics of the King of the Jungle, which is King Kong, later on showing us potentially another assassin pick maybe. But looking at the spider graph that we're seeing right here, I'm wondering if it will be drastically changed by the fact that Sensui is going to be playing in the jungle. How similar will it be to the playstyle of Twisted Minds? Because Sensui, could it be that he's more of a jungler who really plays along with the team rather than an MP the King style who tends to kind of allow for more room to operate individually on the assassins, and maybe that would bring something different for Twisted Minds.
If there's anything I know about Stephen Sensui Castillo, is the fact that the man plays for big objectives. If y'all will remember, in case you haven't, it has been a long while since he played with a jungler in MPL Philippines, or as a jungler in the Philippines, is man steals the wildest lords.
Yeah, he was like one of the, I would say, better utility junglers back when it was, you know, the prevalent case there.
One of the best.
He was one of the best. He was one of the best, yeah, with the Retribution too. And it's funny because so was King Kong when King Kong first started playing. We were all surprised back in his rookie seasons when he was holding his own against some of the best in the league. Look where he is now. So before that, we're going to take a listen to our smart ping test for our players.
Naruto vs Sasuke, oh.
Tingin nga pre.
Sino mas angat? Kapatid pala ni Sainab to si Kakashi, no? Oo, ano? Kakashi Araki. Hindi, mali mo, kamag-anak lang. Kakantahan ko nga tong mic check. Oy, sabayan nyo kanta ko, ah. Ako'y alipin ng pag-ibig mo. Ibigin ang sang tulad mo. Ay, sino dito alipin ng pag-ibig niya? Sino siya? Ang bangis niyang gumiling. Ang bangis niyang gumiling. Darling, darling. Darling, darling.
Okay, that is our Smart Ping test, bringing you low latency gaming with Smart's Sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming in your favorite loading platforms or at the Smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
Guys, that was quite a contrast in how our junglers were handling.
It was 90% King Kong singing,
Yes.
but I feel like a lot of fans are gonna be happy with that. Now let's head into oh right. Now let's head into the Infinix case to victory, shall we? All right, for Onic Philippines, it's going to be very important for King Kong to outpace Sensui's jungle rotation, whatever he may use. It's very crucial, especially as observed from the previous games wherein King Kong wasn't necessarily able to get his hands on a jungler that could have the most ideal early game farming, and when it's interrupted, it'll be a huge blow to whatever Onic Philippines wants to pull off. And for Twisted Minds, it's important for them to showcase their patented instincts. So what really comes to mind to me for this is, of course, for the word instincts, is the return of Sensui in the jungle, as mentioned. All those clutch and massive lord or objective takes away from King Kong could potentially come in, but it's more than that. It's also how they're able to apply it all together with the identity of Twisted Minds that they've been able to establish throughout the season, where they're just really that team you could expect the most unexpected picks or even strategies to come out from. And for both, test the jungle meta's limit. This could potentially be the perfect time, if not for the Haka King or whatever nice we called it earlier. Haka Kong. So for them to show us how it is to really play the jungler or the jungle role, maybe relying on pure instincts or something else altogether.
Yeah, and it's interesting here too, because it is going to be Onic Philippines choosing to go the red side. And we saw some of the banning patterns yesterday on how that would play out when the opposing team of Onic Philippines is on the blue. And that's why I'm saying maybe we see them go ahead and focus on King Kong's picks to really test what could possibly come up in the jungle. And I would love to see that because, again, I still feel like we're in a position where there's a lot that could pop up potentially for picks. Obviously, it looks like King Kong likes to do that to get really locked in. Looks like he was still singing or rapping. But we're going to jump into the draft here for game number 1 of this best of 3. Like we mentioned, this is an important game for Onic Philippines to get closer to locking in the top 2 spot, top seed there, number 2. And you can see it happening already, right? The Fanny and the Hayabusa are going to be banned out.
Oh.
There's the Joy. They're taking that one out too. So that's 3 out of 5 right now.
Yeah, and I mean, similar to what happened yesterday, if you were King Kong, you probably would not want to prioritize picking up the Ling this early. It's something you'd really want to leave for later. So if you're considering an early jungler pickup, you'd have to be extra careful of whatever that is, because Twisted Minds at this point will be prioritizing the Jushin first. Now for Onic Philippines, the Harith is available. The Harith Phobius is available too. It's a pretty usual response that could come out. But if they do want to pick up King Kong's jungler, or I'm not sure if there's still a priority pick you'd want to pick up at this point. So maybe it's safer to go for the Harith and the Phobius, or maybe something along the lines of a... Well, of course, why would I forget the Kalea? It is there.
I'm surprised you know, they didn't ban her out. They went with the Angela, but that's also just to cover the base against a team like Twisted Minds.
That's just
respect.
It's due diligence.
Yeah. You literally only see that ban against Twisted Minds, right?
And the Alice.
Yeah, that and the Alice. Yeah.
Oh my God!
He did it.
There you go.
He did it. This is what I was saying off cam. I was like, Sensui in the jungle, bring out the
No, wait.
Everyone was thinking it. We just didn't say it.
Yep.
Well, earlier it was like along the lines of that, but the Suyo is gonna be picked up here already by King Kong. They cannot afford to lose out on jungler picks, but this is a very terrifying duo. Like, honestly, even when you play ranked games, I feel like Florine, or depending on which elo you are at, Florine is one of the go-to bans.
Yep, she is an easy pickup or a go-to ban. You're right. I've seen it over the past 48, 72 hours of ranking. It's like, no, just take out the Florine. Yeah, just start. Hey.
Naruto.
I love Lucas.
Oh, yes.
This is a character arc.
Have you just been spamming him, by the way?
Yeah, dude.
Like, since you got the Naruto skin, like...
I played like a dozen Lucas games.
I thought you used to be anti-Lucas.
Not anymore.
People change.
No,
change.
you know what happened? You used to be all Suyo.
Yeah.
Then we know what happened to him.
Then I grew up.
Then you grew up and you jump boats.
That's right. Believe it. All right. So I love the Sasuke pick here. I love
Yeah.
Suyo. Given that there's literally no more room for magic damage
Yeah.
in Twisted Mind's lineup. That is their mid trio. The jungle, the roam, and the mid. That means side lanes. What are you going to do? Try to pick up Lunox?
Yeah.
Try to pick a... Like, there's nothing left for you to punish the Suyo. So King Kong is so comfy.
Yep. On
I
top,
love it.
on top of the fact that they banned out the Edith too. So even if Twisted Minds was actually trying to consider some additional sources of damage in the format of an Edith, it's no longer there for them to potentially pick up. But now for Twisted Minds, they can already take out the Super Friends heroes they would not want to go up against in this lineup. I'd say more ranged heroes too, since they haven't necessarily revealed which gold laner Outplate is gonna go for, and their lineup is sort of something that really needs to close in on the members of Onic
At
Philippines.
best,
You know-
it's mid-range.
Yeah.
Mid-range, dude. After seeing what they did yesterday, I'm wondering if they want to ban an Aurora. You guys remember the combination, the Aurora and the Kalea? Like, that was pretty deadly. Now, I don't know if that's the plan that they want to go for, but also, there's more options. Selena?
Yeah, that's what makes it worse for Coach Eson, Coach Bonchan. Why not can just throw random bans here? It doesn't matter because they're going to get a mid laner that benefits them either way. You ban the Aurora, the Farsa, the Eve, the Selena. Onic ends up with something they're happy with.
That's true. And they take out the CC for last, so whatever James is going to pick up will probably have a lot of responsibility on his back. But
Kimmy!
Hold on.
Flabbergasted.
Kimmy mid!
Kimmy mid.
Well, despite it not necessarily being those Farsas, it's still a huge problem for Twisted Minds right now.
It's DOT.
It is DOT. I guess this still kind of serves a purpose. It's a little mid-range, but with a little long range, too.
Yeah, but, I mean, who do you pick up if you're Twisted Minds right now? What kind of XP later? We've seen the even the Hylos has struggled. You do get to have that glorious pathway to slow them down or provide additional speed, but do they really go for something? But even the glue might actually not be able to reach the Kimmy at this point. So,
Wow. Okay, there's a throwback.
See? What I tell you all about no holds barred. The gloves are off. Nothing to lose.
Minds are twisted.
How about some new picks?
Debut.
Day 3, week 8. Literally the last possible day of broadcast for the regular season.
Still debuts.
oh my goodness.
I love it, man. And it's the team that I feel like started the debut bonanza.
And it's so fitting. It's so fitting for the Ultimate Fighter kind of name that we have for James.
Oh!
my
Wait.
Are we throwing back to XP Lane?
XP Lucas.
And Onic did a solid for all the fans who grew up watching Naruto. Team 7 is complete.
Okay, so
How? You're just missing Sensei Kakashi.
Well, yeah.
He got banned.
this is unbelievable.
He's busy reading Paradise Lost.
So from yesterday seeing the Kimmy in the gold, now putting it in the mid, and from being so used to the Lucas in the jungle, and initially Leo even hating it, now it's back in the XP lane.
Do you still hate it if it's in the XP lane?
I'll play it wherever.
Or just because now it's Naruto, you're just like, yeah.
No. I was spamming it even before the skin came out.
Okay.
I knew it was coming, but
Yeah, I was going to say, you kind of knew it was coming. And what's happening right now is this is the lineup. It's so funny to see the lineup from Onic Philippines with those specific heroes loading in. But will this debut pick also work this time around for Twisted Minds to get the start in the series? Again, it's a best of 3. This is game 1. We jump into Land of Dawn, and Onic Philippines wants to go ahead and win this to get one step closer to the top seed here, that second spot behind TLPH. Now, we jump into this game. We're going to see exactly how this mid Kimmy in the hands of Super Prince is going to work. Now, he is one of the, I feel like, players in the league that has probably picked up some of the most unique hero picks in the mid lane.
Yeah, and honestly, together with the Kalea, this is going to be such a problem for Twisted Minds if they aren't able to prepare themselves beforehand of whichever plays and engages they might actually go for. Because again, Kimmy right now can also provide crowd control. So if they do want to attempt for a pickoff or a setup towards any of the members of Twisted Minds, they can do just that. It can be either Brusco setting things up first, or it can be Super Prince from afar, and then Brusco just coming in, because he also does have the flicker still. Oh, wait.
Okay, well, game should be fine. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen the Lapu Lapu, you know?
Yeah.
Did we, even last season, did we see him that much? Maybe once or twice?
If at all.
Yeah, if at all. So, you know, this is going to be an interesting pick that James brought out. Now, still, I think you're relatively a great fighting potential for that front line if you need it, especially with knowing that, okay, at least I have some heals coming through from Escalera, and I should be able to go ahead and hold my own. So this is a rather, I feel like, bulky lineup that Twisted Minds has here. A lot of their damage is going to come also later on once Outplayed maybe gets online with the Granger. We've seen the Granger struggle a little bit ever since the nerf. That taking away some of that range that he had really did affect him.
150%. Twisted Minds actually outbulks Onic. No question. But really, where you have to wonder is, what about damage?
Yeah.
Like, they need to have very specific avenues of damage to even take out 1 or 2 members of Onic.
Yeah, for the first few moments, specifically this upcoming Turtle, it could be an asset, but hold on.
They dive onto James, force out the ult. Turtle gets taken here by King Kong, and here comes the beast, unleashing QB. And, of course, Susano as well. Onic just asserting dominance, pushing back the rest of Twisted Minds.
Yep, and they know exactly how they are at an advantage at this point of the game. With Twisted Minds still yet to have a decent source of damage, so long as Onic is able to fight from a distance, specifically those members who are to dish out the damage and who are supposed to fight from a distance, they are able to manage it fairly well. Aside the fact that Kirk and Brusco are really able to zone out the members of Twisted Minds efficiently, you wouldn't really want to come close if you're Twisted Minds, if you're just really waiting for your timings. Although they are indeed bulky, as Naisu has mentioned, it isn't the kind of situation wherein you are going to clearly get the advantage with just your sheer bulk and your ability to sustain everything.
And here's a look at Sensui's all-time hero stats. He's played 47 games with a 68% win rate, 32 to 15. And yeah, that's why we're saying when he was jungling, man, he was pretty locked in.
32 and 15, and you're seeing the Fredrin also right by his side, which is exactly the hero he's using right here.
Dear God! King Kong draws first blood on Outplayed! The KK connection is online.
And how do you get the confidence to fight back if your damage source is being threatened as that?
Escalera gets jumped on by 3! You see the damage? It all started with the CC set in by Prince. Down bottom, though, 1v1. Naruto versus the Filipino national. No, he's not a national hero, but he is an iconic figure in Filipino history. And wow, oddly enough, James wins.
Welcome to the multiverse.
James wins.
And that was exactly what happened, right? The flickers, the ranged potential setups and crowd controls that could come in from Onic. So even if you are the Granger, even if you are outplayed, you'd expect that you'd be the one who can fight from range. But then, look at Onic!
Turtle number 2 coming in. Brusco and Kirk coming through. Tsunami slam on the 1. King Kong secures the turtle. Down goes Insui. The rest of Twisted Minds call it out. We're done with this. Escalera stopping the forward push of Onic. Super Prince wants more. He wants the smoke. He backs off.
And it's like you said, man. Twisted Minds is bulky, but they just have no damage.
Yeah.
They might be able to heal through some of the fights, but it's just ultimately they're lacking the firepower.
We have seen multiple iterations of this kind of peel. Sometimes it's mobility. You have good cardio going in an MMA match. This time around, there's a lot of fat on your body. You're taking hits.
You didn't cut enough.
But you can't throw them back out.
Yeah, and honestly, I would have thought that the Lapu Lapu could already answer so much of what Onic has to offer, but the presence of the Lucas just denies almost everything. Even when James does decide to go in, that's probably not gonna stop Kirk from effectively getting to reach the members of Twisted Minds who do not want to get touched at all. So that poses a huge threat because it kind of isolates both of these players when in fact now that Onic Philippines are way ahead, it'll be much easier for them to deal with James even if he does attempt to do the same.
Yeah, and that's why I said, at the beginning of this game, I was like, it's going to take a while, I feel like, for Twisted Minds really to be there for the damage department. And Onic Philippines knows this. They're playing around that advantage that they have.
Joseph, I'm afraid that a while might not even happen ever. Something tells me Twisted Minds went too hard into damage.
Yeah.
Because really, where's it going to come from? Outplayed? A very concentrated amount of skill procs from James?
Yeah.
Or a fully charged Appraiser's round? Like, where?
Yeah, I mean, James did go for the War Axe, but that does somehow kind of lacks efficiency at this point, despite the Lapu Lapu possibly being a threat, but hold on!
Here comes Team 7 and the rest of Onic coming through. Sensui pushes them over here, and it was all just to make room for the turtle.
Oh my goodness, the traction pulse is such a huge problem for a lineup like Twisted Minds, who literally has to stick together. So they have to be mindful of that, but look at the turtle!
Oh, they're going for it! Turtle secured by Sensui! What I tell ya! Brusco here flickers back out. The boat might just be enough to deter Onic, but no, they take down James! Still, no response from Twisted Minds, no fallen members of Onic, and they push forward the Super Fam one more. They pull! King Kong underneath tier 1, outplayed, slays the beast.
Maybe that's a moment for Twisted Minds to get into this game. You know, they got a lot out from Onic Philippines. Sensui gets the objective, and they at least get a kill over to their side as well.
Yeah, well, fortunately, they did not have to worry about the traction pulse anymore because it was just used by Super Frin. So it was really just the DOT and the other potential sources of setup. But the mere fact that King Kong also used his Retribution quite early on allowed for Twisted Minds to really get an advantage in that turtle, in the way that Sensui was able to take it away from them. But even right after that, since they had a lot more resources in their hands and that Outplayed was already able to join them in the fight, it became a lot more better for Twisted Minds, so long as they're able to group up and work together without the threat of those setups that could really be effective against them if they're grouped up.
Yeah, again, I think one of the biggest things is we're seeing just how many options and initiations Onic Philippines has if they want to go ahead and choose a fight. And that's where, again, these Purifies come into play. Sensui
looking for that conceal play from Brusco.
Okay.
Sensui smelled it. He sensed it. You
Rest
could
of the
say
team's
his instincts came into play.
Oh, they're going to make a play on this turret, though. I don't think they get it. Good thing they're still there. So it's kind of interesting, too, the fact that, you know, with all this action happening, both teams only have one turret down.
Yeah, and James might actually be going for the damage route. Looking at the...
He's gotta. He has to.
Yeah, looking at the items he did pick up so far, so they are fully aware of the lack of damage that they currently have. But now it's somewhat commendable how they're able to keep majority of their objectives still intact and how they're able to balance everything so far, especially with that one turtle they were able to steal away from Onic Philippines. But still, it's the Lord that is upcoming. And Onic Philippines is currently still in the lead. It's not too impossible for them to actually gain the advantage again in terms of zoning and whatnot. They have to be really careful of the timings of their crucial ultimates though, because similar to what happened earlier, it could be an immediate signal for Twisted Minds to actually look for an opening once they know that one of their major resources is currently out or could not be used or are not available just yet.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are counting ults, counting resources. Onyx counting bodies. Like, as long as they can take down one big chunk of that bulk, it gets so much easier. But you can't spread your damage. I think that's key for Onyx. That's what went wrong in that last fight.
Yeah, and that's where, I guess, anytime you have a Kalei on your side, that's always one of the game plans, right? Like, just go in, get the Tsunami Slam, bring them, and try to get that numbers advantage.
Yeah.
But I would say, given the whole circumstance and how things have been going from the early to mid-game, we're leading into that first Lord take. I'm wondering if there's a moment now where Twisted Minds can actually contest that.
Well, if they... You're dancing right there.
I'm not dancing.
He's channeling it.
I'm not dancing.
You're seen on screen.
You're seen.
That's not me.
Well, it's definitely not me.
That's
So
nice
it's
who
gotta be
never
Brigida.
dances.
Joseph asked you a question.
I'm wearing yellow. Well,
But what does that have to do with anything? He asked you a question.
wait. I was distracted by your dancing.
I wasn't dancing.
See? Don't ask the don't say it again, Brigida. You already got that once.
No.
You already did the ing on once.
I can't again.
Not on Family Sunday.
But what was that? I didn't.
No, I was asking you. So let me reiterate this for you, Brigida. You know, at this point, I'm just used to it. You and
No
Ing.
one dancing.
No, because you.
the-
Okay, what is it?
It's the distraction dance.
No, what is it? See.
Here,
you're not
are you ready?
asking me. Okay, what?
Eye contact. All right?
Pay attention.
Can Twisted Mind... Now they're dancing!
See? Everyone's dancing. I'm not going to look on the screen
Okay,
anymore.
can Twisted Minds contest this next Lord?
Wait, I was actually answering that, right? And then
You were,
I
and then
suddenly
you got
said...
sidetracked by the dancing.
Who was dancing?
Who was dancing?
I was already about to answer it. But then again, yeah, going back to my point, and now that we're back on track, I feel like...
Now that you're back on track.
Now
Now
that I
don't
am.
throw us...
Oh, sorry. Now, just me. It's just me.
I've been locked in.
Okay. So, it's been like they are somehow able to fight back much more with the presence of Outplayed, and we're feeling somehow the threat of the Florian, so long as they're able to position themselves correctly before they're actually found out by majority of the members of Onic Philippines. But then again, it'll be so tricky for them if Onic Philippines actually gets to engage in a fight where all of them are just being pushed back all at the same time. I feel like Twisted Minds somehow, with James on this damage build, could potentially also look for areas where he can come in and disrupt those members of Onic Philippines who are expected to really provide the follow-ups, because it's only then that Twisted Minds could potentially also go close enough to fight!
Forcing out the early Crimson Beacon. This is what Brigadon was talking about. Twisted Minds, short to say, has to be there first, has to be Ube into the pit. But Onic spotted one of them out early, and now the dance has begun.
The dance.
The dance. Outplayed from the flank here. Do they know Brusco's here? Do they know Calra's here? Soft reset.
Yeah, going for the reset for now. This is what Fredrin did so well for so long. He's trying to remember how to dance in the new dance.
Oh, Lord. That's an 8, a 10. In comes the rest of Onic. King Kong secures the Lord. Summon Force coming in from Calra. Appraisal Rat, putting Super Prince down to an inch of his health. James trying to finish the job, but first Brusco falls. Down goes James, 1-for-1 the trade. Both teams don't want none.
No one dared to start the fight. It was just those two junglers waiting for the perfect opportunity. And just when the Lord was taken down, that's when the fight broke out, which initially could have been something massive for Twisted Minds, since again, Onic Philippines were close enough to accept the damage of the Appraiser's Wrath. But then the damage coming in from James wasn't enough too, and now Kelra's online.
That was a solo kill, the dirtiest kind, in front of your teammates where they can do nothing.
That's what I was going to say. Like, how do you find that just there in the mid lane in front of Twisted Minds? Leave it up to Kelra to do that. So, Lord. That
was rude.
Still up. That was rude. Don't be rude on Sunday here, Kelra. Come on now. Now the shields are going to pop here. And the Lord is taken down, so they hold on for now. I'm not sure if Onic Philippines still wants to go ahead and try to get these turrets down.
What if Kelra does one of those, oh, I'm under the turret kind of plays again, because he's so up ahead and he knows his advantage. But it feels like they're going to be much more disciplined for now, and they're not going to force anything else because they've already got much of what they wanted in just 11 minutes, already exposing majority of the base turrets. But there's the Sea Halberd also picked up by James here, still looking to get another additional item. But then also... Kensui right now on the Fredrin is proving to get a much more of the necessary defense items up against this lineup of Onic Philippines. Primarily, really, it's like he has to deal with Super Friends majority of the times.
Yeah.
But Super Friends has to be careful just the same, because there was, again, that one instance which we've seen earlier, that just a slight mistake in terms of positioning, bringing yourself too close to Twisted Minds, similar to what happened earlier, could really allow for a major turnaround once Twisted Minds gets to deal with it properly.
One of the biggest differences right now, too, for... I guess this is just a good comparison between the Fredrin and the Suyo still. You saw how much of a gap in terms of gold there is, just because King Kong as a Suyo can be wherever he wants to be across the map and farm up.
Just gold. XP.
XP
I
as well.
think that was key to the first Lord take. It was a retribution difference.
Yeah.
King Kong was at level 14, while Sensui was at level 12.
Yeah, it's and maybe that's, again, why we're in a position where, or current meta, where, you know, some of these utility heroes that are in the jungle that were in their former glory days aren't anymore.
I call it the benefit of the beast. King Kong be on top of the food chain, just eats better and has more nutrition, more XP, more gold. And that leads to Sensui always climbing uphill, swimming upstream for what little crumbs King Kong decides to leave.
Yeah, and it seems like Onic Philippines once again with that almost 7K gold lead will get to position themselves first in this upcoming Lord, which is already the 12-minute Lord. Traction Pulse almost caught Hajizi there, but that's becoming a huge problem. It's interesting how Super Friends, despite what happened earlier, is really the one doing majority of the poke, doing majority of the zoning for now, so long as Onic is yet to commit. So if they're successfully able to do that, and Twisted Minds, they don't actually have a threat of doing a surprise setup just yet.
King Kong making the long way down after taking care of the camps and the lane up top. They're using the Lord as bait here. Onic looking for the flank, the pincer maneuver. Look at Bruce going to counter from down bottom. King Kong secures the Lord. Kirk goes down, looking for a tsunami slam. No one home. Brusco flickers back. Salmon forced by Kelra, keeping back the rest of Twisted Minds. James in the middle of it all. Down goes Kelra. Outplay gets a kill. Outplay gets a kill. Another one, a triple for him. Brusco and Kelra down. No one from Twisted Minds fall.
No one falls. Onic gets the Lord, but Twisted Minds wins the fight. And that's what we were looking for.
Yep. The knockups from the title strikes coming in from Brusco as well as Keller, who were trying to come from behind, were a bit late for Onic Philippines. Fortunately, yes, they did still get the Lord, but Twisted Minds were already able to position themselves in the most ideal places for them to be the ones at the advantage for that fight. James was able to find the spot where we've been suggesting him to do since earlier, and now we'll be seeing that in this instant replay. So that slightly delayed knockup, well, again, still fortunately they were able to get the Lord, but now it's James already able to go from behind and actually zone out the members of Onic Philippines. And now with 2 of the damage items already in his arsenal, he's proving to be a great threat, especially that he's also able to somewhat sustain everything from the members of Onic Philippines that were left in that area. He also got the Malefic Roar, so that goes to show just why he has that much damage already.
James smash, the incredible bulk, enough of a shield, enough of a distraction to allow for him to cut right through the back and compromise Onic's use of the Lord. That was a negative gain Lord.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that that was the case too, because, you know, Outplayed really needed that. He needed that trip. What did he get? The triple, right? He got the triple. He needed that to go ahead and catch up here on this Granger, and that's been the case for a lot of the Grangers that are picked up now after that nerf that he had. So, and mind you, he was protected really well. I like the way that Twisted Minds played that last fight.
Yeah.
And yeah, James was a big part of that. The fact that he was a distraction enough to be 1v3, it was so crucial in that team fight.
I'm gonna drop this now.
Drop it
Magic
now.
number, 5 seconds. If a fight lasts longer than 5 seconds and Onic hasn't killed anyone from Twisted Minds, it's over. Twisted Minds has already won.
That could be. I mean, just look at how we were highlighting the way that Twisted Minds is so bulky. Now it's not just them being just bulky. They already have enough damage to pair it up. And who knows if he actually, or he most likely did get the kills right after this Skypiercer pickup. Yeah. So that's another layer you'll have to consider if you're Onic Philippines. They can potentially really close out the gap.
At most, he has 3 stacks. Yeah. At most, it came from the triple.
I was gonna say, I think he got the Skypiercer, yeah, but a lot, like way before the triple came.
Yeah.
I think it was like his second item or so.
So maybe 3 or 4 then.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if we get a look at the stacks here for Outplayed, but nonetheless, it's great for them. And now leading into this next Lord, we'll see how they play around it. I think one of the options for Onic Philippines too, given that they're still ahead, is playing around the macro here, and that's why they've parked King Kong, you know, on usually the long lane, but it's Twisted Minds playing together, playing around the fact that they have a lot of this sustainability, and Sensui can hold this Lord here. He's also got no mortality now, so Outplayed picking up a BOD. It's a quarter of health on this Lord. Are they going to push this one forward?
What an immaculate dance. Lord now to a 10th of its health. King Kong already in the scene. Kirk forced to use the Unleash the Beast. Lord down to a 16th. Very low. Who's going to take it? King Kong with the retribution. Sensui and Brusco dueling deep inside Onyx jungle. They retreat. and they're happy with what they got. A much better outcome in the last fight.
And the wave in the mid pushed down the base turret.
I mean, that was something Twisted Minds really had to risk because their lineup would have really worked best if they were all together. So they really compromised the waves, which eventually allowed Onic to gain somehow access to the mid lane. But Sensui did a spectacular job avoiding all those potential sources of crowd control, but nonetheless, it was still King Kong who was able to secure that Lord. Now they're left to work on the defense once again. Fortunately, they have a lot of sustain to be able to work on this.
Allow me to drop here another painful truth. Twisted Minds has abysmal wave clear. They have to really get in there, fight in the mud, play in the paint to get rid of the waves, and now they did just that. Lord cleared as well, but there's still a huge chubby wave coming from top and bottom, and Twisted Minds, all they could do is pray that this works out.
Oh, they might be able to clear this out. It looks like they might, especially because the Brusco doesn't have the flicker, and he's been the guy to start things up for Onic Philippines, so it looks like that's what it brings us. This is still kind of mind-boggling that we're reaching almost the 20-minute mark here shortly. And I didn't expect Twisted Minds with this kind of lineup to get this far into the game.
Yeah. Onic is now respecting Twisted Minds' potential. They don't want that last Lord fight to happen again. Not the last one, the one prior.
Yeah, but somehow Super Prince, he's also getting poked really low, and James!
2v1! 2v1! James finds King Kong! What was that?
So this is the amount of damage you can expect from the Lapu Lapu on a damage build, able to deal with 2 members, and just focusing down majority of it onto the Suyo. Even though the Suyo was nerfed in terms of the magic defense, he's able to work on him.
Man, all right, we're gonna have to take another breather here. I'm wondering if that was on Onic's side, but hey man, it's been a minute since we've seen the Lapu Lapu do that.
Oh my.
It's nap time, Sasuke. It's nap time. I don't even know if that happened. Because, okay, it happened so quickly. When we panned over, the 2v1 began. I don't even know if Sasuke, if King Kong was in immortal form, because I'm pretty sure he should have been able to damage reduce that with his physical defense, but again,
powered by Adobo, man.
Wait.
Or maybe Mortal in this, he was just focusing on the turret. I mean, I don't know. Because
but he got deleted so quickly.
Yeah, no, they were out of the turret range.
And he's got, what, the hybrid, basically this is a hybrid build on the Lapu Lapu because he had the, I know he's got the Sea Halberd, he went the Malefic Roar, but then he started having some defensive items too, so I don't know, I'm just surprised at how fast King Kong died.
I mean, I can't believe we saw the flicker and the what do you call that again? Let me check. But that skill of Lapu Lapu, which he smashes his sword on the ground.
It was a perfect
wombo
use of
combo.
that kit.
That was the exact or the perfect timing.
He knew what he was doing.
For him to use. Who would expect King Kong to actually fall in
Maybe
that?
King Kong didn't even expect it.
In front of his family, too.
Hey, his family's always here, right? Like, they're at every single game, I would say.
I felt his father's pain.
Oh, this was on Twisted Minds' end, by the way, so they're the ones that called for these the pause here, so maybe they've got it situated. It is crucial for them because off of that, this might be an opening. This might be a window of opportunity for Twisted Minds to maybe get this next Lord.
More than that, it's a great win. Again, how often you get a free kill on King Kong? It did cost him a flicker on...
I'd say worth, though. Worth, right?
It was worth it.
James, but I need to remember how the Lord looks like. How much time to the Lord and the difference between the cooldown on James's flicker.
We're a minute away. We're a minute away on the Lord.
And things happen just so fast.
So the 30 seconds, the window for James Flicker and the Lord.
Yeah. But that's going to get them some space, to work with across the map. This is something that they desperately needed. And here's taking a look at the items. Like I said, for James, he had the Athena shield too. Working on his next item, what's going to be damage. Well, putting pressure here on the tier 1. They'll clear it out though, so Onic Philippines will hold on. And now at this point, I'm really wondering if we're going to see an adjustment in strategy from Onic Philippines before this next Lord, or do they just still stick with the game plan of Brusco, grab someone if you can. But the Purifies are working so well to deal with this Kalea for Twisted Minds.
I mean, the threat of the bloom is still there. So even if Onic Philippines, for instance, did want to attempt to go for that similar play, which they tried to do during the first objective, which was for Brusco and Kelra to go around the members of Twisted Minds, they'll still have to note that the bloom is still there. So that'll probably or most likely allow for Twisted Minds to get a bit more time to actually regroup and reposition themselves enough for the fight.
I can smell something fishy here. Onic looking to play the map. They know that Twisted Minds can't do both. They can't defend and dance.
Yeah.
So that's what they do. They have to send Hajizi down to deal with it. King Kong will stay down there, though. Like, he knows he doesn't have to actually be here for this Lord dance right away.
He's
like, he can go ahead and play it. Yeah.
It's during moments like this where you just miss the vision that the Granger provides, but it's gone. So they have almost no way to actually scout the areas nearby because they also have to group up together, as we've mentioned. So they somehow have to respond to the waves this time around before they actually are able to fully commit to this Lord fight.
Even top lane, Kirk worked on that, and Twisted Minds are forced to send over people to defend.
Yeah, but this is still, again, this is that Evolved Lord, so it's going to take a little bit more planning to deal with this and try to get it down as fast as possible because the lanes are cleared now, so Twisted Minds can go ahead and join this fight. And as long as Sensui is here with Escalera, they're going to be fine.
Wait.
It's cat and mouse. Look, they're sending King Kong back down again.
They're just trying to swing around.
I think this is it. The point of no return. Onic made the call. Don't let him come home.
Hajizi.
Oh, they jump Hajizi, forced to use a Crimson Beacon to retreat.
And Purify.
Huge resources from Twisted Minds.
Yep, that was possibly one of the best scenarios that they could do prior to this Lord. It's bursting a member of Twisted Minds down, and that's something that mostly Kelra could be the one responsible for doing. So now that they sent Hajizi home, though, will they still proceed with this?
A beneficial push and a flank coming in. The Tsunami Slam taking down Escalera. That's a man down. Make that 2. Kelra takes that on Blade. 2 for free. Make that 3. Sensui and James Ball. Make it 4, and Haji left in the base. Ladies and gentlemen, Onic have found a way without taking the Lord to take game 1. The Super Fam are just waiting for that wave.
They'll wait for the wave. They'll come in and for the victory as they take game 1 in this best of 3.
Blink and you'll miss it.
The KK connection successfully found the right pickoffs, the right people to damage and burst down. And it was not shortly after they did that they were able to fully close out the game.
Man, again, you saw what was happening. We pointed it out multiple times. They were playing around the macro pressure, the map pressure that their lineup gave them. And Twisted Minds, I feel like, almost got their own minds twisted on trying to deal with it. They didn't know, because they were all split up. I mean, even James at one point was where King Kong was, and then as soon as they got the information that, hey, James is here, I think Hajizi was in the base trying to clear out the lanes, they're like, go for it.
Yeah.
The draft that Twisted Minds went for, it was full team fight.
Yep.
You never go full team fight.
Yeah.
They couldn't deal with the waves, they couldn't deal with the macro, and it kind of blew up in their face.
I like this, by the way. I like this little headline. Onyx Team 7 composition withstands James' Lapu Lapu.
We did get to see the Team 7. So I feel like a lot of Naruto fans are happy out there. But yeah, even though Twisted Minds might have seemed like they were prepared, they weren't prepared for this guy. Kelra did not need to look for fancy angles to come from anymore. They were simply holding the right mid-bush. And you would expect that since majority of the members of Twisted Minds were on the opposite side, they would have also probably been more cautious of that area since they had limited ways to find out. I mean, there was an attempt for from the Jushin, if I'm not mistaken, to actually check out if there was anyone in that particular bush. But they should have known at that point that if ever there was someone, Kelra, or especially any member from Onic Philippines, could really decide to pick a fight given how ahead they are currently in terms of gold, in terms of items, in terms of just damage overall. Aside the fact that it felt like Onic Philippines just really knew how to respond to Twisted Minds and how to keep them very hesitant prior to the objectives, because they knew how limited were the possibilities for Twisted Minds to prepare prior to the objective. So they knew that they had to constantly keep the pressure on the waves, and so Twisted Minds could only do so much. It wasn't even Sensui holding the Lord anymore. It was more of them trying to really wait and scout what Onic Philippines was planning to do before setting things up, but it was unfortunately too late because Onic Philippines just knew how to deal with every single one of them once they scouted where they were.
Yeah, this was still a really good game. Nonetheless, for this game number 1, got all the way to the 23-minute mark, which is still surprising for me because I was expecting kind of a quicker one for Onic Philippines here, and Twisted Minds held on. And it maybe at some point, like if they didn't have to constantly divide themselves to deal with all that pressure, they could have found themselves winning one of those big objective fights, because it was getting to that point where even, again, Sensui, he tanked up so much damage on this Fredrin. He's able to hold his own in the objectives, but yeah, who do you send back to deal with the base and all that pressure being put on by a pretty mobile team from Onic Philippines?
If this was a fight that only happened in a singular lane and the only way to win was to kill all of your opponents and then go for that base, Twisted Minds would win 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
But that's not what the Land of Dawn is about. It's about maneuverability. It's about setting up plays from lane to lane to lane, and that's what's so difficult to pull off with this lineup.
Yeah, even though you can argue that maybe there would have been faster wave clear or ways to deal with the wave that are being constantly taken care of by Onic Philippines if it were James, you needed to have James already positioned somewhere where he could just readily jump onto the members of Onic Philippines to sort of disrupt them from whichever plans they had in mind if they did want to go for an attempt. But that was something Twisted Minds also took into consideration, so they eventually decided to let Hadjizi deal with the waves, and I feel like it was a constant it was probably one of the biggest conflicts they had in their lineup. Like who do we send out, because they knew they couldn't afford to have one member not with them if they did decide to fight. So it was a huge problem lineup-wise for Twisted Minds, clearly, and so yeah, it was refreshing to see the sandbag. I mean, since we on the Fredrin again, there were a lot of
161,000.
yeah, there were a lot of amazing micros we've seen from them again, even in the ways he actually did the dance, as we were mentioning. But ultimately, that isn't something that could deal with the threat of Onic Philippines alone. It wasn't enough. Like the lineup, it could have been great, but against Onic Philippines, it just wasn't the way to deal with it.
Yeah, Onic Philippines has been in that position before where they just play the map, and it ends up working so well for them. And King Kong getting the BPI. Rich Guy, he did so much of that work on the map that we were talking about, even at one point where he was massively ahead in the gold department as well as XP, like Leo mentioned earlier on. So yeah, they've been in that position, and they played it like they have every single time. So again, for Twisted Minds, I like what they brought to the draft. I think James had a great game on the Lapu Lapu. It was just unfortunate that they couldn't hold off against the pressure around the map. So I'm just wondering what kind of adjustments they'll make going into Game 2 and exactly how they'll switch things up when it comes to the draft and even the side selection this time.
I'm looking if...
What do we?
Did anyone see if MP is here?
If MP's here?
Are you saying?
I don't know. I'm speculating.
Like if they, bring him in, Game 2. They could, but I want to see. I
want to see a bit more.
I want to see more Sensui, man.
Sensui was good
because right now we only have Hylos Gatakacha in our minds. Right now we got the Fredrin.
That's right.
We need another.
I think he'd make a mean Lucas. I think he'd pull it off.
Good. That shows, by the way, that shows in the game. Yeah. Let's you know what? Let's take a little breather here. Let's throw it over to the All Access with Hans and Jamie to see what they have to say.
A big thank you to our casters. What an intense game. In fact, it's so intense, we need to pause for a break from the intensity. And for this break, we have one of our smart re-streamers, Trippings. Hello.
Nandiyan ba siya?
Nandito na ba siya?
Hindi natin
Knock,
alam
knock.
kung nandiyan ba, pero ayan na.
Ayan.
Ang lakas na naman ng trip mo. Noy, Trippings, kamusta?
Hello po. Hello, am I edible?
Yes, you're
Yes, we can hear
edible.
you.
Oh, I'm edible.
edible
I'm
naman,
edible.
edible
Yes,
naman,
I'm so
diba?
happy. Hello
You're
po.
hello, Trippings. Hello,
Hi,
kamusta?
Trippings. Kamusta
Hello
ka
po.
ngayon? Trippings,
Oh, I'm
kamusta?
feeling good. I'm
Good.
feeling good, like I should when it took a walk around the neighborhood.
Wow.
I love it.
Okay.
Prepared.
Okay, I like it.
okay.
I like it. Trippings, I wanna know, how did you start becoming a re-streamer? Paano ka ba nagsimula maging re-streamer?
Maging streamer yung content creator, ganun?
Yeah, most
Apo,
likely, yung
oo.
content creator side, for sure.
Actually, hindi to planado eh. Bigla na lang ako binato ng opportunity. Kasi ang gusto ko lang dati, magtipid ng storage sa gallery. Kasi yung cellphone ko, tawag dito, yung mabilis pa full storage.
Okay.
Mabilis pa full storage yung cellphone ko. Tapos, ngayon, kada may ini-edit ako, pinupost ko lang siya sa TikTok. Di ako marunong mag-private kasi wala akong alam-alam sa buhay. Ano lang ako, simpleng pugi lang, ganun.
Okay.
So, nagulat na lang ako one day, pagkagising ko, wow, isa na akong content creator.
Yun na.
Nagtatawanan na ako ng mga tao.
So anong year to, Trippings? When did this start? Naalala
Ano
mo
po?
pa ba?
Oh, gano'n na ba katagal to, Trippings?
Lang po, uhukayin ko sa alaala ko. Nandito to eh, nasa dulo lang ng dila ko
Alam
eh.
ko, matagal ka ng
Around
pogi,
3 years.
Trippings. 8 years. Okay, tagal na rin.
3 years, 3 years.
Okay, mag-focus
three
naman
lang,
tayo.
three.
3, hindi 8. Okay.
Tagal pa
Matagal
rin.
na din yon. So, Trippings, let's focus on MLBB. How long have you been creating content for MLBB?
Ayan po, 3 years.
So MLBB
Oh,
yung
yeah,
una.
yeah. Oo, yun yung una, yun yung
yun pala. Okay. So, ikaw naman, are you a player? How long have you been playing MLBB? Has it been more than 3 years?
Yes, more than. Actually, naglaro po ako ng... Eto, nandito po ako sa season archive.
Ay, ako pa talaga. Okay. Sige,
Season
I like it.
19.
Ano yun?
Season 19 po.
Season 19.
So, halos
Yun naman
matagal-tagal
pala.
na rin. Alright? Gaya nung paggagawa mo ng content. I think we're also gonna ask you the question about the MPL this time, Trippings. May naglalaban pa kasi para sa top 2 na spot eh. That team will be getting the upper bracket. Para ba sa'yo, sino ang makakuha niyan? Is it Onic Philippines or Aurora?
Mahirap to kasi pareha silang nasa kalingkingan ko, kumbaga.
Okay.
Pero,
Ano bang
Medyo
standard?
katulad mo,
Ano bang
medyo lang.
standard ni Trippings?
Pero kung pipili ka ng isa, yun, di ba? Dapat pumili
isa lang,
ka.
isa lang.
Lang. Mahirap, I know. Pero
Onic.
kung nag-iisa lang yung pipiliin mo, sino aling team, Trippings?
Onic po, Onic.
Onic. Okay.
I like it. Bakit Onic ang pinili mo?
Actually, malakas din po kasi yung RORA eh, pero iba po talaga yung aura ni Kelra eh.
Oo.
Idol ko si Kelra, partida di ako nagmamarksman. So, sobrang idol ko kay Kelra, yung lapu-lapu ko, nag-MM build ako.
Nilagay mo yung lapu-lapu sa gold.
Hindi, XP siya, pero MM build pa rin.
So idol mo si Kelra, di ba? Trippings, actually naririnig ka niya ngayon. May gusto ka bang sabihin kay Kelra?
Wala na, nahihiya na ako.
Ayan na, sabi ko na nga ba eh. Idol na idol mo
Sige,
talaga.
kunwari hindi ka niya
Idol,
naririnig.
kunwari
Ano
wala
sabihin
siya
mo sa
dito.
kanya? Oo.
Yun, wala na. Hindi niya ako naririnig. Ha? Shoutout po kay Kelra. Kung hindi niyo ako naririnig ngayon, mabuti yon kasi idol na idol kita. And I hope makalaban kita sa RG. Pero wag ka sa XP. Gusto ko yung XP nyo hindi marunong para mapatabaman lang ako saglit. So yun, good luck. Sana manalo kayo.
Para may highlights. So, sayang yung highlights eh. Pasok yung highlights. Now, let's talk about the highlight of the season, Trippings. Champion tayo. Angat natin ng konti. Top 2
Okay.
to champion. Sino sa tingin mo magcha-champion ng season 15?
Parang ako.
Ikaw. Okay. Hindi mga teams siya. Si Trippings.
Sige.
Pwede ba yun or dapat team?
Honorary champion ka na kasi. Kailangan mo magbigay ng isa. Nako.
May punto, may punto. Piling ko Onic pa rin.
Onic talaga.
Onic pa rin.
Okay.
Alright, I like it.
You know, you talked about highlights of the season. One of the highlights din, Naruto.
collab, di ba, Han? So, pag-usapan natin yan, Trippings. Nakapag-spin ka na ba for Naruto? At kung hindi, sino yung pinaka gusto mong makuha?
Ay nako, sinuot niya na.
Ayan na.
Sinuot niya na.
Ayan na,
nakapag-spin na
ready.
po ako.
So, sino yung mga nakuha mo?
Wait lang, tatandaan ko po Parang si ano ata yun? Lahat.
Lahat. Naalala mo lahat. So, checklist
Opo,
natin.
kinuha ko lahat.
Si Naruto, check.
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 Si Sasuke.
Check.
Check.
Si Sakura, si Kakashi, tsaka si Gaara, nakuha mo na?
Si Gaara, hindi pa eh.
Ayun, yun.
pasok.
Next goal
Pasok.
mo. Trippings, maraming salamat that you joined us today. We
Thank you
had
po.
fun talking to you. We felt so good. But anyway, we're here at the MPL Arena ready for Game 2. Makakabawi ba ang Twisted Minds? Tingnan natin. Casters, over to you.
And over here we go. Thank you, Hans and Jamie, and of course to our MPL Philippines restreamer, Trippings. He was definitely trippings us. Is that right? Like, I mean, like, what does trippings mean again? Joking around.
Joking around, playing around.
Oh, I'm tripping you.
Yeah, I mean,
Tripping you out, man.
he did say something about using a marksman build on the XP lane. So
He did, and he'd love to play XP against Kelra, but Kelra's in the gold, so I don't, you know. Anyway,
Boy
it's
was
great.
tripping.
Boy was tripping. He was tripping. Right now, that's the side selection. Twisted Minds is going to go to the blue side, so it's going to be the same thing from Game 1, where, again, you know, it was Onic Philippines that chose the red side in Game 1. So they'll have those 2 power picks, and I think maybe we don't see those first 3 bans change much from Twisted Minds. Like, they're still going to go ahead and narrow things down for King Kong, but interestingly enough, I feel like if they do that, because they first picked Jushin, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe take the Suyo, but then like Sensui.
Oh.
So hack a Kong and then take Suyo?
But then I don't actually, now that I say it, because I'm remembering, yes, it's Sensui in the jungle.
Or
Could he test his own limits?
or maybe not reveal too minimal magic damage. That'll make him so comfortable of picking up the Suyo in the first phase.
There's the same bans.
That's the reason why the Suyo worked, kinda.
Okay, they got to take it here.
Not here, oh man.
Do they take it first pick or no?
I wouldn't.
There's so many options, man.
There are. Like, if they wanted to switch things up a bit, there's still the Lu Yi 2.
Oh, yeah.
Or they can steal away the Kalea if they wanted to.
I almost would like to see them take at least Kalea if they don't. I mean, there's no more Blue Yo days. They're gone.
Yeah, because it felt like their lineup too earlier had too little ways to set things up.
Blue chip.
Okay.
They're going blue chip.
Well, I feel like they too want to try playing the macro. They weren't able to do much earlier.
Chipperino.
Oh, it's the same thing though.
It's the same thing.
They can get away with this. This can work.
Yeah, it is most likely gonna. So are
And so if they don't take the Suyo, they just go Suyo.
You cannot Suyo here.
yeah, and will they still Fred Rin without a Florin?
Oh man.
or are they planning something else?
Is it game over?
It's like, hey, first part of the draft. All right, chalk it up.
All right.
No,
No,
but how many weeks has it been since we didn't play, right? So
7.
who's that?
7 weeks. Masha.
This early? We
This
did
early.
see Onic ban at Red 5, so they must know something. Still, they pick up the Zushin.
This is another chip Masha. It's
It is
similar to
another chip
yesterday.
Masha. Yeah, this is a page out of Onyx book.
So do they want to play the macro that much that they actually brought this out immediately?
There it is.
Okay.
Because again, you exposed 2 of the 3.
Yeah.
And the Joy's banned out, so Asuya, you're not afraid. Oh,
my goodness,
they're
you
keeping
can't.
Sensui honest.
Hack a Sensui.
You can't see value with me anymore.
Not really Hack a Sensui, but you get it.
Well,
Take
the
down-
Florin is kind of like part of it.
That's what I'm saying. So like, so what else does Sensui play?
Akai.
Akai. That's so exactly. I was looking at you, man. Akai.
Or they go for the
Barretts?
Lucas this time. Oh, but wait, like, if they do go for the Lucas, though, it's like...
No,
There is still
no, Onic goes first, so Onic
Yeah,
can
Onic
steal the
goes
Lucas.
for-
And then they can go Team 7 again.
It's another Team 7 lineup. That's good. What?
Unless it's his band. I don't know if Twisted Minds wants to actually ban the Lucas. You know, just so.
It's all in Why Not's hand. He's like,
Or like, even if the Lucas still stays open, What if Onic picks up the Valentina?
Oh yeah, there's one more.
Oh, that's another Sensui pick.
Oh my gosh, it's a backshot. Well, backshot.
Onico Valentina?
Maybe if
they
they
allow
are
the
trying to
Lucas.
block
If they
away the
allow the
Lucas. So
Lucas, right.
Twisted Mind still can. So what other options does Sensui pick up if that's the case? Like, okay, wait lang.
Barats.
Leomord.
Oh, no, but damage profile is very bad for Leo.
Yeah.
So kind of shoots itself in the foot here.
So this goes back to our key to victory here, but this is more so for Twisted Minds. Like, you know, push the limits in the jungle, and Sensui's limits are going to be tested.
What
I
if
feel
it's
like,
really going to be an Akai then?
If it is, I will throw my hands in the air.
Bombardino, Ripperino.
Chipperino, Ballerino.
Oh.
Because look, like, what are you Akaiing for?
The dance.
So what does, is it
Long
really
dance.
the Valentina here for Super Friends? Or do they just, yeah, because you can't pick the Lucas with the Valentina out, but there's a Jushin, so you can!
Exactly!
Oh my gosh!
They do let go of Team 7 comp, though, if they do that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. No, yeah, they do.
Or they still can.
Oh, yeah, no, literally, if they do Lucas here, then they're fine.
Yeah, I think they just take the Lucas, man.
Yeah, we might pull a JP Niners from MY wherein they had to reshuffle the whole draft to accommodate the Valentina.
Oh!
They go the Valir instead for the chip. Good answer for the chip.
Oh.
And the Masha.
And the Masha,
Let
yeah.
me jump you.
Masha, get away!
Hey,
Oh my gosh, that's a Claude.
Okay.
Okay. So Sensui, does he still go Lucas?
Come on, Sensui. Take the Lucas. Oh my
Oh my
goodness.
What do we say?
What do we say?
We know Sensui.
All right, you know, we said it was for the dance, so we're just going to pretend it's not heavy spinning more. We're taking it back to the Hurricane dance.
What are you spinning for, though?
Look at me.
And this is so good against the Valir is so good against the Yakai.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You're just pushing everything away. The value of the Valir right now, the stocks are high.
Through the roof.
In Super Princess Valir, yes.
Okay. So the Akai would make you think that it is still kind of like team fight that Twisted Minds is after. But at least they have the mashup.
Make it make sense.
I guess for me, at the very least, they have the mashup.
That counter index.
Onic wants to go top 2, man.
the lineup rating difference too. I know sometimes we take that for a grain of salt, but right now that is a massive difference.
Spot on.
In the
Looks
lineup.
so
and
accurate.
I'm feeling like that's pretty accurate here.
You know exactly how Onic is just so ready to hunker down?
Yeah.
They put a vengeance on CC. Yeah. They're just like, no, go for it. Please.
Oh, man. We're going to find out if Twisted Minds is really going to twist the game with this lineup, or we're going to see a sweep here
Welcome
for
to
Onic
Mobile
Philippines
Legends.
as once again, they jump into the Land of Dawn here to fight it out and get one step closer to the top 2 seed for Onic Philippines. Can Twisted Minds do something about it, or are they going to have trouble with this one? Let's find out here. We jump into the game, take a look at how this is played. I think to make this work, I mean, that's the thing too, man. The Claude.
Yeah.
The Claude takes a while.
It does.
Like more than the Granger, I feel like.
Yep. And you would want to really ensure the space being present. But with the Valir in Onic Philippines, that's how you do that!
Forced flicker from Escalera, not even a minute in the game.
Oh my goodness. You're able to control the mid lane so much, you're able to win the gold lane matchup. So you could potentially spell out the early game this early for Twisted Minds. And there are just so many things you'll have to consider if you're Twisted Minds in order for your lineup to work.
Yeah, that's why I think, you know, again, considering how this is, we got to think, all right, how does Twisted Minds actually make this work and get the potential to win a game?
Yeah, that kind of makes me wonder too, because like if they do attempt to go for a team fight, you kind of want to picture how the team fight will go, because the heavy spin will kind of bring everyone all around the area of wherever the team fight is going to happen. But for as Hajizi on the Jushin, you want to have them really pinned down. But if you're not able to accomplish that, it'll be so difficult for you to layer things well, given the lineup of Twisted Minds.
More often than not, it's a Nambo. they're trying to do two different things in the same lineup. But when it works, I guess it works.
Yeah. There's the Blazing Duet too, so that's something we can expect for later on. But for now, I think it's really Onic Philippines just clearly at an advantage, even in terms of taking this turtle away.
Yeah,
No contest from Twisted.
You just get this for free at this point. There's nothing that Twisted Minds could really do about that. And maybe that's the game plan for them, is to go ahead and just kind of wait, you know, until they have some of these other level 4s available, especially for IGZ and Escalera, to bring the shortcut in. But this could be troublesome.
Oh, Brusco coming in, still no level 4. Gets pulled in.
Oh, now he's got it.
The punish coming in from Twisted Minds. They back off. Brusco knows that the rest of Onic aren't there either. King Kong forcing a move here from Outplayed. Look at the back. Escalera here coming through. Kelra spots him. Just a duel. Brusco and Friends back in the scene here. I wonder if Twisted Minds know there's 4 members of the Super Fam.
Yeah, they'll just probably play it safe because at this point it's James just really focusing on the lane.
Purify this! Oh, Brusco doesn't pull the trigger.
Okay, he doesn't. I'm surprised too, because he probably could have, but again, that might have just been a Purify out. Sensui is now up here on the top side.
How about this time? Sensui stealing away King Kong's greens. Does lose out on the first wave of that. Wow, Twisted Minds taking this very, very passively.
Yeah, and somehow they aren't really giving out any kills or major advantages to Onic Philippines.
Actually, both of them.
At least for even the lanes, or the EXP and Gold lanes, they aren't that threatened much at this point. So they're able to somehow keep things safe for now, but we're waiting for Onic Philippines to actually attempt to go for it, because even Brusco earlier, he did try to do that around the orange buffs.
Oh.
But Twisted Minds might be the first to
Trimmed
start.
and Bacon plus the spin! Pull in King Kong into that brush there, that wall. First blood drawn by Twisted Minds. That's what they wanted to do.
That's what they wanted to do. They played around the shortcut too. They punished King Kong, and now the turtle's up. So maybe Twisted Minds will be able to go ahead and secure that one for themselves as well.
Two-step process for Twisted Minds. 2 ults used up to get rid of one King Kong. Now Onic coming through. Tsunami slam on Sensui. Can he survive? That's a lot of damage raining down on him. Super Friends helping Kurt get a kill. In comes the Beast to claim the turtle. The Super Fam back. Oh, that was ill-timed by Twisted Minds.
Without the heavy spin, this Akai, this Panda cannot move. Earlier, it could have been really great for Twisted Minds, since we were mentioning the fact or the idea of how Onic Philippines might have wanted to start something up or look for something. They've been transitioning from trying to invade the orange buffs to the purple buffs, which something Twisted Minds was able to capitalize. But not shortly after, given the resources that were down for Twisted Minds, it was an immediate response from Onic Philippines too, because they had almost everything still intact after it was Twisted Minds who just decided to surprise them all along. So now it's kind of evened out, but Onic Philippines is still at an advantage, especially when it comes to how they're able to move around the map. They don't need to be as grouped up just yet, similar to how Twisted Minds, they really have to take care of Outplayed before he actually gets his items on, or before he actually gets online.
Yeah, that's what they're going to go ahead and try to do. Again, anytime that Sensui is kind of caught out as well, it's pretty difficult for him to escape, so he's also really got to rely on the team here. Oh, Brusco's going to jump in. Doesn't actually pull the trigger again on Sensui, and Escalera goes up top.
Oh. That is going to be a shortcut to in. Kirk popped like a pimple. Free pick off for the Twisted Minds. Onic, though, they couldn't answer down bottom. Outplayed did get a free turret. Sensui retribution on Brusco. Brusco holding on to that Tsunami Slam, a push by Kelray mid tier 1 falls. And there it is. Purifies, cleanses with the heavy spin. You are not taking down Jack Black, not the Dragon Warrior. King Kong coming in. Escalera spotted. Hit with the 2 on Brusco. In comes the rest of them. Outplayed. Looking for the other thievery stacks. Not going to pull the trigger on the duel.
It's more like Onic Philippines not necessarily converting, but deciding to start something up when they know that someone or major resources are already used for Twisted Minds, and they act very quickly at that. So it's been something that's happened twice in a row for now. And now we'll see how Twisted Minds actually manages this turtle. There's James up top.
Last turtle on the map. King Kong rushing in. Sensui about half health on the Sakai. Brusco spots James. Ooh.
Okay, so he spots him out. They still got to watch out for Escalera, too. Again, he's been pretty good with these shortcuts. They might just give this up, Brusco.
All right, forcing out a response from Hajizi. Backs off. James spots King Kong. Turtle gets reset. Heavy spin on Sensui. Sensui falls from Kelra. And Super Princess attacks. King Kong down a tenth of his health. Is he going to go back into the pit? I think it's clear. Onic will go for the turtle here. Not a response, not a peep from Twisted Minds. The Super Fab takes all 3 turtles.
It was so close. So King Kong almost went down from James.
But James nearly got him too. Like, that's the thing. So they both actually went for the exact same game plan, only that Onic Philippines was the more successful team to pull it off. So they have to be more careful of how James is going to utilize this Masha. Again, he already has the Blade of Heptases picked up earlier, and this Lethal Ignition could become a huge threat later on if he actually is able to lock down onto a target. And that is most likely going to be King Kong for the rest of this game. But let's see how this goes, because it's not just him being able to really target down members from Onic Philippines. He's managing the map for his team really well.
Oh,
that's threat.
The Super Fam are hunting. That's all 5 members of them here. Escalera calls the rest of Twisted Minds in. Drops a shortcut summon force in by Kelra. Down goes James. Turned off the right Kirk. Gets a double kill. Sensui takes out Kelra. Takes out Brusco. Triple for the Dragon Warrior.
That's the heavy spin right there.
Oh, and that is not a nombo. It worked together. They were able to pin down members of Onic Philippines. So Hajizi was just freely able to use the lantern flares, and Outplayed was also able to dish out the blazing duet. And this is an Outplayed. This is a Claude that hasn't even completed the Trinity build just yet. He just got 2 out of 3, but that's a major advantage for them.
It's all about layering. You gotta drop your skills in the right time, in the right position. Tsunami Slam and a tier 2 up top, plus a 7 force. Oh, the Super Fam gave Sensui a bit of what they wanted.
as soon as you know that there's no heavy spin, man, that it's almost a free kill. Like, just go grab the panda and toss him in the air.
He just got a triple kill, and now he got shut down.
Hey. That's part of the play. That's part of the why you have the Sakai, and I mean look how much damage he's taken.
66,000.
All of it. That is the sandbag right there in a different form right now. But the Lord is up. So Onic Philippines, they don't have this massive lead or anything just yet, so they do have to be pretty calculated with this, especially against the chip.
They're blitzing.
They're blitzing it. Escalera
coming in from the back with a conceal. Kelra takes the Lord. And they're clapping back. Kirk pops a vengeance. Down goes King Kong. Kelra doing his darndest with the Salmon Force. Kirk stays the course. 1 down per side. King Kong and Escalera. Onic call it quits. In comes Brusco, deterring the rest of Twisted Minds from pushing back. Tsunami Slam might not have been the best move. Brusco gets taken down by Hajizi. Another man falls for Onic PH.
Escalera and James have a shared job and responsibility of scouting and finding where King Kong is and immediately eliminating him right after that, which was exactly what happened in that Lord take. But if it weren't for Kelra getting that objective, oh my goodness!
James takes down Prince. Yes, it was. I'll tell you now it was. But only if Twisted Minds understood that it was just James. But they still went to support him. I don't know. They lost tier 2 up top.
They lost the tier 2.
Maybe it's not worth it.
I don't know. I mean, the shields are most likely going to get popped tier 2. They saw that tier 2 in the mid lane that they're holding on to. They might actually hold on to this. They do keep the Lord right there, so the shield's still going to stay up. So I guess I would say, yeah. In the big picture, it was worth.
Yeah.
They maintain it.
James is honestly so scary, though.
He doesn't even have BOD yet.
He's unafraid of running towards his targets, and just attempting to really take them out. Well, as you mentioned, he still doesn't have the BOD, and he's really looking to build that a few moments from now. But the Trinity build is already completed here by Outplayed as well. So if it's really just managing how the team fights go, Onic Philippines, they might want to check and really watch out for King Kong, because he's being targeted down really well by Twisted Minds. And if it weren't for a successful teleport and a thunderclap coming in from James as well as Hajizi, Outplayed could potentially go in with a Blazing Duo at any time, and so long as he has the Purify, he doesn't have to worry about the threat of a counter-engage coming in from Onic Philippines.
Outplayed is a one-man win con right now, and Twisted Minds understand that, so they're protecting their only possible way to win a big-ticket team fight. And Onic knows that. Onic is always on the lookout. That last fight here in the upper quarter, they're like, all right, where's James? Where's James? Huh?
They always have to keep their head on a swivel for James.
Where's James? Watch out for Outplayed.
That's been the case. Even in game 1, technically it was James.
Because sometimes you see where James is, he's on the opposite side. But you can expect him to be there anytime if you don't know where Escalera is. So finding Escalera too is another problem for Onic Philippines. So might they change or switch things up a bit and anticipate James instead here down bot?
No bush is safe. You see how Super Vince threw a fireball into that random bush wherein the lane was pushed up against? They know! And they find him! James had a couple more life bars left. Can't throw everything at him. And they look to be happy for it. They
but
don't
the
mind.
Lord.
That's right. Lord is getting blitzed here.
They're blitzing it.
Down to a 5th, an 8th, a 10th. Oh, there's no way. Brusco not going to steal this away. King Kong does. King Kong does. And Sui forced to respond to Kirk. Pops the vengeance. Might even take down a blade. Blazing the White coming through. Calra with a Shaman Force blocking the exit. 3 down. Calra gets a double. Onic Philippines get everything they want.
How did they manage to get there in time and get the Lord?
Never doubt King Kong. It was Brusco flickering in to get the information, and now they might actually attempt to end this.
Oh, there's a couple of minions here and a giant siege minion. A Lord marching up top. If they don't end, they will at least wipe out everything in the base. They catch Hajizi. They're onto the base. The siege minion will fall. Down goes James. A tsunami slam on a Brusco. It's a wipeout. But Sui and Outplayed will come back to defend.
Oh, they're going to be back to defend, and they can't end the game just yet. But Onic Philippines will get the turrets unless they can do something.
2 minds left to defend. Sensui with a desperation heavy spin. The Super Fam take game 2 and sweep the series.
The Super Fam comes through in game 2, and they sweep it out against Twisted Minds.
I can't believe the clutch, massive shields that Kelra was still able to get. And that was nerfed on the Harith, but that still kept him in the game. And eventually, that last minute, Salmon Force focusing on the base. They did not allow Twisted Minds to prolong this game any longer.
Again, that bottom lane play before they went back up and got the Lord, they knew that somewhere around the map was the target James. And they actually end up getting James. James got so close to getting a kill, and then somehow no one died, and they rotated up fast enough to get that Lord. That was a massive decision to make that play in the bottom lane.
I think that makes it all the more impressive. To me, it's the beginning, not the end, that wowed me the most. Twisted Minds, GG well played, giving Sensui one more outing before the playoffs, but you're right, Joseph, it started with them just scouting, clearing bushes, saying, hey, is James here? James here? All right, we got him, and then we got everything else.
It was such a successful bait. Like, if you were James, you've done nothing but thunderclap the targets you can just burst down once you gain sight of them.
And maybe he thought it was just Calra.
He did possibly.
Oh yeah, Calra's just gonna clear the wave. And then little did he know, boom, there's everybody. And yeah, again, it was a great play, great decision coming out from Onic Philippines. And you know, it's been stuff like that they've done the second half of the regular season, which has got them to this point where they have just been on fire, winning game after game, series left and right, getting them to this point now. So they're one step closer to getting to that second seed spot for the playoffs. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage to hear for our winners interview.
Super Fam, here are your winners, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, congratulations, still in the running. Daling-dali ni Kelra at ni King Kong yung performance sila kanina. King, congratulations, nakita natin yung laban nyo kanina. It's a sweep against Twisted Minds. One more step para makuha yung playoff spot. Nasa mindset nyo pa rin ba yung upper bracket knowing na you're still in contention for that one?
Sa totoo lang, nag-focus lang kami sa sa mga matches namin.
Example, yung sa Omega. Omega muna, tapos Twisted. Di namin iniisip yung upper bracket.
And those are things, and siguro, pinofocus nyo lang yung mga bagay na kaya nyong kontrolin. And I think that's what I like about this team. Another question in mind, isa sa mga bagay siguro that you're really gonna have to do para makaabot dun sa upper bracket is kung matalo ng Team Falcons ang Aurora mamaya. Nandoon ang best friend mo na si Flap TZ. Okay? Sayang nga, hindi kayo nagkasama kagabi sumayaw eh. Pero kung may mensahe ka sa kanya ngayon, kung may message ka para kay Flap TZ, ano yun?
Flap, alam mo na yan ano tayo? Bestie tayo forever.
Wow, forever.
Alam niya na yun, no?
Parang gusto ko makita yung daling-dali ulit,
Oo nga.
Hans. Kahit wala si Flap TZ
Ayun na,
dito, ang
ginagawa
galing
na ni
mo
Kendra,
Kahit
oh.
sa ping test, may daling-dali. Pwede ba? Pwede ba music dyan?
Oh, sinong kakanta?
O daling-dali mo, sayaw na gusto
Oh, diba?
ko.
Okay.
Igiling, igiling, wag hihinto. O daling-dali mo, sayaw
Energy!
na gusto ko. Baby, igiling, igiling, wag hihinto.
Let's go!
Daling-dali,
Hype up!
daling-dali,
Hype
sige,
up!
daling-dali, daling-dali.
Ang
Grabe
galing naman,
naman.
super fam! Palakpakan natin si Kelra and King Kong!
Matindi din eh, no?
Grabe.
Sayang, hindi nyo nakita talaga kahapon. You know what? Sige, proceed na tayo sa katabi mo, Super Friends.
Super Friends, unang-una, congratulations ulit, no? As the captain of the team, ano yung feeling mo ngayon na for a second season in a row, kaya nyo makuha yung championship ulit? Anong tumatakbo sa isip mo ngayon tungkol doon?
Siguro po yung tumatakbo sa isip ko ngayon, paano kami mag-i-improve sa papasok ng playoffs.
Oo nga, paano mag-prepare for the playoffs daw?
I think one of the things na nakita natin today with your match is yung Kimi na nilagay nyo sa mid lane. Something new kasi yun siguro para sa amin considering na some of the games na nilaro ng Kimi ay nasa gold lane. Ano bang advantage? Like on a substance or context na pwede mo sigurong maibigay sa amin, ba't nilagay nyo yung Kimi sa mid lane?
Nalipad kasi yung Kimi. Nalipad.
Nalipad daw kasi yung Kimi. Sige, pwede na
Pero
siguro
nag-work.
nag-work naman eh.
Oo,
Yeah, for
solid,
sure.
solid. So, Super Friends, eto naman, that was your last match for the regular season. So, talk about the experience of this season. Lalong-lalo na nung first half, medyo hindi naging madali yung experience nyo. Pero sa second half, hindi kayo natalo ever. So, ano yung experience for season 15 for the team?
Siguro po yung experience namin sa first leg, parang doon namin nakita yung mga dapat namin i-improve. Tapos, trinay namin sa second leg.
Ayun. Solid talaga, Hans. Ready na sila for the playoffs, feeling ko.
They are very much ready. Playoff bound. Your winners. Wait lang. Kelra, may... Ano yun?
May nakalimutan ako.
Ano yun?
Oh.
Yung jersey na bibigyan namin.
May jersey kayong ibibigay. Alright. Yung pala yung tinatago-tago mo dyan.
Dito. Just kidding.
Okay.
Alright.
Ilan ba yan? Ilan yan? 4. Okay. Tig-dalawa, kabilaan.
Dalawa.
Kabilaan. Okay. Whoop! Whoop!
2.
Ayun na.
Congratulations.
Ay!
Kelra,
Nico,
wait.
lalayo
Doon
ka pa
naman
yata
banda.
eh.
Doon naman banda, Kelra.
Lasa
Para
mo.
fair. Alright. Woo! Okay. Wow! Thank you, Kelra. Thank
What
you,
a way
Team
to
Onic.
end it. Congratulations sa lahat ng mga nakakuha ng shirt. And of course, congratulations to our winners, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. Onic Philippines still in the running para sa top 2 spot. You want to have that as you go into the playoffs.
We will find out today. Super lakas talaga ng Onic Philippines. Tingnan natin kung kaya nilang talagang makuha yung upper bracket top 2 spot.
Nagsabi na rin si King Kong sa kanyang bestie na si Flap TZ. Mamaya na yun eh. Pero ito muna, balik muna natin sa ating mga casters.
Thank you very much for that amazing interview, Hans and Jamie. And of course, congratulations to Onic Philippines for that win. A sweep nonetheless. And, you know, some lucky fans out there getting some some older, older
Yeah.
jerseys.
That's what I call legacy merch.
Legacy merch.
Today we find out Super Prince likes the Kimmy because it also flies.
That's what he said. That was the translation. And here's our MVP for Game 2. It's King Kong.
Yep.
With a interesting KDA. It's a 1, 2, and 4, but that's not what matters.
It's not. For the second Suyu game in a row, which compared to the other or the past few Suyu games, which we've definitely felt the adjustment, he's just been able to perform and utilize it so well. Even though there were moments, I'd say, wherein even in game number 1 particularly, there were also some standout retributions coming in from
He got his
Sensui
revenge.
here and there. He did get his revenge, and he was able to do much more than just securing away the objectives from his opponents. It's something you would expect to see from Twisted Minds given the nature of their lineups for 2 games in a row, but it's something that just naturally happened for Onic Philippines more because they just had an advantage in terms of the draft and they just knew how to execute it much more than Twisted Minds.
And how they set up that advantage is you open up the Zushin, allow your opponent to be tempted by one of the best mages for the past, 6 months now.
Yeah.
And then that almost allows you to one-ton pick Suyo. Make sure you pick Harith too. So you can do that now. Like that is one way. You ban the Joy, make sure Joy's banned, make sure that the Zushin is open, pick her, and then you pick the Harith too.
It's so ironic how we thought it would be a Haka Kong, but it felt like it was Setsui who was more restricted in the heroes that he could have brought out in this series.
There was some, there was some moments where the Akai seemed to work pretty well with the Claude and the Jushin, that combination that they had, and even Escalera here with the chip, but yeah, eventually it was more like Onic Philippines just knew, okay, as soon as that heavy spin is out, this is going to be an easy target for us. We can take out Sensui. And obviously, if that is part of the equation where you're just taking out the enemy jungler where you don't even have to worry about the retribution, then that's great. But there were a lot of times, too, where Onic Philippines, even with Sensui alive, still went in and got the retribution off and got those objectives, So just a great game from them and showcasing exactly why they are still, a team to really consider as potential champions again for this season alone. And honestly, I don't want to talk completely about playoffs, but man, playoffs are going to be kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like, because our 6 teams that are there, because I feel like Twisted Minds even can do stuff in the draft that might, some people might be, man, that's a little bit of a niche pick or a little bit of a cheese strat.
Yep.
But it could actually be potentially game-winning for Twisted Minds.
And you always see the idea. Like, you probably would question at first.
Like we did.
Well, yeah, like how we did, the goals of the lineup, like what they wanted to do with the lineup. But eventually, when it comes to the game, you see them repeatedly doing a certain process, which actually did work a couple of times. But it feels like their attempts aren't just as complete yet, but they're onto something. So we're looking forward to see if this is going to be what Twisted Minds wants to bring into the playoffs, because there's so much uncertainty just yet. Like, what exactly is the lineup they're gonna field in the playoffs, and what are they practicing for the playoffs? Or is this really Sensui being tested or trying something new for the Minds before heading into the playoffs? But if there's one thing for sure, Onic Philippines did get to redeem and prove once more in this series how they can just bounce back so quickly and continue whatever they've left off, even after yesterday's challenges up against Smart Omega.
I think some of the teams in the playoffs are going to be happy that there's a bit of a break from regular season to playoffs, because Onic Philippines has been on fire. They've been riding momentum just completely through the second half of the regular season, and teams are going to need that a bit of downtime to go ahead and adjust their strategies. And I think, Brigida, that's a great question, even for Twisted Minds and, everybody out there supporting them. Yeah, what is the lineup or that version of Twisted Minds that we might see in the playoffs? Because we've seen a couple different versions of them, and even for other teams that will be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Here's the interesting thing. History will tell you that it should be MP the king, right? But remember, Blacklist International's glorious run from out of nowhere with Sensui going as deep as 3rd place in M5.
So you never know, basically.
Remember that.
Remember.
It's only been one series where we've seen Twisted Minds, and we just got so many more questions.
We do, but right now we're going to have to take a look at the Infinix mic check for our winners, Onic Philippines.
Naruto vs Sasuke, oh. Sino mas angat? Kapatid pala ni Sasuke.
Wala ipet. Pre-insert na Lord. Tara, sa Lord. Okay lang. Hero. Pre. Walang masya kayo, walang bawas. Nilord nila. Tara, laban, hero. Abot pa, King. Atin Lord. King. Angkol sa akin. Go ba? Akay, walang talon. Kaya tapusin sa back. Ayan, no?
It's always Onic Philippines at the end of the mic check, our Infinix mic check, where they're like just calm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they just stay chill.
I did not.
Oh.
I thought that I was the only one who noticed that.
Yeah, I mean,
they're just like quiet, just.
They just put the phone down and move on. Cause like, think about TLPH. Like as soon as they win and they're like all up. I mean, even RORA to an extent does it. Everybody. I think everybody does.
Except Onic.
Except Onic. That was the only, the last few moments were the only time I saw Brusco's eyes, because he was just like this. And his bangs were there. Longer than mine.
I think he's trying to, maybe he's growing it out to catch up with the hairstyles.
Oh.
Like
so
maybe that's part of the plan. I don't know. I'm gonna ask Brusco.
I think they've left the wolf cut era. Like they know that
it's the trend's over.
Yeah.
Is it over though?
Yeah. I think King Kong's haircut right now doesn't entirely look like a wolf cut anymore. It's like a more standard. I mean, I don't know what the boy haircuts are named.
But what about Kelra's?
It is still a wolf
Like
cut.
he hasn't cut it yet, I feel like. Or maybe just trimmed it.
I need to talk to their barber.
Dude, I don't know if we can grow our hair out like that.
I'm good friends with their barber, Terry. Very
Is his name
talented
Terry?
Man. Yeah.
Is he your barber too?
No. He doesn't cut my hair, but we play Beyblade with each other every week.
Oh.
Shout out to you, Terry. He's very good.
Well, you know what? That's great. Shout out to Terry and the haircut, because we also have some more things to go ahead and celebrate, if you will, because we had some birthdays. I think we're getting the word here. We had some birthdays last week. It was from Twisted and Onic. Communities of each team celebrated the birthdays, and we can go ahead and wow, that's a huge celebration.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of people, or a lot of Sonics coming here to celebrate with us at the Green Sun.
Is that Jollibee?
That is Filipino fast food icon Jollibee.
That's Jollibee.
And there was
He's
this
a Sonic.
Oh my, there was this thing about birthday buffs, right? Like them actually, or the birthday celebrants actually winning their games.
No, he's a mind.
I take it back. He's a mind.
He's a mind. Jollibee's a mind.
Jollibee's a mind.
Hey, that's great. I love that the communities are there to go ahead and, take moments like this, support their favorite players.
That's so cute.
And yeah, celebrate that. Again, happy birthday to the Twisted Minds and Onic Philippines players that celebrated their birthdays. Man, every week I feel like there's birthdays going on.
I mean, statistically speaking.
Statistically, it makes sense, right? Like,
people were born.
Numbers aren't my strength.
Like,
right?
Are you saying in MPL or everywhere else? Because like,
just in general, yeah. No, I mean,
just in general.
People are born like
every day.
Yeah.
Every minute. Every
second.
Hey, you want to compare astrologies? No, I'm joking. Well, you know what we can compare? The fact that I don't have any Naruto skins, because the MLBB and Naruto collaboration is now here.
Try your luck with the skin spin to receive the exclusive skins for Naruto on Lucas, Sasuke and Suyo as used by King Kong, Sakura and Kalia as used by Brusco, and Kakashi on Hayabusa, which was constantly banned out, plus other exclusive rewards.
You can also participate in the Path of the Ninja event, that's what it's called, to get the exclusive Gaara skin for Veil for free. Plus more exclusives, more exclusive in-game items. I checked them earlier. There were so much, I don't know where to use them.
The loading screen, the tower.
There are quick chats, there are... What's this? I don't know. There's much.
Actions.
There's actions as well.
The statues.
Do you guys actually ever use the actions?
I do.
I have some, But the only one I use is the gourd one.
Like I'm a jungler, right?
Yeah.
So I run up to the bush, I run up to my first camp,
Yeah.
and then like there's like 5 seconds.
You emote.
I just,
You just do it in the bush.
You just action in the bush.
Honestly, there are so many Easter eggs in the Naruto map. If you check,
I love the Naruto map.
Yeah, there's if you go to the ramen stop at like the top lane before you get there, you get the ramen emote once every game.
I feel bad having to punch the little gopher ninjas. Like,
And
those
the
are
minions.
Yeah,
The minions.
Like, they're so cute. Like, thanks for the go.
I love the minions. I wish that we get to somehow keep it past the event. Because I would prefer to have the little ninjas run around because like I get hyper fixated on them. I'm just like, yeah, let's go get that tower.
Imagine if we get to see imagine if we get to see a Winion scenario and they're the ones
They're just, they're just hacking down the base.
These little Chunians, just little. I know, because no, siege minions are Chunians.
They are, yeah.
minimum Chunin.
Yeah. But wait, what happens? So when they get enhanced, they're also just bigger.
They're
right?
just
There's
bigger.
no extra version.
I didn't notice.
Okay.
They just get bigger.
They just get bigger.
I'm still not over the fact that these ninjas are ranked higher than Naruto.
Are they?
Yeah. Because even in Shippuden, Naruto is a Genin.
See, I don't know. So I'll be real here.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not gonna cap. I don't know all
Correct
the
me if
lore.
I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, because in Shippuden, a majority of them became Chunin. But Naruto, as he was busy protecting everybody and doing what he does.
This was before he was on a Hokage, right?
Yeah. Stayed a Genin.
I'm just, you know what?
I
with the break coming up, man,
I could be Mandela affecting this, but
hey.
No.
I will come back for the playoffs. Hopefully, like, we're still celebrating the Naruto. We are, actually, because it's until, like, the end of May, right? Or June?
It's here for a while.
Or August? It's here for a while. So I have, like, 2 weeks or so to go ahead and just binge.
Are you sure you can, though?
I'm going to try. I'm going to try, Brigida. For you, I will try so I can bring the references with me. Now, the next matchup ahead of us is Aurora versus Team Falcons. And if you guys remember what we were saying earlier, it's kind of important because Aurora is also going for that top 2 spot.
They're feeling the heat.
They're feeling the heat.
Especially with Onic with the sweep.
I heard it in the interview. It seems like Kellera already, jokingly again, told Flap, hey, you know what to do.
That's what he meant.
That's what he meant.
We are besties. King Kong and Flapteasy besties for this
Handshake.
very reason.
Handshake. Any final thoughts on the match that we just witnessed?
I wish it worked, but it didn't.
Yeah,
Just even for a bit, I wish it worked. But
We'll see Twisted Minds in the playoffs. Just put it at that.
I'd love to see more of Twisted Minds bring picks like they did today, but hopefully win in the playoffs. That's what I want to see, you know, because I love their drafts, man. It's interesting. It's one of the teams that bring out these debut picks and make stuff work. It is creative, and I'm a fan of off-meta.
Bonchan is an auteur drafter.
What's Ultier?
He's just ahead of his time. He's like Hideo Kojima. He's like Scorsese.
Okay, I get those.
I don't.
Oh, sorry.
He's like Mercury.
What would Brigadier understand? He's like
Kanye West.
I thought you were going to go to the Italian brain rot.
Oh,
He's
no.
like assassino cappuccino. Oh, wait, ballerina. One of those.
Ballerina cappuccino?
Ballerina cappuccino.
That draft was very tra-la-la-la-la-la-la.
I agree, it was a burp at the pill.
See, this is where she got excited. So, hey, you know what? Again, the first match was great to see. I didn't expect a sweep. Which one of us, by the way, predicted the sweep? Was it Brigida? Oh, no, it was you.
He did.
Or you
I didn't predict
That's
a
right.
score.
You didn't predict a score.
I had a question mark.
We were all right, though.
Yes.
At the end of the day.
Hey, we were more than all right. We were great.
We were better than great.
Part of me wanted to.
What's you want
Greater than ever.
We want to speculate a new one. What's M7's gonna be?
Better than greater than ever.
As far as I know, I think we're done with the great trilogy.
I don't think we're ever done with great, man. Because what can be better than great?
Greater than ever.
So legit, like, what can be better than great? You're not good. You're great. You're not great.
The best.
But we can't go best.
You're
Do
better?
we go best?
Yeah.
Gosh.
Best already?
I'm going to have to ask my AI friend, hey, what is better than great?
You're friends with your AI?
I want to try.
She's doing it right now.
What is
It's her
better than
companion.
That's terrifying.
Hey, one of those days, man, that's how it's going to be.
By the way, Naruto was not promoted to Chunin.
See? So
it's just loaded now because I searched it earlier.
So the ninjas were better.
Lord God.
Dude, how do you, like, I am still surprised how much stock knowledge.
I agree.
Well, this is it even stock
Like,
knowledge?
where does he store all of it? Like, all the lore.
Useless information.
Guys, because Leo doesn't just have lore information about Naruto. He's got that same amount of information for multiple different things. Multiple references, multiple card games.
Yeah.
Multiple everything else. But you know what? Right now, we're going to have to go ahead and throw it over to our Sea-Bowl ceremony to go ahead and watch the passing over here for our Sea-Bowl team.
Carrying the glory and pride of the nation, the Sea-Bowl International Team has long held the legacy of champions. Ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas. Presenting 2024 Sea-Bowl National Team Coach and RQ Kaitos, Coach Paulo Monsayak, Peso Executive Director Mr. Marlon Marcelo, and Team Sea-Bowl's General Manager Mr. Jap Escotin. Introducing our national representatives, the players carrying the weight of the flag of the Philippines, the Sea-Bowl MLBB men's team. Kyle Peasy is now PHI Saison. Flap Teasy is PHI Canon. Few is PHI Arcangel. Ogwen is PHI Unigo. Super Marco is PHI Requitiano. Kelra is PHI Pilias. And Sanford is PHI Vinuya. Together with their analyst, Pandora PHI Unigo, led by their national team head coach, Coach Trevor is now PHI Sanchez. They will now be bestowed by the symbol that will truly mark them as our official representatives, a mark that they will carry to remind them and of the world that they are Team Sea-Bowl. Congratulations once more to our players. We know that you will enter the tournament with pride in your hearts and the determination to succeed. Once again, your Sea-Bowl 2025 National MLBB Men's Team for the IESF World Championship. MPL Arena, can we give it a warm round of applause for our national team, please? Gentlemen, congratulations. Let's talk to Sir Marlon and Coach Trevor this time around. Boss Lon, eto na yun, official announcement of the MLBB men's and women's lineups are already here. Marami na tayong ipinanalo from before. Ano na lang ba ngayon ang main goal ng Cebol for this year?
The plan is to win. That's why we have these 7 gentlemen that will fight for our flag. And we hope na supportahan nyo sila kasi this is a big investment for us as we move forward to IESF, going to SEA Games, and then going to Asian Games, and hopefully sa Olympics.
And Boss Marlon, speaking of these 7 amazing gentlemen behind you, walk us through the selection process that brought us to having them in the lineup. What was it like?
In short, ultimate bakbakan yung nangyari. So these individuals came from different teams, and of course, all credit to GM Jab. He's the one handling the tryouts, making it smooth. And then of course, nakita nyo naman yung finals. It's really a blessing. We see a lot of potential here sa mga athletes natin. And then of course, lastly, yung combine. Wherein, of course, head coach here, Sir Trevor, actually needs to evaluate sino yung ipapasok niya sa Magic 7. It's a really hard choice, but I trust him to get the gold.
And here we are with this amazing team. We are all 150% support for the team. High hopes, Boss Marlon. Salamat for talking about the process to get here. Now, ano yung masasabi mong advantage ng teams natin sa MLBB men's and also MLBB women's?
Solid yung team. Yun na lang yung masasabi ko. Manda kayo.
Solid. Solid na solid, Hans.
I mean, it's an all-star-studded lineup together with their national team head coach, Coach Trevor PHI Sanchez. Once again, congratulations sa nakuha mong stint. This is major representing the Philippines. Para sa'yo ba, gaano ba kahalaga at kaimportante na ngayon ikaw na ang nagdadala ng bandera ng Pilipinas sa ibang bansa?
Para sa akin, sobrang excited kasi kakaiba ngayon nakuha kong lineup Parang sobrang solid talaga na itong lineup ngayong ISF ngayon. Yun, tingin ko sobrang malaking chance talaga makuha namin yung gold medalist.
We are absolutely manifesting for that. Coach Trevor, I actually want to know more about the process. Kung paano nyo ba ima-manage? Ano ba yung approach ng coaching na ipapakita mo with these players? We know that it's a star-studded lineup. Anong klaseng approach ba ang gagawin mo as part of the coaching staff?
Tingin ko sobrang talaga ngayon Sobrang lakas talaga ng lineup ko. Kahit sino papasukin ko ngayong ISF, sobrang solid talaga. Hindi ko din talaga masasabi ngayon kung anong magiging takbo ng team namin. Pero tingin ko, sobrang solid talaga yung
One word keeps being brought up, solid. And we can see that, Hans. Sabi nga ni Boss Marlon, di ba? Dahil sa bakbakan na yun, we have the best of the best and we have the best coach to lead them. Now, balik tayo sa puso ng Team Cebol, no? Ang dami nating supporters, guys. Can you show them love and support again?
There we go.
Rinig na rinig natin dito sa MPL Arena. And I'm sure sa Team Bahay as well, they are cheering for all of you. Ano yung mensahe mo para sa mga fans na todo suporta para sa inyo?
Sobrang para sa akin, supportahan nyo kami. Tingin ko, sobrang lakas talaga ng player ko. Talagang makuha namin yung gold medalist ngayon. Kabaan na yung mga kalaban namin.
Maghanda ang mga makakalaban namin. Once again, everybody, here are your representatives para sa bansang Pilipinas, the Cebol MLBB Men's Team.
me, the only, with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
みんな、内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。 つやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
And welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, after that quick little break that we had here, you missed some of the action if you didn't see it. We had our C-Bowl representatives closing out match 1 for us. So again, excited to see them start their course this year. But now we have one final match for the regular season here. We're down to 1. It's kind of crazy. What is up, guys? It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Brigida. And we're here to bring you the action between RORA and Team Falcons. And like we mentioned earlier, guys, this is important. This is an important one, Leo.
Yep, all the way until the very last moment, the very last best of 3 in the regular season, the leaderboards may still change. Where these teams fall into the brackets of our playoffs may still change.
Yep, and just earlier, we saw how Onic Philippines swept the Twisted Minds. So this is all the more reason for us to watch out for this upcoming series, because Aurora, after seeing that, definitely have to fight for this one.
Yeah, again, RORA needs to win this against Team Falcons. So that's why we were saying earlier, you know, Team Falcons, if they go ahead and win this, that's good for Onic Philippines, you know, to get that top 2 seed. That's what they're after. And again, the stats, the statistics, historically for the MPL Philippines, if you're either that first or second seed, your chances of winning are pretty high. They're really good percentages there, so we'll see if that is the case. But also, before we get to the matchup, this time around, we got to thank Time Zone. They've got an exclusive promo just for you guys watching over there. Get 400 pesos load. That's power load. Sorry, that's power load for only 200 pesos.
All you gotta do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, that's TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Do you want to say something, Brigida?
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
No.
There's more for you.
Okay. I just wanted to give it a try because I'm seated here. But anyway, you can also get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase at TT Racing by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at their website. That's ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. And stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
There it is. That's what we were looking for. Man, I wish I had some lumbar support, though. I'll tell you that. I know TT Racing's got some great lumbar pillows, and Brigida has had it this whole time.
She's just ready with one.
You know why she's had this? Because she's using it as a booster seat.
No, she still has a booster seat.
She just shrunk, by the way. Here, Brigida, I think you need this more than us.
Okay.
You know, I'll let my lumbar be okay.
It is going to be okay.
Use your booster and use your lumbar. You need it, right?
She's extra supported.
Extra supported.
Because TT Racing got her back.
Doesn't.
It's because I dream, work, and play.
Yeah, please get our backs too.
Well, here's the backs of the 6 teams. I don't know. The back of the logo, you know, the front of the logos.
Onic's back on top. We can say that. After their sweep against Twisted Minds, they have surpassed Aurora because they beat them on a match win-loss rate.
Yep.
They beat them in a net game win rate, and they also beat them in all the tiebreakers. So at 11 both, Onic has to pray. Onic has to hope to high heavens that their friends in Falcon do what they ask him to do.
Do something about it. Yeah, hey, Falcons, do something about it.
Yeah, because that was what was mentioned in the interview earlier, right? There was a hint thrown to us jokingly.
They didn't say anything. They didn't say it.
They didn't
Yeah,
say
they
it?
didn't.
But there was a handshake.
There was a hint. Yeah.
That we didn't see. No, I'm joking, guys. Again, it's just we're having some fun here because really, when it comes down to it, all Aurora has to do is beat Team Falcons.
And then suddenly,
boom, they're in second place.
It's that simple. Just break the base twice.
Just break. It's maybe 3 times. We do have Brigid and Chantel here, by the way.
If they don't break the base twice,
yeah,
they'll never win.
Oh
you have to
my
break it
goodness.
3 times.
Oh, technically, yeah. Okay, I get what you're talking about here. Again, this is the regular season finale. So if you guys are just joining us, welcome to the finale of the regular season.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a fun one. I do hope that we do get 3 games because as this is the last match of the regular season, I would love it if we go the distance and maybe we get 3 games all 20 minutes plus.
It's the final stretch of the final lap.
It's the final stretch of the final lap of the final game of the final series of the final week of the regular season.
Between epic rivals.
I feel like we're
it just doesn't stop. Yeah. But personally, what makes this matchup really interesting is the fact that, yes, these are teams part of the top 4, but these are also teams who just yesterday were nearly, or no, they both literally lost to teams 2. One lost to, of course, the top 1, and the other lost to one who was actually eliminated from the playoffs. So both need some bouncing back to do in this series, and it is really their last chance of actually settling things before they eventually move on to the playoffs. But for Aurora, of course, there's a lot more at stake, and there goes the biceps again.
Can I just say?
Do they have permits for those?
Yeah, I was gonna say they brought some weapons.
What?
I don't know, man. I don't know actually who has the bigger biceps.
Owen
Is
showed
it
his too.
Flap?
Oh my goodness.
Marco,
please. We're trying to keep this family friendly on this Sunday here. But I want us to take a look at this, guys. Can Team Falcons soar higher? Falcons win-loss stats comparison. Is this just specifically for this season?
Yep. It's look at how significantly lower their KDA is when they lost compared to when they win. And they get more than twice deaths when they lose too compared to when they win. So, oh my goodness, I want to focus.
Super Marco, I can't focus here, man.
Slap my Papa Vein.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, now they're all slapping
He
it.
didn't used to have that facial expression when he flexed.
The glorious pose, by the way, has evolved
No,
over
it's
the
back.
season.
It's back.
No, but like he's finding new ways to improve it.
You like that tricep flex on?
I can't forget.
Okay, which one of the RORA boys are gonna flex off?
Oh! Why did you?
Renna J's like, I'll sing to you guys. Let's take a look at this one.
It's been a while since Renna J released a single.
Actually, you're
there
one
you
of the ones
go.
waiting. Oh, dang it!
That's what you call a sleeper build.
Renna J is pretty jacked.
Sleeper build. That's the goal.
Oh, he's now the flex man.
Or at least my goal. I like a sleeper build.
I
But
think
anyway.
he surprised himself.
He's a fit man.
Wait, from the hitman to the fit
Talk about the stats.
All right, here we go. But for Aurora, whenever they lose compared to when they win, their turtle and lord controls are significantly lower. Falcons too, but this time theirs is almost at the line of 2. Yue, no, don't tell me.
Yue, take that jacket off and start flexing right now. Do it for the fans. Or Edward, please.
If Edward does it, everyone will be going crazy.
Not Maya Bunjing. He don't do it like that.
You don't do it like that.
I doubt we'll get to see him do it. Like
Who else
a
could
year
do it?
or 2.
Could Domeng do it? No.
You know who I know who can do it?
Who?
Khaled.
It's now your time to shine, Khaled.
Why is no one? Well, okay. At least we got to see the fit man, as mentioned here.
I like how we just glazed over the stats, by the way, but because there's a flex off happening.
You know, just to wrap it up with a nice little bow, Aurora's had one hell of a season. Like, those are good stats.
Yeah. It's just that, especially probably heavily affected by their loss against Team Liquid Philippines yesterday, which was a very clean performance from Team Liquid Philippines, by the way. It has somehow affected the way we saw their stats in the losing column.
Yeah.
But for Team Falcons, given the fact that, again, we don't necessarily see them in the top 2 seeds so far, they've been through a lot, too, considerably, compared to how Aurora has been managing this season. But nonetheless, I mean, that's our Seabold lineup right there too. We just saw it earlier, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, we were watching the ceremony earlier. If you're watching internationally, like I don't know how you feel seeing the lineup of Seabold. So every single team in the top 4 is very competitive. I don't know anyone.
Fear is a valid response.
Huh?
Fear is a valid response.
So like the people watching this they're fear.
Yep.
They're fearful.
Yep. Just
You know what it is? I know someone that said that once. You know what it is?
Yeah.
It's fear. Let's take a look at our predictions here for this match. I always have to bring, dude.
What did I say?
This light right here, man.
I forgot what I said in the forecast. Oh my God.
Well, I'll tell you my forecast that I didn't talk about. I'm gonna do it right now. I think I'm gonna go with Team Falcons.
Oh,
Team Falcons.
Okay, have you recalled yours?
I'm a Falcons guy.
I'll go first.
Oh, I'm a Falcons
Oh
guy.
my goodness, you're all Falcons.
So what are you, Brig?
Okay, I broke this the other day.
Yeah?
I will redeem myself and go for Aurora.
So you're going RORA. So we got 2
Does that make
Falcons
sense?
guys and 1
Aurora girly pop.
RORA girl.
Aurora girly pop.
Aurora light girly pop.
You see this? This isn't gonna break anymore.
You know, they put some duct tape on there, by the way. You know, so that's what we're going for.
2-1.
You going 2-1? Wow.
Why? Are you going for a sweep?
I'm going for 2-1. 2-1. How about you, Brig? You actually going to put one out there?
Okay, fine. I'm going for 2-1.
Wow, she's actually giving a prediction here with a number. Let's go ahead and throw it to our All Access with Hands to see what they have to say.
Welcome to another edition of MPL Heroes, a Legends Chronicles. Nasa likod ko ngayon ang RORAs as they support their team kontra sa Team Falcons. And this is going to be a series filled with legendary stories ng ating mga coaches and players. This week, we're actually going to be highlighting the Aurora's fearless leader, the hitman, it's Renegade, whose career began way back in 2019 as next place energetic XP laner. He then rose to becoming a standout player, earning him the title of the Hitman. The rest, we were all witnesses to his rise in leadership, from Hitman to Heelman in his new role as a roamer in his time with Blacklist International. Transcending to his status now as Aurora's captain, can he finally get that coveted title? Sa paparating na playoffs and Aurora's race for the upper bracket, natural lang na isipin ni Renegade at ng kanyang kupunan ang maaari nilang makuhang kampyonato. All-Star Magazine's article on Renegade details his and Aurora's journey throughout the season and the challenges up ahead that will truly test the limits of this squad. Kaya na ba nilang ipanalo lahat at umangat bilang bagong kampyon ng Pilipinas? It may all start here in the final match of the regular season. That is it for this week's MPL Heroes, a Legends Chronicles. It is going to be Aurora Gaming going up against Team Falcons. Marshals, time to shine.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, JJ, David, and Patrick. The final match of the regular season with our first team, it's Aurora! In the XP, it's Edward! In the jungle, Demon Kai! In mid, UN! In Rome, the Hitman, Renegade! And in gold, Domenkai! And their opponents, an epic battle is underway with Team Falcons! In EXP, Flap Teasy! In the jungle, Kyle Teasy! In mid, Idol ng mga kids, In Rome, Uguen. In gold, Super Marco. And their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Trevor.
Gold lane, Doming Kite, Super Marco, step forward. Doming Kite, how will you secure your upper brackets? Ano ang palag mo ay Super Marco?
Bibigay ko lang best.
Super Marco, kung ibibigay niya ang best niya, ano naman ang palag mo kay Doming Kite?
Bibigay ko din best ko.
Pagalingan na lang kayong dalawa. Fist bump. Team Falcons, Aurora, do yours as well. MPL Arena, I wanna hear you scream! Matchup is now underway. It's Aurora kontra sa Team Falcons. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Fans, I would also like to hear them say they're going to give us our best. Let's go ahead and look at Aurora Gaming lineup here. Bring it up.
All right, Aurora Gaming, just yesterday, you all probably saw how they ended up with an unfortunate 0-2 up against Team Liquid Philippines. It was a very surprising way to go up against a team who you just was able to defeat in the first half of the regular season. But what we have observed from yesterday was the fact that indeed, if you get to shut them down early on, it affects how they're able to move forward in the remaining parts of the game heavily. They are indeed a team who really gets to operate best if they're able to get their snowball. But the fact that they were able to get shut down multiple times yesterday, be it in terms of the way the Hitman gets to look for the engages or Demon Kai gets to get his farm, is something we need to look at.
Yeah, we're going to look at Team Falcons right now as well and take us through the lineup here. Leo.
It's the main five that we have seen and loved that went on a world tour for the past 2 years. The best pure athletes in the game. I'll tell you now, Super Marco, he said, will also give her best. Yep. What that means to me is a tight draft, a tighter early to mid game, and then I'd say an end at 15 to 16 minutes. They're capable of that. I know that they can. So if this goes past like 17, 18, and they draft a little wonky, then I know we're going to go the distance. But again, I did predict 2-1 Falcons, right? But there's a voice inside me, my little Falcon girly that says,
your little Falcon girly.
Yeah.
What's it saying?
They can sweep. I think they can.
We can sweep.
Well, Super Marco, though, I think ever since SPS, we've seen glimpses of him actually introducing a much more aggressive version of the bulletproof. So let's see if that's what he decides to bring into this match against Doming Kite, who said he will be doing his best too.
Yeah, Brita, that's what you call Super.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, wasn't that Brita?
Yeah.
That was me.
What was it again? That was me.
The way he played it, it was like a super mak instead of a super mak kind of play. Because super mak is more safe sounding, but super mak sounds more
aggressive.
Yeah, I don't know how to put it into words, but do you get?
I think they get you. What matters is that they get you. I don't necessarily need to get you, but as long as they do, and I've seen it online from that clip, and I think they do. So, you know, I also want to know if the players are getting ready and how they get ready. So we're going to have to go ahead and throw it over on stage to go ahead and take a look and listen at our smart mic test.
First time to, nasa akin ng mic test. Let's go, baby. Sobrang solid talaga ng lineup natin ngayon eh. Ano preparation nyo sa parating na Sibol? Tingin ko, sobrang solid ang lineup namin. Tapos tingin ko maraming gold medal kami. Tapos kahit sino maglaro, G na yan. Naruto siya pa din. Sheesh. Gusto siya masaya, dun tayo malungkot. Parang kami akin, tara naman yung selosa. Tara naman amin.
Nagtataka pa si Uy, ba't daw ang lakas niya? Ikaw yan eh. Masyado ka malakas, pre. Hindi ka nabagay sa mundo ng mga at tol. Ang lamig sa stage siya. Ang lamig, we, parang siya. Ay!
All right, that's our smart ping test, bringing you low latency gaming with smart Sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the smart booth right outside our MPL venue. How different are these two roamers?
They're pretty different, man.
Renegade talking about how, Yue doesn't belong in the world of mortals, given how good he is. And then, what was that?
What's
Oakland
Oakland talking
giving
about?
himself an interview about the Cebu lineup?
I feel like if we had more chances for them to get the mic check, they could have said so much more. But let's head into our Infinix keys to victory first, focusing on Demon Kite and Kyle TZ. So it's very important that you prepare as Aurora against Falcons' tenacity. Even in situations where you've gotten the lead and you're so ahead and you've probably forced Team Falcons to their base, it is very important for you to watch out for the possibilities of them still finding a way to turn things around. But for Team Falcons, it's probably the opposite. They have to be careful of RORA's snowballing tendencies, as we've mentioned earlier, because Aurora is a team you definitely would not want to hand over the early game to. But for both, it's to probably go beyond your comfort zones. And I feel like yesterday's matches were enough of an example of how they should probably be considering this, and it's nice to focus this this particular note on the junglers, because I feel like teams even taking note of how Demon Kite is still probably one of the junglers who still decides to stick with all those Suyos and all those probably pre-patch prio picks in the jungle. They've found a way to somehow adjust to all of that, especially bringing in a couple of elements and a couple of new things from the new patch. So if you're Aurora, you probably wouldn't really want to be so left behind in terms of what you can offer, so you could also somehow surprise the opposing teams.
That's a great breakdown there for the keys to victory for what's an important match. And I think either way, RORA is going to have the work cut out for them. I know they've had a stellar regular season, but I feel like also some teams have really found the adjustments in this new meta that we're finding ourselves in after the patch and everything else. So we'll jump into the draft here for game number 1. Again, we've got RORA on the blue side here. They got a healthy win rate, 72.22%, and over on the red side, we got the 61.54 for Team Falcons.
I love the opener that Aurora's doing here. Lo Yi, Joy, they're setting up for... Bring it on, what are they setting up for? It is a...
Is it Harith?
No.
Wait.
Suyo!
Oh, Suyo, but like I was considering the Kalea too.
They can do that as well, but they're giving Falcons an ultimatum. It's like, all right, we're gonna get the Kalea.
Yeah.
You can take the Zushin, but we can end up with a good Suyo. That's a prerequisite for Suyo.
Yeah, but does Aurora still want to go that route though? Because we previously mentioned for them in the keys to victory to really go beyond their comfort zones. Because you really wouldn't want something that's completely read out or something that the team is really expecting from you at this point to pull off. But that could still be a possibility if they really want to rely on comfort at this point. So either of those picks we've mentioned are probably still up for grabs. But Falcons at this point, would they want to at least respect that?
I think you respect that, but also at the same time, it's like, what does Aurora want to prioritize here? We've seen priorities kind of change. Honestly, like, I can't say there's just... You know how before it was always like, yeah, Suyo. But like, what else? Yeah, Joy. That's really changed. The first pick over on the blue side, but even the first 2 picks on the red side have gone through a nice kind of shift, I would say, with our current pace of things in the meta right now. That last ban, even that's surprising. They actually ban out the Moskov here.
So if it does go... or if the Suyo does go into Aurora's hands here.
Or they go Harith first.
Harith, yeah, maybe Harith.
Then that's an immediate Harith for Team Falcons, so you might really want to pick up the Harith first.
Harith first, and then Falcons can't Suyo anymore. But they'll Kalea. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kalea's there too.
So there's the Kalea still. This is a team too that is most likely gonna show us the glue later on.
These 2 teams, yeah. But wait. For the first time in a while, at least today, Kakashi Sensei's open.
Oh.
He's been banned out, yeah. But they don't go. Instead, they're just going to go with the Jushin. Neither of what we mentioned.
What?
So this...
Now we're uncomfortable.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. We're in a space now where we're not 100% sure. Whoa, and then, we forgot.
So no Suyu Harith, no. Of course, that's Falcons. It's Fanny.
What is this saying from Team Falcons, man? They want to pick up the Fanny.
So it's really...
Who's usually banned out. But they go Fanny. What are they going to go with this? Are they going to pick up the Harith? Do they go Fanny Harith?
I guess they can, but... Oh, yeah, because
Fanny
you need to deny
Yep.
potential counters for the Fanny.
So one of them is the Kalia.
Right. Does the Aurora go for the Harith here, though?
Would they go Harith Cho?
So they somehow have an answer immediately? Or Phobius?
No, Phobius is...
Oh,
yeah, he's
it's
banned
banned. So probably...
Oh, suddenly the pressure on the Hitman.
Yeah.
Like somebody's got to catch Kyle.
To be fair, he's been the one that's picked probably the most unique heroes in the realm, right?
Yeah, but...
I don't know if you
it's
want
very uncomfortable picking up like the usual Jahids and all that.
I don't know if you want a Franco.
Ooh.
He tried.
He tried, yeah.
He has succeeded. Oh, what? This early?
He should.
Fredrin!
Ooh.
Okay. DK, you got this.
Freddy Fred. Hey, that's my boy Demon Kite. I'm not going to talk too much about it. I believe in him.
I mean...
You just support him.
I support Demon Kite.
I mean,
Since season 8. Well,
since season
technically,
8.
yeah. Well,
Since 21.
But before he was even a pro.
He's one of the remaining Raiders.
One of the last Raiders.
One of the last Raiders.
Who has now become a light. So he's holding the light for the Raiders.
But like the Fredrin and the Fanny matchup, isn't that weird?
Is this weird?
Like,
Juan coming out?
No. It's a clear swerve given that the Frederick showed up and the Harith too. Like, all right, Marco, let's get that matchup down. He's gonna unleash the crossbow on the 3.
And they took out the focus anyway.
Was it just yesterday when we saw the Juan where like we saw maybe 1 or 2 crossbow tanks? Oh, which game was that? That was the I know it was Redmar also that mentioned it. He was like, have we seen a crossbow
Onic
tank
used
yet?
it once.
That's right. Kelra played it because he mentioned on stage, wait till you see my hero.
Oh, yeah.
We were expecting something else, but then, yeah.
And then there was this dodge, which he did
the
against
dodge.
Lewis.
Yeah.
Yep, that
from the Arlot.
From the Arlot.
That final slash.
That drove Midnight crazy.
Midnight went crazy.
Yeah.
In a good way or a bad way?
Both.
And so his gears were grinding.
Oh, no.
But in the right direction.
No, it's just one might argue the sounds he made were not broadcast friendly.
I didn't hear it. So
you can listen to it later.
I'd
love to impersonate, but it would be very inappropriate.
Maybe let's not. But now, okay, Falcons take out the Khalid. So at least they... Oh, well, I think this too is a great ban because like it's one of the roamers who too is very high in mobility.
Yeah.
So it could kind of keep up with the 1-1 and the Fanny and is not that susceptible to the Kalea. So if you're looking for those kinds of options still, I guess there's the Badang, there's the Cho.
Yep,
it's really
Cho's still out there.
around those heroes that you'll need to consider up against this lineup of Team Falcons.
Yeah, Aurora might also want to take out the Gatot if they're taking out options to like cut through.
Yeah.
Because already the 1-1, the Fanny, the Kalia, they can just run right through you, ruin your front to back.
Yeah.
But yeah, Aurora might be afraid of that.
Choose my own path.
Oh, Arlot ban. Well, yes, I mean the Fredrin and the Arlot together are just perfect. So now,
this is the last ban going to be? Is it going to be still towards a...
there still are mages available too.
Yeah, there's a lot of mage options.
So
that they can still go.
probably given the Fredrin again, range maybe. I mean an additional source of range and poke with the 1-1 is going to be a huge problem for them.
What would be good in the mid lane for Team Falcons for a few?
I think there's still a
What-
Farsa,
An Eve.
an Eve, or if they want to go like full range, there's the Novaria since this is a Fredrin. Oh,
That's a good ban though. Sicilian.
Yeah.
Which is kind of ironic, you know, coming in from Aurora, but that's because the Jushin is there. And whoa, this isn't who I was expecting either.
Oh my goodness.
What is going on? It's a Zask.
Is it literally going out of there?
What week did we
Oh my
see the
God.
Zask? Was it like week 5 or? I feel like it was a few weeks like into the regular season.
This is such an odd choice. I was going to say, no, I don't like the Novaria because of how long it takes to ramp up, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't really support what the Fanny nor the 1-1 want to do. I don't know if this does that either. Zask, like,
Yeah.
it's very fast though. I like Falcons' investment in,
Well,
you know,
yeah.
quick payoff mid laners.
Somehow the spawns will be annoying for Demon Kite. And this lineup who really needs to go up front.
A Paquito.
Welcome back, Edward Balboa.
Oh man, it's been a minute since we've seen Edward Balboa in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah. So they balance out.
How can we forget the Matilda too?
Everything with.
Oh, that's the wingman. At your service. I like it. Oh my God. Save for the Zushin.
Yeah.
This looks like an old 2002, 2003 draft.
Yeah.
What?
So what if like Flap TZ goes old school too?
How do they make this lineup weirder?
Yeah. Well, Uranus?
Oh!
Okay, Esmeralda.
All right. Take away the shields. That's so many shields.
That is a lot of shields.
And I feel like Falcons did learn from what they experienced against Omega yesterday. It was the Esmeralda that made them really struggle in that game 3. So
okay.
Oh my
Good picks.
God.
I love this meta game.
I was gonna say I'll take this, man. I'm glad we're at this point in the regular season and in the meta that's shaped where we have drafts like this.
Yeah.
I'll
New
take
meta
it.
game.
I am very happy with the picks I'm seeing. Even though I always get surprised, really. But it's just so weird that the Fanny gets through, the Matilda gets through, and I know a lot of times they aren't really, or the Matilda, for instance, isn't really paid much attention to anymore. But in this scenario, you would have thought it was a perfect fit. Wow. But not until the Esmeralda came into the picture.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see it. It's our last game of the regular season here. This best of 3 between these two powerhouse teams.
Welcome
RORA
to Mobile
fighting
Legends.
for that top 2 seed. They have to beat Team Falcons here. Will they get started in game 1 as we jump into the Land of Dawn? And I gotta say too, I got a glimpse of it. I think they had 3 Purifies. They got 3 Purifies to deal with this Kalea. And they have a Matilda. Yeah, they do. So, hey, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult here for Oakland to catch people.
Yep. Not unless they can rely on other members to force out the Purifies. Fuse there. And there is also the 1-1. So if you really want to get rid of the stacks of the crossbow of Tang, then you'll have to consider using the Purify just to keep yourself and your team safe. But other than that, yeah, if they do have all those Purifies still intact, then Ogwin might find it difficult to go for an engagement. Speaking of Ogwin.
Down to 1/5 of his health. Doesn't need to commit anything fancy. Doesn't have his passive. They jump in. Compromising Yue. Wings by Renegade. Yue down to 1/4 of his health. Falcon not going to force the issue.
That's a wingman right there.
Yeah.
Good job to get Yue out of a bad situation. He did have to pop Purify, but that's fine. Again, he can kind of adjust from there, but good attempt from Team Falcons.
Yep, unfortunately, he does have the Brave Smite, so he's a little more tankier than you would consider a usual Jushin not on the Brave Smite to be. So that is a good call from Aurora. But now let's see how Falcons are going to transition, because they definitely want to keep the aggression going given their lineup. And we did say that this Zask, despite it being a surprising pick, can prove to be quite annoying most of the time, especially considering the upcoming objectives.
Demon Kite Renegade, find Flap TZ. He's running away, there's nowhere to go. Flap TZ gets a few more shields and survives. Ogwin doing his darndest to keep 3 back. Few holds the Pixel Brush, drops a little Johnny, and they wail away at the Turtle. Turtle now 3/4 of its health up. Where is Kyle? What's Kyle doing?
Kyle doesn't care. He doesn't want to be a part of the fight.
Edward punches 2 up, holding down the Turtle. Falcons, I'm not so sure what they're planning. Flap Dizzy coming in! And that's long enough for them to be kept busy. Flap Dizzy still alive, stealing shields away. Ogwin punching him, kicking him, using his Genjutsu, healing them up too. What is going on? They don't want to commit. Falcons take the Turtle, and now they compromise the purple. What? They take down Demon Kite as well.
What a I mean, Team Falcons win, what, 3 versus 4? They had the little Johnny, though. Maybe that helped.
I'm going to say it now, that was more impressive than Onyx winning rotation.
Like how?
We were expecting it to be annoying, but not that annoying to a point where you're actually able to keep the entire turtle pit to yourselves without the presence of your jungler.
I felt a little bit of hesitation from RORA. Did you not?
Yeah, I did. And which is so surprising because if they were actually able to kill Flap, none of that would have happened. So the fact that Flap TZ even survived that whole thing up top before that all broke out was a big part of them being able to do that, pull that off, and even take some of the buffs. Oh, Edward.
2v1. Edward flickering back, no forward! And he's about to get caught here. Extra shields on Perry Bogard, the tail end of the dance. Taking him down off camera, we barely missed it. Demon Kite goes.
We didn't exactly see what happened there, but it was most likely an attempt too from Demon Kite to take away the purple, seeing that Kyle TZ was there, but for some reason Few is just always able to manage everything as the Zas.
Oh, they might try to make another play. Look at Kyle TZ here. Putting pressure on Yue.
No, look down bottom. Yue pops a Crimson Beacon, but down bottom's where the action's at. Ogwin at less than half health. Marco pushing forward. It's as if Dominic didn't just drop the Zaman Force 10 seconds ago to try and take down Marco.
Yeah, he's having such a great time too. If I remember correctly, yeah, he is also on the Super Marco is also on the Master Assassin, so that's really another way of them keeping this lane intact and keeping the advantage or somehow managing it to some extent, because clearly if this is what you see in the early game as Falcons, you're very much happy with it. The XP lane clearly is already at an advantage, so if you're able to hold out the Harith as well, and even the objectives without your jungler, that's massive for them.
All right, Flapdeezy getting pulled over here. Turtle at less than half health. Flapdeezy dancing. He's dancing. Turtle at a 10th. Demon Kite very low. Flapdeezy secures with the Falling Star Moon. Down goes Yue and Demon Kite. 2 free kills for Falcons. Renegade circling Eagle all the way out of here. Gets a few more shields, gets hit by the Johnny, serves up another kill, now Flap, Renegade falls, 3 for free, and they're not done. Edward pushed back as Falcons takes down this tier 1 up top.
Man, these nightmares
are still going, flickers forward, and dances around Edward's corpse.
Literally dancing.
I cannot believe this is happening, a 7-0 for Team Falcons. And it seems like Aurora isn't able to accomplish what we are expecting of them to do. Edward, even before he's able to find a target in the back lines, gets blocked off or even bursted down or even taken out by Team Falcons. And it's not like you can just go for Few on the Zas because there's the Dominator's Descent. He can find a way to escape, but it's not that he's even using it defensively. It's an almost always aggressive Dominator's Descent.
Oh God, Falling Star Moon onto these two as they generate multiple shields.
Just a cutoff.
This is the Filipino cannon, man. He's a loose cannon.
He is.
Joseph, Bridget, is this a message to the world? We are Seaball. Look at how we play.
Look at this draft is basically what they're saying. I mean, you got to give it up too. Kyle TZ, for a lot of this, has just been all over the map. I mean, look at the gap between him and Demon Kite just in the levels right now.
Yeah.
And a lot of times he's just relied on,
Ogwin engages, pulls one over, and they are compromised underneath tier 1. They're dashing through, cables up, down goes DK. Traded out for by Kyle, takes quite a few hits from that turret. Marco takes to the skies, Flapdeezy catches a few, in comes Ogwin to save the day. Crimson Beacon by Yue, backing off looking for a choke slam, drops Marco underneath tier 2, takes a few more hits, 2 for 2. First time for Aurora to get on the board.
Super Marco probably should have gotten away. He did not have the crossbow of Tang anymore, even if he did get to complete the step.
Oh my God! Flapdeezy was done with it! Falling Star Moon, but he pays the iron price. If worth it, he says.
If Esmeralda could flex.
Worth it.
And do the glorious pose, she would.
I would have thought initially it was just the lack of anti-heal from Aurora, but now that the Esmeralda's way ahead is actually so up there in terms of stats, even in terms of gold, 1K ahead of Edward, already has the Oracle too, then this is just all the more difficult for Aurora. They only have the glowing one so far, and that's in Yue. but he doesn't even get to reach Yue because even Edward seems like a target already for Flapteasy.
Yeah, he has been phenomenal on this Esmeralda. Super Marco picking up the Sea Halberd now. That's going to be a crucial item to deal with a lot of these sustainabilities coming out from Aurora. This could be a little dicey for them. Putting the pressure, Nightmare Spawn drop down under the turret, and Aurora will go ahead and clean things out. But Falcons is still there. Kyle,
hunt down Edward, forced to hang out underneath tier 2 up top. Falcons not letting up, relentless. They want to push this tier 2 in mid or bottom. Something's got to give.
This is such a devastating situation for Aurora. You fail to get the first objective, and what did we talk about earlier in games where they lose? They have a very low contention rate when it comes to the major objectives, and that seems to be exactly what Team Falcons is able to set up in the first 8 minutes of the game. We are about to transition into the Lord, but Aurora is yet to get anything. Not even a turret, not even a split is happening, and that's probably also something you could attribute to the nature of their lineup right now.
They're forced to ube this early, and if you're ubeing, you can't play the map.
Yeah, this is kind of what we saw with the whole Florin composition from the previous match, you know, and it's something that Aurora decided to go with in this composition to play around the Matilda especially, and you know, part of it again is if they can hold out. I think that's the biggest thing because they have quite a deficit to work against right now, and this Lord is up. I'm not sure if they really want to contest this, because if they get caught out here and it looks like, you know, again, Flapteasy and Ogwin can give enough information, Kyle Teasy will just go ahead and do his thing and get his buffs, because so far it's been Team Falcons, aside from Kyle Teasy, just starting up the objectives, the Turtles early on, the Lord now. They make their way in this position. There is a wave that they have to deal with on bottom.
Yeah.
They'll send Edward there, but it looks like they're going to take this slow and steady for Team Falcons.
Yeah, let's see how they try to manage this though, because Edward is yet to get those defense items as well, if he does plan to get any, because so far he only has the Hunter Strike. So that's damage too. Ideally, if he does get to look for someone, but that doesn't seem to be what Team Falcons wants to happen. No contesting with him!
The flicker in by Ogwin starting the fight! Oh, Flapteasy caught between all the members of Aurora underneath that Salmon Force by Dominkite. They do take the Lord, but lose Flap in the process.
That's crazy. They didn't even use any Purifies.
Yep.
I'm surprised that in that exchange they didn't have to.
Yep, it's just really them being able to sustain everything so long as they group up together, which again, in terms of managing the macro, might be somewhat of a restriction, but you can see how they're gradually able to hold things together. If ever Team Falcons doesn't get to look for the right timing, if they don't commit all at once, similar to how there was an isolated play, or similar to how Flapteasy was isolated earlier, so Aurora was just able to work on him, but they still have other things to worry about, and one of them is the upcoming Lord marching up top.
You know what's hilarious? Flapteasy isolated himself. He makes these calls and saying, I'm going in!
He did.
I can imagine him saying that, actually.
He's done it a couple times here. Lord's going to be dealt with pretty quickly.
Tsunami Slam on a Demon Kite. They do pop the Holy Defense. Falcons taking it slow now. I can feel that this might be a little uncomfortable for the Nest, for everyone watching, but this is the right thing to do for Falcons, you know? They've slowed down on the ramp up, and Flapteasy has to respect the fact that I can't keep doing that, man.
You can't just jump into 5.
Yeah, you can't, especially without the Purify. But they do have the flickers, a lot of flickers, so just one I'd say just one opening wherein the Fuse really able to poke them down. Ogwen's able to surprise them with multiple members of Aurora getting knocked up. And Super Marco also finding the stacks onto just a single member of Aurora will mean a lot for the team fight, since they're always grouped up together. And right now, Super Marco's already approaching 10k in terms of gold and has already gotten the Malefic gun as well. So it will be slightly easier for him to reach the targets whenever necessary. But for now, Team Falcons, I agree, they do have to play the disciplined game, the route in terms of managing the way Aurora's playing the latter portions of this game.
The amount of damage and the amount of total heal that Flap is doing on this Esmeralda is pretty nuts.
He is him.
He is him right now. Easy on the flank, but I don't think there's really much to follow up. And, you know, that's the thing here. You pointed this out earlier, Leo. Like, he really can't, like, no one can really just jump on in. into this lineup, Aurora.
That is one of the main strengths of Aurora's lineup. Again, it's in their DNA. They like to ube. As early as what? The 7-8 minute mark, they were already ubeing, which I think, stopped the bleeding a little bit. But then again, it'll come to a point wherein Falcons will play the map, and that's what's scary. You're dealing with a Fanny.
Yeah.
And is that a purple steal?
Did he get it?
Who stole it?
Who got it?
Is it on DK?
I'm not sure if DemonCon actually was managed to get that.
Because
he's got the retribution.
Because
So.
Kyle committed to the retry.
Yeah, Kyle committed it. This Lord is up.
It's on Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle's there on the bot. Team Falcons will go ahead and start this one up. But RORA wants to fight this, even despite them being down thousands and thousands of gold. Yeah, so he didn't get the purple buff. DemonCon doesn't have it. So it was taken from him. Kyle might put pressure there, but Edward goes and handles that bottom. But look at the rotate happening. Super Marco and Ogwin are going too. They might go for Edward.
They're baiting the Lord, and they successfully get to it. They give Edward a tsunami slam, plus plant him 6 feet under, and that's a pickoff for Falcons.
Oh my goodness, Aurora sent Edward to deal with the waves, probably under the assumption that it was only Kyle Teasy pressuring
But
it.
instead, he got dealt with.
He's the only guy with the flicker, by the way, so that was the target to go for. He did.
And he used it, and they get a free Lord. Falcons.
Feels bad, man, not to have a Purify.
Use the map against Aurora.
I was supposed to say, especially at this point, Aurora can really take advantage of the narrow areas wherein they can force to pick a fight. But just the same for Falcons, they didn't want to engage in any of it just yet. It was really the Lord that they were after, and a beautiful play in terms of macro, which gave them the objective. So again, it's Aurora on the defense. They have Edward back though, but given the limitations of their range, they'll have to work hard in order to defend this upcoming siege.
Dominkite commits his Zaman Force just to clear the wave. But they know there's a Lord marching up there, and all the waves are synced up. So Falcons, I think they're planning to take down at least 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, working on this mid one already. Lord up top 2, they jump in.
And there's a fight. Zaman Force committed by Dominkite, but he gets popped in. A tsunami slam on the 1. Pulled in by the Wings by Wings. Turret still standing in mid, but the top lane inhibitor has fallen. Aurora still breathing.
For some reason, Kyle Teasy was able to find Dominkite and all that.
And he's still standing underneath the base. Flapped easy, barely up. Gets taken down by Yue. But the base is a target. Crossbow tang by Super Marco. Waves crashing through. Falcons soar and take game 1.
The Team Falcons get first blood in this best of 3, making it that much more difficult for RORA to get that top 2 seed.
The winter crown was already there.
It was already there.
But right after Super Marco finished the crossbow tang, he landed and shifted his priorities towards the base. Oh my goodness.
That lineup though, you can see how much work was needed to end the game. They really had to have things fall into place on the right mark, and part of that again was the fact that you had so many Purifies to deal with the Kalea, because that was the main setup potential, was the Kalea. Anytime that's going to be on a composition, that's what you're going to expect. And they really had to weave in and out. That's what we saw from this composition from Team Falcons, where it's they had to choose which path they were taking and who they were going for at the right moment. And it was great to see. Just took them a little longer, I feel than they expected.
But honestly, during the last sequence, I feel like they would have been happier with flickers and not purifies. Because if you were able to avoid the threat of the Kalea, then it was Flap Teasy who just constantly kept hunting each and every one of them down, because you don't really get to reposition yourself on the... there you go, see? Oh my goodness!
I tell you, it keeps evolving. Oh my God.
That's a little uncomfortable. He reminds me of my sleep paralysis demon.
No!
Flap Teasy, our MVP. You're talking about how the Purifies in Aurora might have turned into a liability. How it became too much of a reactive choice to put that much across the board. Compare that to how this young man played the Filipino cannon Flap Teasy. He reminds me of one tenet of ninjutsu, of just Japanese martial combat in general. It's called Mushin.
Mushin?
Mushin no Shin in full. Mind without mind. He just keeps going.
You know, whatever that emote that he just did, that's that.
It was a dance. It was Esmeralda's dance.
But that's like, dude, we need that emote in game. Like, what are those things called?
Actions.
Actions. We need that.
The ones that are beyond the stickers.
Yeah, yes, that
yeah,
one.
but I don't know if that'll do him justice because he also had the facial expressions alongside it.
No, they
and you
can.
can't see it.
They can include those in the game.
Oh.
In our hopefully our future matches.
For Flap Easy, anything's possible.
Yeah.
So that's a zoomed in version.
He is literally our second and third two-time world champion.
Yes. Hey, you know what? He deserves. Yeah, I'm glad we have people like Flap Easy that are in the league, you know, and he plays like that too. Like, I love to see him play. His play style, make it work, you know. And I don't know, man. I used to really love Paquito too, and this is, I don't know. I just feel like Paquito has a really rough time in the current meta.
It just so happens that each and every time we see the Esmeralda come into play,
yeah,
it's almost always at the last pick, and because it's the perfect pick. So teams probably tend to not take into account that there is still an Esmeralda that's out there. And in this scenario, Aurora experienced what it is to go up against an Esmeralda with this kind of lineup, because we were celebrating with the heel man, Vap, together with the Fredrin, together with the Harith. But it didn't work, especially given that just by looking at the XP lane matchup, it's already directly answered by the Esmeralda.
Two things. The wingman, because he flies. But also what impresses me the most about Flap Easy is, look, he was going toe-to-toe against the Edward, against the Paquito, right?
Yeah.
Same thing, Edward, Paquito, whatever. Not a single Dreadnought armor nor anti-Kiras. So he was taking everything to the face.
Yeah.
He probably got like the mini dominance eyes even later.
The Black Ice armor.
The Black Ice armor just
Black Ice shield,
later.
Look how much damage he took.
And dealt.
And dealt. Like, that is... You don't see that often. Again, he was like the top, on the top charts, he was like total heal, it was him. Total damage at one point, it was him.
He's the big four.
Yeah.
He is the
He's
game.
still the top damage. He is the game.
He made Ogwen and everyone else.
He's just the carry.
Oh my goodness.
Nobody took more damage than Demon Kai.
Yeah. Hey, if you're the Fredrin, that's always going to be you.
Oh.
I feel like if you just pick up Fredrin right now, like you are just signing up to be the sandbag.
Similar to what Setsuya had to encounter earlier. He was there too. He was in the center.
Yeah, it was the same with Yakai.
I mean, somehow we nearly saw Dominkite get the damage. He was dancing with his Zap, of course. But it's not enough to push Team Falcons away. It's like...
You can't even push them. I mean, again, Leo mentioned this. I think that one play where they went like 3 versus 4. And Kyle Teasy was nowhere to be found around that hurdle.
He was busy farming, man.
Yeah, that's why he's the BPI rich guy.
There was at one point wherein he was waiting to farm minions who haven't spawned yet. He was inside RORA's base, like, all right,
my team's got this because we got a nightmaric spawn with them, a little Johnny.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I didn't feel like you struggled with the Zask at all in this game.
Every single pick in this draft made sense. This is Coach Treb Prime.
Yeah.
And that's the guy who leads our Seabowl.
Hey, the Seabowl teams, this is what you gotta watch out for, man.
This almost makes up for the 3 or 4 Uranuses he pulled off in Season 6 of Snapdragon Pro Series. So.
Hey, you know what? At this point, I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah.
I actually would not be mad
if they tried.
If we saw Uranus. Yep,
please. I don't want to see Uranus.
But I want to see Uranus.
Well, let me think if I'm okay with the Uranus. I'm trying to make a stand here.
You make a stand, bring it up, that's fine. Well, I'll tell you what, we want the Eternal back in the XP lane. The Eternal battle was once the Esmeralda versus Uranus. I would, like, not regularly. I'm just saying, you know, it's nice to have some nostalgia.
Joseph, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't go like, sometimes I want this, but
no, it's like XP Lane remastered. What's wrong with that?
Game of the Year edition.
Game of the Year edition. And we can just go for that. You know, bring it back one time. Throw it back, run it back one time.
You
for
want
good
dead lane
sake.
sliders? It's like yes or no. Just toggle that.
Why not? You know what I mean? It's who knows. But I do want to go ahead and see what Hans has to say over in the audience right now, because he's been throwing a ton of facts for us. Maybe he's got some more. Maybe he's got a great in for you. Hans, take it away.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. It is currently the break. Team Falcons already at match point 1-0 kontra sa Aurora Gaming. And as of the moment, we are here for another Around the M World in 60 seconds, where I bring you the latest of the news in all of the MPLs happening around the globe. And with that being said, the timer starts now. In an epic revenge matchup between the top two teams in MPL Indonesia, RRQ Hoshi took down BTR in an intense 2-1 series, with Sutsujin going Sage mode against Light and Emmons combos. RRQ's only loss this season was against BTR in the first half, so that was revenge that was well executed by the Kingdom. Over at MPL Malaysia, it's SRGOG and Homeboys maintaining their clean records in Week 3, with each gaining sweeps over Todak and Team Ray respectively. A spotlight on SRGOG's Yums as well during that matchup, as he reached the milestone of 2,000 career assists. Congratulations, Yums. Flying next to Myanmar, it's Yangon Galacticos is the team reigning above all, especially after the recent sweep against Dagon University, with Blink showing off his Hellcurt plays. As we are nearing the end of the regular season, the MPLs around the world are on their last stretch, so be sure to witness MLBB action every night. And that is time. I am sure na maraming kailangan abangan ang ating mga mamamayang Pilipino in terms of the MPL that's happening all around the world. Pero ibalik muna natin sa laban dito mismo sa MPL Arena. Kaya naman, casters, balik sa inyo.
And around the world we went. Hans, thank you so much for that recap on everything going around right now. There's going to be a whole lot of action for you guys to watch after today, for everything happening around in all the other leagues. And I can't wait to go ahead and catch up on some of that myself, you know? Because we've been so hyper-focused on finishing our regular season here.
I mean, this is the most must-watch league in the world.
It is.
Home of champions, MPL Philippines. But yeah, it is good to see how the race for the Immortal Cup across the world is going too.
Yep, there are actually, in as early as their week ones, their respective week ones and week twos, some surprising teams. I think even in regions, even in that one region where it used to be Team Spirit, the last time I checked, it wasn't them at the top.
It's called the ECA.
Yeah.
The ECA. Well, right now, we've got our smart power pose.
How do you copy that?
Guys, this is like the easiest pose.
I can do it.
We have shown here, and no one's doing it. What are you guys doing?
Look at
yeah, there we go.
See, you stand up for it.
There we go.
No, you put your hands on your back.
Put your hands behind your back, sir.
It's behind your back. I'm doing it. Look, see? My back.
Show them how it's done, Leo. Look at Leo in the back.
He's right behind you.
See?
Oh my goodness. That's kind of correct.
Oh.
No!
None of them are doing it right.
No one's doing
Tilt your head to the other side.
I don't even need the code. Just look at me.
Just. How come people want to do all the hard power poses,
but not this one?
But this one.
Oh wait.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Wait.
Oh,
I'm sold.
All right. You know what?
Sold.
I'm gonna stop.
Hey!
I'm gonna stop. These fans know what's up.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't decide.
I'm gonna have to go with the left one.
Oh, he's being accurate about it. You're right.
No, I'm going for the red.
I'm going for the left one. He locked in. He hasn't broken character. What? How? What?
He took off his glasses for this.
I disagree, but congratulations.
And he's wearing the same red.
He is wearing the same red.
I'm happy
as
for him.
Leo.
You know, we're doing a great power pose.
Thank you. This is orange, by the way.
Oh.
The color of the QB.
The color of the what?
How about red-orange?
Naruto's little spirit.
Oh.
Was
that what we were supposed to do? Were we supposed to wear colors for Naruto?
I mean.
And what color am I for Naruto?
Sasuke.
Yeah.
Sasuke, all right. Well, also,
gray and blue.
I want to let you guys know that you can have the Smart Power All 99. Play anytime and anywhere with Smart Power All 99.
Now with 10 gigs for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, IG, or only TikTok, plus only calls and texts, all networks.
More data, more GG, still at 99 pesos for 7 days. So don't forget to load now. By the way, mine's Naruto's hair color.
What?
It's his hair color?
Mine's Naruto's hair color.
Or Naruto's dad's.
Minato?
Yeah.
He has darker blonde, right?
Yeah, I feel so left out. Like, this is weird because I used to feel left out about all the wrestling references with you and Renmar. And now I'm feeling left out from the Naruto references.
Oh, how far and how much of Naruto have you
I've watched episode 1. I was like, this is really good. But I just didn't have time
And that's
to
not
watch 2.
Shippuden.
No, it's literally just Naruto.
It's just Naruto. It's like the very first one.
Like they're
It's
studying.
on my list, if that counts.
They're studying for the Genin exams. Like
Yes.
they're all about to become Genin.
Yes.
They're not even in teams yet, are they?
They're not.
So you don't know Team 7 yet?
I don't. But I know Game 2's draft is upon us. And that's what we're looking at. We got Team Falcons on the blue side. And we have Aurora over on the red. Some of the bands already coming out. Moskov, Phobius being taken out. I wonder if they're actually going to put a Fanny ban out here.
Yeah. Oh, no Joy. I was considering Team Falcons to prioritize the Joy.
Whenever Joy is out,
yeah,
it makes all the more Suyo possible.
Yeah. But still, Kakashi's there.
Oh, yeah? Oh, my God, they snubbed Hatake Kakashi in Game 1!
Yeah, even Naruto.
No, Naruto, Lucas got banned.
Oh, yeah.
By Falcons.
Yeah, but here
Red 3.
it's Kakashi getting snubbed by both of these teams.
That's
so
a
far.
shame.
That is a shame.
Probably the Fanny will get respected here, though, by Aurora.
They gotta. It's an MVP performance
I
by
was gonna
Kyle.
say, they didn't have an answer for Kyle.
That's why I thought they would throw, you know? Like,
Yeah.
somebody's gotta kick
Yeah.
this Fanny or something.
At most, it was the Paquito, but the Paquito was too preoccupied with dealing with the falling star moons.
Yeah. The feathered star moons.
No, because like the Farsa was a suggestion for
Yeah.
Pio earlier, right? But he went Zack. So
I get you. I get
What
you,
a
Brigida.
So oh, there you go. He gets banned out. So is this a Fanny? Or are they
This should be a Fanny ban. I would be surprised if it's not.
That'll
Unless
make Loyi open. That'll make...
unless they're like,
Kalea.
okay, like pick it and we'll counterplay it better this time.
No, they can't first pick the Fanny if the Kalea is still open.
Yeah, mind you, the Fanny came from red earlier.
Yeah.
What if Demon Kai wants Fanny?
Oh.
He could play a mean Fanny. I know that much.
So no. No Fanny.
No.
Yeah, no Fannies.
No,
All right, so
no,
this
no.
is just Kalea.
Yeah. Probably it is gonna be the Kalea.
Kalea or Loyi.
Okay.
All right.
And then they take, do they go Jushin again? Jushin Harith?
If they go Jushin Harith, then that blocks the Suyo.
Yeah.
Oh man, what is Lucas? Lucas Val? Is that what happens?
I don't feel a Hanzo. So
How many matches and games have we said Hanzo?
yeah, but they don't.
He's a Shadow Shinobi.
How did he not get a Naruto skin?
Who is he gonna be? Neji? You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know. But I'm just saying, like, I'm just like, when I think about the Naruto skins, I'm
Hinata's
like,
cousin?
Yeah, I'm like,
Not a brother, by the way, for all of y'all who
Or
are saying.
maybe he can be one of the Akatsuki.
Know your lore.
Suyo and Jushin?
Do they not fear Harith? Do they not respect? I mean, this is Aurora's comfort. We talked about
It
this.
is their comfort.
It is comfort. Though.
Play the Harith.
I think after you have a Fredrin game like that, you're just like,
Oh!
it's Naruto and Valentina.
I hate when I'm right. Lucas Valentina, but
Back in SPS, the Lucas was a 90% win rate against the Suyo.
Yep.
And that was pre-nerf.
That was, yeah.
I just don't like this Valentine. Like I'm with Falcons draft. Yeah, I'm feeling it. It's
Yeah.
just I'm 50-50 on the Valentina.
Because?
It's a...
That's nothing right now.
Well, Jushin.
What? Steal a Crimson Beacon?
Yeah, just beacon, you know?
Just dash, an extra dash, just one more dash.
Go for the beacon. You already got the Kalea. Like, that's the thing. And no, well, what are they going to pick here? Let's see. Do they go their XP lane? Yeah, so they take a glue.
No, it doesn't do much too. Not unless we are considering what Renegade is probably going to pick up for later.
The Roamer and... Yeah, that's it. They're just waiting for the Roamer. That'll be the last place few can find value in this Valentina.
Yeah.
Happy Mother's Day. We got roses out here. Are these all for the mothers out there?
Yep.
I know we're... by the way, mother, don't
We're
worry.
a week out. We're a week out.
We're a week out. Everybody watching right now is probably like, oh my gosh, Mother's Day.
Don't forget. Don't freak out.
Don't freak out. But this is our advanced celebration for Mother's Day.
Yep.
To our community leaders are out there giving roses to the loving mothers here at the MPL Arena. So you guys can celebrate the MPL PH community and give a shout out to all the mothers, especially the ones for the players who are here for full support of their children's careers.
I love my moms. They support me too.
I love my moms.
Yeah, just to put it out there, I also searched it this morning. It's still on May 11th.
That's right, it's second week.
Bring it. Do you love your mom?
I love my mom.
I love her mom.
I love her mom too. Let's go.
Your mom loves us.
I think she loves all of you. She follows all of you.
Yeah, she probably the most caring mother I've ever seen for a friend. Not beating mine, of course.
Of course.
But yeah, a big shout out to all the mothers, and hopefully you guys get to celebrate your Mother's Days.
I don't
next
tell you all
week.
how much my mom's awesome, but you know.
Oh my gosh, they took out the Khalid again.
All right, Beatrix banned here by Aurora.
Whoa, what's wrong with that rose though?
Wait, who are they gonna give it to?
Oh, she's a mom to all of us.
Choi is everybody's mom.
Oh, shout outs to Cho.
Shout out to Cho.
Wait, did I say Cho?
Choi.
Choi.
But we are also manifesting a Cho.
We are. Especially now that the options are narrowed down. The droid again isn't necessarily the best option since there's already a Kalea. So we're back to either the Cho, the Gatots.
Yeah, Romer's okay. Gatot's fine. Like a stolen AOG, pretty good.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
There's gonna be no Franco for the Hitman.
I wouldn't have minded a stolen Bloody Hunt.
Bloody
though,
Hunt.
right? No,
Yeah.
it's a -1.
So what does that leave? What does that leave for Ren and Jay here? Does he go with a healing option again?
They're opening up good ults to steal. It's like, take the Cho, fine.
Yeah, everything else.
Take the Gatot, fine. Take the Hylos, fine.
Everything else is fine. But even the Tigs, even the Carmillas.
Yeah, Tig, oh my god.
Yeah.
Because like you get the AOE, which I feel like the Narutos and the Sakuras will be enjoying a lot.
Hell, take the Matilda again, we'll have
yeah,
a Circling Eagle.
Get a lot of choices there. They go the carry instead because I think they still want to go ahead and take some time to take this out. So, I mean, the carry, though, interesting pick, too, for the gold lane.
There's a... What does Flap want to play into this? There's a Hilda still, but we haven't seen much Hildas anymore. So probably the Hylos is there.
All right, 1-1 once more.
Again.
Marco didn't fly enough. He wanted to extend game 1.
What do they pick against the glue?
Not Uranus.
Not Uranus.
Now CC's gone. Doesn't feel like an Esmeralda-able game either.
Nope.
So
wait, what? Doesn't feel like an Esmeralda-able game.
Whose shields are you stealing here? Again, the only one that really generates shields is Zushin.
It's Jushin, yeah.
What?
And the carry's there, so there's more threat.
Are they just loading up 3 out of 5 heroes for game 1 into 2? It's just like, just go.
So you definitely will not Matilda in this situation.
Maybe that's one of the reasons why. Like maybe to stop also the Matilda coming up again.
The Matilda, so only allow the Tig. The Cho still gets stuff stolen away. Cho generates shields.
Oh yeah,
Cho.
even the Badam.
What about that? I don't know, Estez or Florin? Wait.
It's a little too much, Joseph.
Oh, even this.
He also has a shield.
Okay.
And the Joy doesn't care if the Kalia, the Lucas, or the Esmeralda get thrown in.
Oh, man.
Well, and you can only force out so much from the 1-1 because it has the Thorns and Roses.
Oh, no.
How do we feel about these lineups here? This is...
It feels pretty demanding to pull off.
Yeah, Red 4 alone, it feels like Aurora were already playing the Falcons tempo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, was RORA just put in this position where they had to go with these picks?
I'm still not over this does not look Esmeralda-able, then they proceed to pick up the Esmeralda.
Flap says, I'll show you.
Here's the thing, even if it's not Esmeralda-able,
it's okay.
I still prefer Falcons draft.
And he went with the sprint.
Oh!
He don't care. You get thrown in, he'll go deeper.
He definitely doesn't want to purify. He just want to always. He just want to keep going at the members.
He's just gonna go for the back line.
It's not. If it's not the flicker, it has to be the sprint.
Very flap thing to do here. We're gonna jump to the land of
Welcome to
Dawn. And
Mobile
could this be
Legends.
the final game of this best of 3? It's match point right now for Team Falcons, and if they accomplish it, oh man, that's going to be bad news for Aurora on their journey to top 2 seed. So we'll see if they can even out the series and take it to a game 3 here. We take a look at these rotations once again, and Aurora has a couple purifies, so they might have to really rely on that to deal with Ogwin, and also maybe they can adjust themselves here in game 2.
Yeah, by the way, it's such a nice way to end the regular season with the Sakura Naruto versus Sasuke matchup.
Hey, that's lore accurate.
Yeah, but like, Naisu will understand what that is later on.
I'm just going to go. Oh! Ejector on the Ogwin. Force a flicker back. Close call.
Oh, okay, but that's Ogwen. He'll just get to take his life back.
Phew! Down to a 10th. RORA steamrolling it down mid.
Okay. Interestingly enough, this trio mid rotation coming in from Aurora is proving to be quite effective.
Overtime! Kyle teasing gets caught out. An assist by Renegade, throwing in their softest target. Didn't have Unleash the Beast just yet. Another one in mid. Oh, y'all made Sasuke angry.
It does seem like they are setting up the tempo, and fairly enough, in as early as the first minute or 2 of this game, even, or especially while the level 4s aren't intact just yet, for majority of the members of Team Falcons, they definitely can get away with this aggression, and it has rewarded them so well that they will be most likely having the advantage for the upcoming first objective, and that's what you do not want to see for Aurora in terms of their early game.
That's probably, you know, the best start you can hope for on a Suyo. We haven't really seen these kind of starts lately, but this is great for Demon Kite, and now Aurora, they should be able to just lock in this objective as they do, so that's also an objective in their hands. We'll see where Team Falcons adjust from this, because right now they're just kind of getting outplayed in the early game.
Dear God, they deny a small camp, even take away that orange while Flap Teasy sprinting away. A little too much heat in the jungle. 4 Falcons, Aurora pushing forward. 3 members here. Demon Kite, a little cheeky, steals away that small camp once again.
They've been transitioning from securing the objective for themselves and invading Kyle TZ on this Lucas, which used to happen a lot more often for the Suyos who came into play after the patch. But now they are clearly ahead, even 1 level ahead. Demon Kite is up against Kyle TZ.
Yep.
So they definitely will have to take time, considering that they also have a 1-1 in their lineup, who Demon Kite is managing pretty well since earlier. Look at just how he's able to freeze the lane!
Ogwin coming in, yeet! Throwing Kyle TZ out, the answer, Unleash the Beast! Goes in for the flash combo, the flicker forward, here, and the Tsunami Slam! Phew, takes down Demon Kite, 1 kill on the board for Falcons, and the Choke Slam by Yue underneath the turret. Ogwin falls too. RORA answer back with a vengeance.
I'm surprised we still saw Team Falcons go for that. I thought they were going to disengage after getting that kill, but maybe they were just forced in that situation too. So RORA collapsed back after losing Demon Kite, but that was a whole lot thrown at Demon Kite to get that kill too. You can still see the divide here between the lanes right now for the both teams.
And the funny thing is, I guess, if it was the other way around, if Falcons were the ones who tried to set the tempo in the early stages of the game, Aurora would have the Purifies, at least for their crucial early game members, to deal with it. But Falcons, they don't have the Purifies. So now that Renegade's been overwhelming with all these ejector plays, they just keep getting things out of it, and Falcons are yet to get a trade.
Yeah, this turtle's up, second one. RORA controls this, few holds on. The split again. I don't think you can do much though. Yep.
Clean.
Whoa.
And the answer, Unstoppable Force, Tsunami Slam, both roamers just
It's a good way to handle it.
Call it quits, you know. It's like,
Yeah, they definitely are taking their time. They can't fight back just yet.
This is not going anywhere.
You jump into me, I'll bring you back, and we'll say goodbye. That's kind of what happens here, I guess, at this point. So
never speak of it again.
Just move on. Aurora, though, holding on to a nice, good lead at this point in the game. They've also got the objectives under control. This is a lot better than what they had in the previous game. You can already see, too, the gold that they've been able to go ahead and obtain. Team Falcons, do they actually want to hold into this fight here?
Oh, Edward, a little in too deep. Easy dancing around all of them. Yue looking to get a nice slam, a yeet from Falcons. And this whole time, Demon Kite setting up this huge push in mid.
Now I am starting to see the vision of how this could have been different if it was probably not the Valentina. Like, we haven't seen yet Few being able to use the ultimates that he's been stealing just yet. Right now, he's been holding on to that blue ultimate. And again, the presence of this hero compromises the range that if they probably had earlier on or even now, then they could slightly or somehow diminish the threat of Aurora just being always so confident in going in full HP and trying to look for an engage. But it's a different scenario that we're seeing this time, because even if they do decide to go in, given that Falcons is yet to actually have the damage, they just don't feel afraid of anything.
I guess this lineup from Team Falcons also just needs a little bit more time. And like you mentioned, for Few, you know, he's mostly been holding on to, I think it's always been the glue ultimate, actually, just the split. So I don't know if he'll change that up as the game goes on and they go with a different approach. But right now, it's really just kind of waiting for the itemization to fall into place.
Yeah. At least if there is a member from Aurora who tends to get in too deep, they can immediately look for a punish.
Oh, Tsunami Slam here by Ogwin. Kaldi secures the turtle. Down he goes. Yue gets the kill, the trade. Super Marco takes down the Hitman. And look at this, Edward jumping onto one. Over, but Few finishes him off with his own ult. And another one from Yue. In comes Few. Dealing a lot of damage. Dominkite here. Gets a face full of flap daisy. 3 for 3. The carnage. The violence in Rora's jungle. And in comes Demon Kite. Can they finish the job here? Yue looking to yeet these members of Falcons left. Oh, Super Marco dashing away, moonwalk.
Okay, well, I'm surprised. I love it. I'm still surprised that, again, Team Falcons was able to get what they could out of that fight. And hey, we got to see how Few exactly used everything from the glue.
Yeah, the grab. It wasn't used not until the team fight went past, or went more than a few seconds. But it was then that it was the perfect time for him to actually use it. So if it does so happen that Team Falcons is able to repeat that exact same sequence in terms of the team fights, wherein even for just a moment, LapTZ able to actually zone out Dominkite, and then them working on whoever gets to dive in deep. Super Marco also casting the crossbow of Tang earlier. Then this could somehow turn out better for Team Falcons, especially considering that they do have some ways to reach key targets in the back lines. Even Few can do that.
Left easy man-to-man defense against Demon Kite. Again, this is DK for the first time in the series, playing the map. You see the audacity on Ogwin, just concealed playing in the face of Aurora.
Yeah.
What were they planning?
I guess it's just, sometimes maybe it's a little fake out. Maybe they do pull the trigger sometimes, but
made you flinch.
Yeah, right now hey, they don't care if they're down. They want to go for this purple buff steal.
Grab that purple. Kaldi. Oh, just squished like a bug. Taken down like that. Ogwin displacing Dominkite, but there's no follow-up. 2 free kills for Aurora. Falcons cannot contest.
See, what was the idea there? Was that, let's just take the purple even though we're down like this?
It was so unfortunate because even though he wanted to burst it down so the wall would open up and he could get away.
He got bursted.
They weren't even successful.
He got
DK
trapped.
still kept it.
Sounds of frustration from Brigida.
I do this sometimes in ranked games, but again, what's on the line? A star, right? I can just play again, but these guys are playing at the tippity top cream of the crop. Pro-level plays.
Yeah. It's just, right now it's not going to look very good for Team Falcons as Aurora has ballooned the gold lead.
Dear God.
And I'm surprised Dominkite got to this, this quick of a power spike on the carry already. That's just how the game has gone. So they'll work with the Lord here. It takes out the tier 2 up top. They work their way through the middle. They're going to be trying to get these holy shields down too, and yeah, it just seems like Team Falcons is on their backs are against the wall here. This might be a rather quick game for RORA if they can win this.
Yeah, the threat of the setups from Ogwen, we don't feel it at all.
Renegde's got the flicker.
Seal. And they're playing with rage here, forcing that push. Top lane has fallen. Falling Star Moon here by Flapteezy. Tsunami Slam, no one home. Purified by Yue. Look at this, unleash the beast underneath tier 1 in mid, tier 3 that is. Renegade gets the immortality pop. Down goes Flapteezy. In comes the giant QB. Kyle TZ is mad, serving up a kill to Few.
Kyle TZ bringing Renegade under that turret. It was something that Team Falcons was clearly able to maximize, because even if the damage was not enough and Renegade was able to flicker out under the turret, there was Few with a flicker to provide the follow-up. And there was also Super Marco, who was able to look for the stacks onto Edward, as you can see here in this instant replay. So he was able to fly over the rest of the members of Aurora, threatening them and forcing them to move back.
Yeah, and with that, Team Falcons might have got some kills out of that, but we always have to take a look at what exactly the big picture here is. They've got no turrets. They're still down 6,000 gold. They still have a ton of ground to cover to get back in this game, which is still, it's kind of impressive that they're actually able to go ahead and win some of these fights in a way. But again, they're defending in their base, and it's up to Aurora to continue to put the pressure here on this pace and the momentum that they have. So part of it too is just RORA has control of this game.
Yeah, and if I were Falcons, probably one of the biggest things I really want to take into consideration before I start a fight is Yue. Like the presence of Yue, and if Yue is still standing right after we try to go for an engage and we become unsuccessful in doing so. Because Yue also, aside from Dominkite, he has the Sky Piercer.
Yeah.
So just one mistake from Team Falcons, and Yue freely using the Lantern Flares over everyone would cost them their lives.
Flapteezy showing himself here, forcing RORA to respond. They said Renegade to go for the man-to-man defense. Lord gets soft reset here, still standing. You're right, Yue here is such a linchpin of Aurora's strats here. They're respecting what he's putting out. He's the reason why they're not pushing out just yet. Oh, they spot Flapteezy. 3 members trying to jump him. And that's 3 members isolated.
Yeah, they got the sprint out though. Few this time around is going to hold on to the beacon ultimate. So now with that, RORA's going to go ahead and start this up, because Flap, now that he has no sprints, got to be a little more careful with this. But they could still contest this as Few holds on to that Jushin ultimate. So RORA will respect that fact, and they're going to go ahead and just pull off of the Lord and not deal and push it in just yet.
Yeah, but the wave down bottom's
it's a pretty
really
big wave.
Good for Aurora. So if they don't take care of this, but hold on, is Aurora going to burst this?
Lord down to a 10 to 16. Demon Guy secures it. Falcons already starting the fight in front of them. Falling Star Moon, in comes a stolen ult. Plus the pushback. Yue with the Crimson Beacon. Down goes Flapteezy. Marco gets Edward on him. Double kill for DK. Kyle TZ takes out Demon Kai. Oh no, but Dominkite, but Demon Kai gets everyone down to wipe out RORA. Take all of Falcons out.
A wipeout for RORA is massive. Will they be able to go ahead and end this game as they get ready to walk into the base of Team Falcons?
This is more than enough. Ogwen will be back in a few seconds, but he can't do this alone.
That's it. The base has crumbled. We're going to game 3, RORA, 1-1.
And that's what they needed right there for RORA. And they did it in a quick manner, under 14 minutes for game 2.
If I were Kyle TZ, I understand why he really wanted to go after Dominkite. And he did get to take their attention alongside Yue, but that was what we saw right there was the exact same thing we were mentioning earlier. That if you don't get to pay attention to Yue, he'll be the one to take care of you. And it's not even Yue taking care of everyone else. They were able to manage all the other members of Team Falcons without Kyle TZ.
Yeah, it's, you know, Demon Kai shines the light on RORA's upper bracket hosts as they tie this series. So little reminder is all RORA has to do is win this.
Yeah.
And they just have to win this next game 3. and they'll be where they need to be. I don't know. I'm still thinking about. I'm still scratching my head about the Team Falcons draft in Game 2, man.
The draft, in my opinion, might have worked. There's a way that you could twist that to work, but I think it's hand in hand with the way that they played the early game, and even some of their mid-game to late-game decisions.
Yeah,
they're kind of
like they just
shut the door on themselves.
Yeah. Because I did say that even if it was the other way around for Team Falcons, and by that I mean them being the ones to play more aggressive, yes, Aurora did have some purifies here and there, but they'd lose them by the first objective. And the first objective was something we saw to be probably one of the biggest things which set the tempo for Aurora. So this guy, clearly, it was a well-deserved performance by Demon Kite on Sasuke winning against Naruto.
You gotta start like he did, early 2 kills. Even though post-nerf Suryo, you're still gonna have a great time in the jungle.
That's the thing is, they didn't touch any of his other numbers.
Yeah.
They just took away his magic defense from the immortal form, his passive. So honestly, I'm not surprised that they drafted and played in a way that they would allow for Demon Kite to succeed. And he did. They punished basically Falcons' hubris. I'm gonna say it now. Like, Falcons relied too much on their momentum from Game 1, and they said, yeah, we'll just win. We'll just keep going, just push forward.
Yeah.
Against a team like Aurora, you can't do that.
Yep. And him deciding to join the early aggression or rotations from their mid duos, it was very rewarding because, again, that allowed him to get the early 2 kills, which eventually gave him the snowball. And these are some of the highlights which we've seen, some of the very unfortunate decisions made there by Team Falcons, wherein we probably found it really questionable, especially considering that there was an objective. And I'd say, honestly, even one of the last few team fights, I was kind of scratching my head as to why they did decide to still go for a fight if they knew that the objective wasn't in their hands anymore and they still have to worry about the upcoming defense. And this was probably it, because they did not get the objective anymore, but they still decided to proceed with a fight with this 6K gold lead that Aurora had in their hands. So it was a risk that they took, and they definitely knew that if they lost it there, they would have lost the game.
It might have just been one of those cases where it was like, we already know we're so far down towards that last Lord that it's like, you know what, let's just see if we can pull a miracle, win this fight. And if they didn't, they knew that, yeah, the game was probably going to be over and they were going to go ahead and get to Game 3, because that's the thing, Rora with their lineup here worked out really well. And it's surprising as well because there was so much focus on what would Renegade play during the draft. And this Jawhead worked out great. You know, a couple times all we got to see him do was Unstoppable Force and Ogwin, and they tossed each other into the air, and that was it. But most of the time, he was finding the right targets, especially early game. I think early game is where the value of the Jawhead from Renegade showed the most, and it's what allowed them to go ahead and win a lot of those early team fights and everything else. So just a great game. And even for Yue, like you mentioned earlier, Brigida, this Jushin was so valuable from start to finish in this game.
He never died.
He never died.
And he just held on to that Sky Piercer for the entire game. So regardless if Falcons did find a way to turn things around, but he gets left alone, then it still isn't a guaranteed win for Team Falcons. So yeah, I agree. They really played the early well, even picking up the thrill on Renegade earlier, so you could feel the presence of a Jawhead all the more. And this is probably one of the best scenarios where you get to see a Kalea denied. Owen had to pick up the fleeting time later on, right after his first defense item, but not even that became much of help to Team Falcons, because even if he did have the Tsunami Slam available every now and then, the follow-up damage didn't seem to be enough at all. And one of their major sources of damage probably was Kyle TZ, who had other things to do, like searching and splitting up the fight so it could be a little more favorable for Team Falcons.
Yeah.
But then leaving it all to Super Marco, who was yet to get the necessary damage, also wasn't just enough for Team Falcons.
I played my fair share of Lucas games that look like this.
Yeah.
It's miserable.
It's like, it's so weird because you see those crazy Lucas games.
Oh yeah.
Where he's just like 1v3 and even.
I have more of those.
Yeah.
But like 1 in 5,
Yeah.
1 in 6.
You just get those one odd games.
Yeah, it's like, how could I have lost that level 3 fight? I'll tell you how. You didn't have your second charge, flash combo.
Flash combo, yeah.
You jumped over something else when you did the second skill dash. So it happens, you know. I think Aurora knew that. Aurora knew how to play around it. And the rich guy, Demon Kite, he told BPI, I got this. I'm gonna go for a, what was that? A double kill, triple kill early?
Double kill in the early game. He got the double, and then he got the triple in the towards the end.
And then, you know what? I'm gonna form out.
He's saving epically for tomorrow, but today. But it's happened today because
he was good in the first 5 minutes.
He was.
Brought 90, got
Brought 90, 5 minutes, got the account done, and got the game a win and the MVP performance. Now, that's great for Aurora because that was one hell of a dominant game, I would say. And they can go, now they're the ones with the momentum. They can go ahead and take that into game 3, and maybe that gets them what they are after for in this matchup. So, did we predict 2-1s earlier?
Yes, we all did.
We all did, right?
Yes.
But no one said a sweep.
I said Falcons could, but I did say Falcons to win.
We were both Falcons.
Correct. She wasn't.
I was Aurora. I mean, look, it's just scary how they're able to bounce back like that after a loss, similar to what happened in game number 1.
You know, and also we're going to take a trip down memory lane, like we talked about with some nostalgia earlier on. There's a thing we do here every Sunday for MPL Philippines. This is throwing it back. And right now we're looking at the highest kill in a single game. This is a record that was from Blacklist's Wise. He had the highest kill in a single game.
Oh.
This was back in, what is this, season
7?
Season 7.
In the summer of Diggy.
The summer of Diggy. He had 29 kills in a single game. Yeah, regular season of season 7. It was between Smart Omega and Blacklist, and Wise was playing the Granger against Omega's Diggy strategy.
This is when he was in the jungle.
Oh, I miss Popolo.
Could we really ever break this record, considering this was the Diggy strat back then? Have we, like, what's the closest we got? Wasn't
at M6?
M6 was
17
Innocent.
kills.
Innocent.
Yeah. Innocent got 70 kills on the Granger too.
Wow, and it was the Granger. But yeah, I don't, dude,
oh my.
Unless there's another Diggy strategy, I can't see this happening.
Oh my goodness.
I can't see this record being broken.
Diggy already doesn't even show up.
It's the Rafaela, it's the Popol.
It was a good meta.
Those were the days we could see multiple gold laners, supposedly.
Was that a good meta? Like, did we
lineup.
actually enjoy that?
I did. I loved using Popol.
Yeah, I don't think there's a meta that I hated, because even when Assassins became a thing, I learned how to play Suyo. And then eventually I picked up Lucas. You know,
there was a meta that I didn't like.
What was that?
But it was specifically down to the jungle. We all know. It was like pure utility.
Oh.
For everything. Like, I just didn't like that.
Hey, I was
Baksha Fred. You don't like that one?
I didn't like playing it. You know, like those were the times too when I was just like,
I did.
Oh my gosh.
I love the start. How it was Karina first, and then Lancelot, and then everyone else just followed.
I was supposed to say, let me guess, your favorite was probably the utility jungler era, because that's when you could play the most gourds.
No, like actually no.
Gord did show up sporadically.
He showed up sporadically, but I played the most Gord before that meta.
Oh.
It was before the utility meta. Because that's when I hit #1 in the world. Like, it was before. You know, just throwing that under the bus. I'm at the age where I just stay back to my day.
Just casually, you know.
Back to my day. But right now, the focus here is game 3. And RORA is going to go over to the red side this time. And they've got a pretty good win rate over there. And I think this is going to be crucial for them because their last draft was pretty good. Team Falcons being on the blue side, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe they still, because like it was even Brigida that said, yeah, this is an Esmeralda. This is not an Esmeralda
draft. Yeah, and then suddenly Flaps like, psych.
And he didn't have a good time, man. And neither, like even for the Valentina, like aside from maybe one cool moment.
No, there's nothing. He was stealing nothing.
There was one cool moment where he took the glue.
The glue.
And he, was able to go ahead and bring people back with the grab, split, all that stuff. But that was like it.
Was that really like? I get it though. the Suyo came out, right? The Suyo came out, it's like, all right, let's make a very combat-ready mage so that we can, you know, take care of business, go home early. Was the Valentina really the only option?
Wasn't there a Farsa open and an Eve? And
how about a Selena?
I mean, I would have been okay, I guess, with the Zaska kid too.
Right? If you're going to throw it back to the draft in game 1, ride that momentum.
Yeah.
Why not go all the way or something? But at least the Roars are happy with what happened here, and we are getting a well-deserved game number 3 before we wrap up the regular season.
Yeah, would not be cool to end like the regular season on a wet fart.
I couldn't ask for more. I mean, we had so many emotional roller coaster matches this week, so I'm hoping at least right. I'm hoping at least the last series would feel the same, because the previous matches this week were just. I don't know.
They were cinema, Brigitte.
The forecast is in ruins.
The whole season, or
in general, yeah. But today, this week, week 8, I am currently at 3, 5. I'm at 5 points today, just alone, pending this match.
Oh.
5 points out of
14. So my max is 7 if I get this one right.
Oh.
Because it's 2 points per match if I get the score
and
right.
So that's what you said, 2-1
right.
Falcons.
Yeah. So let's see. I don't know.
I mean, yesterday was probably the craziest too.
Yesterday I scored 0.
Yesterday was a little weird.
I was happy to see the eliminated teams get their last match like that, though.
Oh yeah. Even if at the expense of everyone's confusion.
Yeah.
Like, where was they?
That's what everybody was saying. Where were they? Yeah. But you know what? Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. All right. Game 3 is where we're at now. And we've got blue side Team Falcons. They got that 52.63% win rate. Will that help them demolish the dreams of Aurora, douse out the lights of Aurora, looking to get that top 2 seed?
I mean, it's scary to think that a lot of teams who are motivated by just not letting teams get what they want tend to win. So.
You know, because like at the end of the day, they're all friends. But it's like, they want to be that team. It's like, because you gotta remember too, the teams that get the top 2 seeds, they have a pretty good statistic chance to get, you know, the win there in the playoffs. So why not? If you're Team Falcons and they go with the first pick already, Calais over there, and over on the flip side for Aurora, they pick up the Harith. What are they gonna go with here? The Suyo is open. Wow, a lot of jungles are actually open.
Yeah, but they can probably get that 3rd. If they wanted to prioritize something else that's still available in this point. The Jushin's not there anymore though, so they probably have to switch things a bit. I just realized just now too that what we saw earlier was the typical Suyo jawhead combo, but this time they are not going for the Suyo.
Demon Kite goes with it.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
There is still Kakashi Hatake if they do want to go for the Hayabusa, just in case. There are other assassin options too, because the Joy is already out.
Yeah. What do you... Okay. Do you need anything else to deal with the Fanny here?
Yeah, they have the Kalea already though, so that's one big thing. It's bold for Aurora to still pick it up despite this, but okay. They're going very similar. So I will not be saying the word Esmeraldable. Not Esmeraldable because this so far is Esmeraldable, but I'm not sure if they still want to go for that.
Why the Valentina though? Like,
yeah.
I'm still wondering about that.
Yeah, I know there are people who would react violently to this again, but like
Are you one of them?
Yeah. Well, I kind of get the reasoning because of course you have the Lucas. You wouldn't want Aurora to get the Valentina for themselves because that'll like become a huge problem for you. But that also limits what you can do in the mid lane.
They went Jawhead again.
Jawhead.
They went Jawhead again. You know what? I think this is more so too like, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Could the Lucas? I don't think the Lucas is going to be flexed into the XP lane. So like Kyle's probably is definitely playing that.
It did happen earlier.
It happened earlier, yeah. But I don't know, Leo. What do you?
I refuse to acknowledge the phase 1 blind Valentina once more, all right?
That's
no
exactly
comment.
what I was saying. Like, what?
No comment.
Where are we?
Okay, so again, they are going with a very similar draft to what they did pick up for game number 1. But this time, I'm not entirely sure if they still want to go for the Esmeralda. I mean, it's tempting.
They're baiting them.
It's tempting, but like, wouldn't you want more crowd control in this scenario? Since you've already pretty much lost range again with the Valentina, not unless you decide to go for something like the Granger, but you'll have to take into account the presence of a Fanny.
I'm even afraid for the Granger because of the jawhead.
Yeah.
Renegades on fire.
Yeah, he has been. He's been finding the right mark nearly every time, so...
He's the Yeet Man.
He's the Yeet Man.
I'm hoping Super Marco gets something with an earlier power spike, though, maybe.
You know what's weird is I'm not even mad at his 1-1.
Like, well, actually, that is probably one of their safest.
The 1-1?
Yeah, the 1-1 earlier. So the 1-1 to the Granger would be fine with me.
Yep.
Farsa. Yeah, okay, the Farsa man's out.
Okay.
All right, let's see what RORA is going to do here. They've already, so we need to see their XP, and we need to see their mid lane.
They have at least one solid ultra steal in mid.
What if he just goes Sicilian?
Unless they go Selena.
Oh, Selena.
Because there's nothing to steal there. But if it was Sicilian, though.
Sicilian. This is a UA that we're talking about.
I'm open to anything after seeing the Zask, Valir, Gara.
Wait, so he's not in the game yet, right?
He
is, but the way you get him
is after doing tasks.
Yeah, you can't do it.
But wait, he's Veil, right?
He is Veil.
Okay.
He is Veil. So they
Who was it?
Oh, Novaria.
Yep, easier to jump. Synchro visions. Easier to
catch with the ejector.
Just a great hitbox, basically.
Okay, and probably one thing few would be happy with.
Yes, but also you turned a 2-step process to a 3-step process. Yeah. You gotta steal the ult.
You gotta get close to the.
You gotta look for the Novaria.
Set up the ult and then use the ult. So, I mean, like use it in a way like the information.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm still like the Valentina in the first phase. Like
I am molding.
Dude, we need. I wonder if Midnight Skiers are grinding over there.
I think Midnight's pretty agnostic. He's like he doesn't hate the Hilda as much as I do.
That's not an Esmeralda. Okay.
Okay.
We're back.
Okay. You know what?
It's more warranted for the Hilda.
I like the Hilda.
Yeah.
The Hilda's better because it also can help deal with the Fanny in a way.
Yeah.
Live in the Fanny space. Hunt down the Novaria. Whatever. If you get yeeted, that's fine. What does Edward play? CC's open.
CC. There's a high loss if they just want to...
Oh, yeah, he's banned out.
What if he just goes Benedetta? Because we already saw the Paquito.
I doubt there's a...
Or does he go something more tanky?
Yeah.
Blue is taken
there's a carry, though. So, yeah, they're just going to go for the CC.
CC, yeah.
So they're safer and they kind of complete...
All the ults that you can steal are like, I don't know, man.
They're just like, yeah.
They're all like discount ults.
It's like the best one that he could honestly take is probably the Jawhead ult.
Yeah. And you can already imagine how Aurora does really want to replicate how they executed the early game.
Of game 2.
Especially now that they have a jungler with much higher mobility in the form of a Fanny. So you could expect the plays from the Hitman once more.
He's the Yeet Man.
Heat Man.
He is now the Yeet Man.
Get yeeted.
Whew. One last look.
All flickers.
All flickers going for athleticism for the pure athletes that we talked about earlier. Team Falcons and Aurora. It's the final game of the regular season here. It's come down to this in this best of 3. Again, Aurora wants to win this out to get to the top 2 seed, and Team Falcons will they be the team to stop them from reaching that dream? We'll find out here as we jump into the land of Dawn. It's game 3 ahead of us.
Yep. Definitely Team Falcons would not want to encounter the exact same scenario that happened earlier in game number 2. So they will balance it out, and they'll be more wary of how Kyle Teasy is doing with the farming that's happening across the map. We're expecting to see a little bit more of Flap Teasy involved in the early game rotations as well, considering that he is currently on the Hilda. But let's see how they make it work with this bottom rotation.
Dear God, Ogwin down to a third of his health just like that.
Yeah, this is going to be the play here, I think, this time around for Team Falcons too. They want to go ahead and allow Kyle Teasy to have a better start. So they're going to go ahead and try to keep him. Oh, no.
Oh, the ejector on Ogwin. He spends the flicker, but still gets taken down. No logical clapback from Falcons.
He was there alone in front of 3 members of Aurora who again rotated together so early into this game. So we're slowly getting to how they were able to successfully start things off. But fortunately, Kyle Teasy is still able to proceed with the usual farm. So if they do get to actually contest this first objective well enough, just position them, they just really have to position themselves well so that the cables and so that the initiations aren't going to necessarily work for Aurora.
Wow, okay, they're going to toss him up.
Flap Teasy flickers out of there. Trapped beneath the pixel brush. Kyle Teasy wailing away. Holding on to the Unleash the Beast. Won't be needing it. Takes that turtle.
Yep.
Taking that turtle, you know, again, Team Falcons was there right on time. They held their ground. And surprised, because I almost thought, you know, Flap would go down to that, but they get the objective.
Yep, I liked how he was eager to really deal damage towards Renegade first, and how he was just able to put himself out there and zone majority of the members of Aurora. Him being involved in that first objective really did a lot to, or allowed for Team Falcons to just freely be able to take that objective confidently. So they have to just keep replicating this, while as for Aurora, they need to be a little more aggressive too in terms of playing around with the capabilities of their lineup early game.
Yeah, I like this. Slow and steady, basically, for this game number 3. Pretty minuscule leads going for both teams, depending on how they're able to play it around. So it's all going to come down to, I feel like, these objective fights early on. And Team Falcons, with the way that they played the last one, they'll probably just go ahead and continue to kind of control that. And it'll be up to Demon Kite to see if he wants to join some of those fights. Whoa, Demon Kite.
Whoa, down bottom. Almost taking out Super Marco with that Zaman Force. But Dominic is aware there's 4 members of Falcons waiting here. In comes Renegade. Goes for the ejector. Caught between 3. Flickers out. Astroleko stolen away. The hitbox allows for Ogwin to steal him and yeet him himself. Gets that Tsunami Slam, a kill for Falcons.
They were able to really maximize that bush in the bottom lane. Super Marco really taking his time, playing aggressively up against Dominic, knowing fully well that he will be assisted by the rest of the members of Team Falcons, and them all not showing up all at the same time too, allowing them to anticipate Renegade and his arrival. So now they have somehow evened out the advantage that Aurora had earlier, but there's the Unstoppable Force!
It's their turn to hit the Astral Echoes. US spots 3. Ogwin very low, gets taken out by Edward. Unleash the Beast! Oh, the Shockwave Blast misses Demon Kite. He gets on out of there. 4 members of Aurora still holding on. Going for that Turtle Dance. Count easy very low. Holding on for that Retribution. He secures it. Summon Force. DD behind Demon Kite. Super Marco takes out Demon Kite. Down goes Flap. Trades left and right. But the Falcons are happy with the objective they've gotten.
What a trade. You know, an objective in the hands of Team Falcons, but still Aurora showing some team fight capability. I'm surprised. Oh, Ogwin going to jump in, forcing Edward back just to get off the turret here. So now, again, 2 objectives in the hands of Team Falcons. Great for them. Demon Kite almost got caught, then he went back to see if he could get it, and then gets caught and taken out. So, again, RORA will have to make some adjustments.
Yep, I mean, it was a great start. Demon Kite, interestingly enough, was really after Ogwen first, before anyone else. And you would assume that the Kalea would have been one of the possible counters to the Fanny, one of the sources of crowd control for Team Falcons, but they were able to catch him in a position where he wasn't ready to answer back. And so for some reason, though, Team Falcons, even without Ogwen, complete with the other resources that they had, Kyle TZ2 on his ultimate, they were still confident enough to pursue taking that objective, knowing fully well that Demon Kite still needed to take some time in order to reset and return back. But hold on.
Astral Echoes plus the ejector forcing her response. Kyle TZ knew what was up. Jumps out on a Renegade. Edward up next. He has it with a vengeance, but not going to be enough as both go down. Falcons punishing Aurora for going in a little too deep.
This is like you said, Leo, it's like the 4 out of 5. It's the 4 out of the 5 games for the Lucas this time.
Yep, I was about to say, when you play with a Lucas and you have your Unleash the Beast online, it's like having 2 ults. It's basically having the clear, the purify, the cleanse, and then you enhance your first skill, you enhance your second skill, and then you have the shockwave blast. So there's a reason why it takes a lot of time to build up that energy.
It was a perfect usage and timing of that cleanse from Kyle TZ, but there's another Astral Echo!
And the Tsunami Slam in! Demon Kite takes the final turtle, but Renegade falls. Kyle TZ gets taken down here. The concealed retreat by Falcons. They regret that fight.
Yeah, so he didn't, again, he didn't have the energy, and you were just saying that. That's a big thing to build up, and it takes time, so they took that chance. They didn't get it, and Demon Kite swooped in and got the turtle, so that's good. At least they get the last turtle for them. That's also going to be a turret now on the bottom side that Demon Kite pushes in, and so that will give Aurora some breathing room at this point in the game, almost leading into that first load, about a minute and some time away.
Yep, both sides were just able to take away a turret from the opposing team so far, but given that Falcons, they have Flap TZ. He's just all over the map. They're able to manage things somehow, but now they have their attention on him.
Unstoppable force on the Renegades. Catch, and down goes Flap. They threw everything at him. Oh my god. That's literally everything.
It's just, yep, Flap, you're gone.
I was just saying he was managing things.
Glorious post out of that one.
Oh my goodness, he was just trying to manage the macro here for Team Falcons, but now Aurora are just so quick to decide on what to do next. But it's Falcons who are able to convert to that bottom nature, so at least they get to trade that death of Flap TZ immediately, even before a objective actually spawns in this game. But so far, if it's just really pressure that we're talking about and mobility, I'd say it's a bigger threat to have a Fanny around able to do that so far, especially considering that Team Falcons, they most likely would want to group up together too in order to fully achieve what their lineup's capabilities are.
Yeah, this is where we get to the point in the game where the gold laners are going to be very crucial here for both teams, because Super Marco and Domikite have done a considerable job at farming up. They're nearly neck and neck when it comes to the gold, and they're pretty much online. So part of that also is, of course, taking care of your gold laners, giving them the space that they need to maneuver around these team fights. Both the tier 1 turrets are up in mid lane, so they still have that even balance space to work with for this Lord. But it's going to be RORA that starts things up, gets the information. But this is always the case, right? Whenever you have a Fanny, the Fanny's not going to be there right away. Like, you'll just show up. And Demon Kite can also continue to put pressure across the map if he wants to, just like we saw previously today. So both teams will take their time with this first Lord.
Yep, but Aurora already seems to be planning something with the position that Renegade and Domikite are currently in. But you can say the same for Ogwen and Super Marco. They're also on the opposite side of the map.
Interesting way. Renegade, though. He's
stalking his prey.
Oh my.
I'm sure he hasn't been seen here, so.
Nope.
He hasn't.
All right. The patience that Renegade is putting out on display. Demon Kite clearing the waves. Marco captures a face full of Star Shatter. Flap TZ jumping on the Demon Kite. Edward disincentivizing more of an engagement.
Renegay's still
Renegay.
No one's with him, though.
Yep, he's just going to recall out of here. Oh, no, he's not.
Still there.
He
He's still
canceled
there.
it. The dance has evolved straight into a fight. And there is an ejector. He finds him. Down goes Ogwin. The Lord goes to Kyle. Easy. Zaman force here by Dom and Kite. Down goes Kyle. Edward gets 2. And that's 3 down. 4 down for 2. Aurora punish Falcons for that bold take.
They get a punish? Somehow Dome and Kite survive that?
Yeah.
And yeah, they got the Lord, but man, did it cost them.
Yep. You already had to use the flicker even before Kite got to get that low, so there wasn't any way for him to chase!
Easy! Gets taken out by Edward. One-on-one kill in the purest sense.
Oh my goodness, if you're looking at the instant replay, the ejector didn't necessarily bring Kyle Teasy on the other side of the Lord Pit, but nonetheless, the other members of Aurora were able to catch up, and Kyle Teasy, though, even despite all that, it's surprising to see how he was able to land the retribution on that objective. I mean, he was tossed a few moments before he went down to retribution hell, but hold on!
Tsunami slam underneath tier 1. Ogden barely alive. The beast has been thrown out. Kyle Teasy answers back in kind. Down goes Ogden. Trade it up for Renegay. Roamer for a roamer. In comes Dominic Guy looking to finish off Kyle Teasy. Kyle Teasy barely alive, gets away with it. But Falcons will lose tier 1 in mid.
Oh, phew. Oh, they hold them together, but Domikai is there. And this is just looking, it seems messy from Team Falcons, but you gotta give it up to Renegay. Renegay's done such a good job at causing that chaos, where it's also causing Team Falcons to respond to it. And still, you know, it just seems like Team Falcons lack some of the firepower, which is interesting because Super Marco is, you know, at least mostly locked in on the carry, but it just seems like he's not able to get to those fights in time before all is expended.
Yeah, for some reason, the Kite brothers are always able to escape and get away, even when they're just 1 HP or 2 hits away from dying. So Team Falcons might really want to still hold on to the damage that will probably come on later.
Easy! Did see Renegay in the brush. Goes ahead and hits that Unleash the Beast as if he was doing it about, what, 5 minutes ago, where he tried to trap Aurora, but not this time.
Aurora's playing so aggressively right now. Renegay is able to set himself or put himself in the most dangerous places and still be okay and still be a threat to Team Falcons. So Ogun probably needs to find a way to manage wherever he's coming from a bit more in order for him to actually bring in that threat the same way Renegay does, but it's just Yue constantly being able to scout where he is.
And that's the main difference between Ogren and Renegay. Renegay is an absolute threat. He hits someone with an Unstoppable Force ejector combo, someone dies. We've seen Falcons do this multiple times. Ogwen try to do a Tsunami Slam. It sometimes leads to nothing. Kyle Teasy, very low, does not get to use his ult just yet. They're holding on to it. Left Easy brings it away. Renegay comes in. Finally, Kyle Teasy unleashes the beast, throws out an Astral Echo, throws out a Tsunami Slam, and in comes Left Easy, gets punished for it. Omen Guide Zaman 4 still alive. Shields up. Falcons don't want this fight.
But Kyle's he just recalled there, like even with that. So I guess that was the call because they need to reset for this Lord now, but I don't know if they can even contest this.
Astral Echoes spotting the rest of Falcons on the lower half of the map. Falcons just have to let RORA have this. Another big objective over to Aurora.
I'm shivering.
You're shivering, you're shaking.
Aurora has definitely found their way into dealing with the lineup that Team Falcon has. Not even that supposed counter setup coming in from Ogwen successfully led into a trade. You just mentioned it, Leo. Not even that Tsunami Slam that was committed allowed Super Marco to take him down, not even with this Trinity build already in his hands, also having the Wind of Nature. They're just not able to burst him down. On top of that, even one moment where Dominkite nearly looked like he was about to get punished, but he still got the shields and survived.
Again, yeah, it's impressive, man. You know, I think when you look at this, everybody on RORA right now is doing their part.
I have a theory.
Yes, the theory.
Coyotes is not dealing enough damage. He has 3 items dedicated to defense.
So he's a tank.
He's a hybrid Lucas. You need more damage if you're looking to end the game and win. Falcons are now facing an end game angle. This is a siege that Aurora definitely want to finish the game with, but they deal with the Lord handily. I think they're going to keep all their inhibitors here.
The curtain call was already committed by Edward too. So it's only the potential flicker that's about to cool down from Renegade that could set things up, but Owen goes first!
Tsunami slam underneath tier 3 in mid. Renegade gets the immortality pop. Coyote pops a winner crown as the beast takes down Renegade. Sacrifices himself alongside Ogwin. And the fight continues. Super Marco very low. He's burning. Few goes down. 3 for 1. The hitman for Kyle, Few, and Ogwin.
Same, Brigida, same. Those are also my reactions.
All for just the hitman! And now it's Flapdaisy and Super Marco left to defend for members of Aurora!
That's 4 members in. RORA can smell blood in the water. Super Marco trying his darkness. It's not going to be enough. Falcons get wiped out. Aurora take the series.
A win they needed, and RORA got it. They are shining bright in this series as they win it 2-1.
This was something they desperately fighted for. Even up against game, or even right after game number 1, which felt like Falcons just came in so prepared. Draft-wise, execution-wise for Aurora. It just took them that single game to adjust everything and answer back against the Falcons. Whew.
Gotta take a breather after that one. And just like that, that's upper bracket secured for RORA.
12 points.
12 points.
The magic number as Team Falcons take their final bow for the regular season in Season 15. Amazing work by the Northern Lights. Aurora have 2 lives in the playoffs. They are 2 best-of-5s away from bagging the next big international, MSC at EWC.
Again, fantastic here. The great energy we had in the audience as well in the MPL Philippines Arena. What a great way to go ahead and end our regular season with these 3 games. And boy, oh boy, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the playoffs ahead of us. But first, right now, we got to throw it over on stage to hear from our winners. Let's go ahead and toss it over.
And here are your winners. Upper bracket secured, Aurora Gaming! Boys, congratulations. It went 3 games, Rene J. I actually want to talk to you. Ay, pinasa mo pa yung mic, ha? Gusto ko malaman more about the approach for this one. Kasi inisip nyo ba na nakasalalay talaga sa game na to yung upper bracket? Was it something na talagang kino-consider nyo? Gaano ba kahalaga ang upper bracket for Aurora?
Para sa akin po sobrang halaga kasi tawag dito, sayang lahat ang pinagpagura namin simula nung week 1 hanggang week 8 kung maglo-lower bracket lang din kami. So yun po, sobrang halaga sa amin kaya binigay talaga namin yung best namin dito sa game na to. So yan.
And we've seen 200% from Aurora this season, Rene J. Nakita yung, nasabi mo nga, yung pinaghihirapan nyo all throughout. I wanna know, all throughout the season, ano ba yung kinailangan nyong i-develop as a team na ngayon, feeling mo ay nakapa nyo na at nakuha nyo na kung paano yung momentum?
Siguro unang-una yung namin as a team, yung laro namin as a team, tsaka yung sa lahat ng draft execution, yun, feeling ko yun po yung namin, in-improve. Kasi lahat naman ng mga ka-team ko, magagaling na sila pumindot. Kumbaga, yung na lang talaga namin, yung chemistry namin, tsaka kung paano kami magre-reset sa mga laban tuwing natatalo kami.
And we've seen that in this matchup.
Definitely, the chemistry is clear. And speaking of chemistry, Rene J, okay lang ba kung magkatabi muna yung Kite Brothers ngayon? Ayan! We've been celebrating yung mga duos for this season. No? Last season, Demon Kite and Domen Kite, hindi pa kayo tinawag na Kite Brothers. So, gusto lang namin malaman kung ano yung difference sa season na ito. Bakit nasa-showcase talaga yung connection and chemistry niyong dalawa?
Siguro yung yung bonding. Kasi this season, mas naging close po kami lahat. Especially with Domen. parang yung connection namin outside the game nadadala namin inside game. So, kung ano man mangyari, parang nagsasandalan kami sa isa't isa.
Nagsasandalan sa isa't
Kuya ko
isa.
yan.
Ano? Kuya? Kuya ka daw. Ano masasabi mo doon?
Sanay na maging kuya.
Alright. Now, sabi naman ni Rene J, ano yung mga takeaways nila for this season ninyo? So let's zoom in on you naman. What is the lesson that you've learned as a team for this season? Ano yung pinaka-takeaway ninyo as one team?
Sa akin yung ano lang siguro po, yung decision making lang po. Tapos yung parang understanding lang po namin sa isa't isa. Kumbaga, kung ano yung mga nagiging mistakes ng isa't isa, taga-ano naman, parang tinitake naman nila as mistakes yun. Tapos, ini-improve nila. Yun.
Decision making and understanding each other. Narinig mo ba yun? Go Daddy daw! Ang gwapo mo daw! Anong masasabi mo sa mga fans nyo ngayon?
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa Aurora. Lalo na sa mga offline viewers tsaka sa online viewers.
There you have it, Hans.
There we have it. Solid ang naging bonding ng Kite Brothers. Pupunta na ako sa kapi-tapi-tagang commissioner. Ito na naman. As per usual, Yue.
Mas malakas naman!
Yue, sino ba? Sino ba ang alay natin para sa araw at sa panalong ito?
Si Kite ako. Kasi bagong gupit.
Bagong
gupit.
Si
Oo
Edward,
nga, napansin ko nga.
buhok. Si Rene J, sino ba?
Si Demon Kite.
Si Demon,
si Demon
grabe, hindi mo
Kite.
napansin. Kaya nga ang gwapo niya ngayon New haircut. Okay. So
Wait
ikaw
lang.
daw, papayag ka ba? Hans,
Kaso
okay lang
kasi,
ba?
bagong gupit din, si Yue.
Hindi.
Feeling ko maganda
Pwede ba
pagsabay,
dalawa?
no?
Wait lang.
Pwede dalawa? Sabay-sabay.
naman ako?
Sabi ni Rene J, sabay.
Paano yung nakaraan ko? Ako yung nakaraan eh.
Sige
Dalawa
na,
na kayo
kayong dalawa
kasi
yung
tapos na
bagong
yung
gupit.
regular
Kaya nyo
season.
yan.
Coach, ano masasabi mo? Dapat ba sabay sila?
Sabay sabay.
Wala.
Alam ko na, taga-yoyo ako.
Sige, taga-yoyo ka. Ikaw magsabi. Hindi, ikaw
Alright, you
magsabi
got
kung
this.
ano bang kailangan nilang makuha dyan. Sige, i-promote mo, tapos ikaw
Ayan, Demon
magko-commentary.
Kite. Silang lima.
This jersey is brought to you by Aurora MLB.
Solid! I love it. Feeling ko, pwede nang sumali sa atin dito sa stage,
Oo
no?
nga. Saan ba namin makikita? Paano ba namin masusuportahan yung Aurora?
Pwede kayo manood sa KMC na watch party namin tsaka sa mismong MPL venue.
Galing naman.
Grabe, pwede na.
Pwede na mag-host.
Dito ka na mismo, pero ngayon, you guys deserve the rest and you deserve the win. Once again, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that, you may now take your bow. The lights are burning brighter than ever, Jamie. Aurora secures the upper bracket.
Super bright indeed, Hans. Lumaban ng Team Falcons, but not enough. You are right. Upper bracket spot 2 secured.
And that win was brought to you by the Northern Lights. Kausapin naman natin ang ating mga casters kung ano nga ba ang naisip nila regarding this match.
Thank you so much. Great to hear the interview there from Aurora Gaming. And also, I love how they've always had that segment where they go ahead and try to, show off their jerseys and their merch and encourage everyone to go and buy one of the jerseys. So, and show the support. But yeah, again, congratulations to Aurora. It's great that they were able to reverse sweep Team Falcons, and they should be proud of that win, which again gets them that upper bracket slot going to the playoffs, which is huge.
Yeah, I mean, Rene J himself said it. They worked so hard for that top 2 spot that they've had for such a long time, and even at one point the top 1, but they wouldn't want that to go to waste, and now they're able to finally secure it for themselves. And our MVP for that game is going to be Edward on the CC. Just the mere usage of the curtain calls, denying how those members of Team Falcons who wanted to set things up move a little bit more forward, and that such someone has made a huge impact in this game.
That's the beauty of how Aurora drafted their lineup. Sure, our eyes are on Dominkite, again, always a power pick on the Harith. Sure, Renegade on that Jawhead, the Yeet Man, was on fire since game 2. But look at Edward, all right? Consider what he does up against Falcons lineup. Falcons is a mid-range to short-range lineup. Even Marco, even the carry needs to be in a certain range to deal the most damage, yeah? That's what the critical does. It compromises everything Falcons does. And all Edward has to do is throw it out and then stand in front of them.
Top vengeance, maybe.
And the rest just follows. But he does more than just that. He deals damage.
Yeah. There was one point, I'm not sure if it was to the
Like
end.
this.
Yeah, that's a 1v1. But he was like top of the damage.
Yeah, he was.
I think he was top in the damage meter overall, too, on this CC. So
might even be the carry.
Yeah, I was
close, if not pretty close.
Dealt so much damage, that's why he had so much kills, if not the most kills, even towards the end of the game.
Oh, yeah,
We're
no,
seeing
he has
it right
the
here.
most.
He has
Yeah.
the most
Has
kills.
the most.
So it really does so much, especially if there are 2 members of Team Falcons who really wants to make things happen.
Yeah.
But even if it's not 2 members, him just using it on 1, sometimes even Kyle TZ, who's all alone, is already such a huge problem. And I feel like the vengeance in itself, too, kind of denied Super Marco in so many ways. Because even though if he was the recipient of the damage majority of the times, it'll just go back.
We are seeing a slight dip in Wilderness Blessings, especially for Falcons. You see that?
Yeah.
Like usually you see a Hilda have Wilderness Blessings, so you stack on stack on stack her interactions with the jungle. And then even Ogwin, I mean, I get it, you have to pull yourself together so that your flickers and your ult just goes off cooldown much faster.
Yep.
But could you consider maybe Falcon's rotational speed is also kind of down? That's why they can't answer back to Aurora as quickly?
I think so, but also I think one of the big things too was it just felt like they lacked overall damage. Like when they got into those fights, and even if they got let's say they did pick up one of the targets with the Tsunami Slam or something, they weren't really able to win those team fights.
Yeah.
And it's a kind of damage they have. It's all DOT. Carry has to spend like a good 2 seconds on somebody for them to die.
Yeah. I guess for me, it's really mostly just how different these lineups are in terms of what they're able to do. You previously mentioned just how mid-range Team Falcon's lineup was. Aurora, on the other hand, could do so many things from afar, and it's their jungler that can come in at any given moment in time, even first, even last to do the cleanups. But for Team Falcons, it seems like it's almost always Kyle TZ having to go in first with the Unleash the Beast, so they get to rely on very few things when the team fight extends. And that's the moment when Aurora gets to reach the key members. So it was just so hard for Team Falcons to adjust on the fly, I feel.
On paper, Edward was 3rd.
Yeah.
Number 1, Dominkite. 2nd was Yue. It damage dealt.
But that was like at the end.
Yeah.
I feel like, Edward did, he was at the top for the majority of that game, and yeah, Dominkite's going to get the BPI. Rich guy here, too. He had the ability to just go ahead and farm up and have that experience where you just go farm up all you need to do and then pop off later on, especially when he got that Divine Glaive towards the end. That's what helped them kind of force into the base and then end the game.
Yeah, these kinds of Harith performances are what make me really think that the nerf on the shields aren't that significant, or it's not that much felt, which is why we still see Harith really considered as a power pick, because even in that one moment down bottom where he was dancing, where we already thought that was a potential counter from Team Falcons, no, he didn't die. He just had to do another Sync-Fission and get the shields back and survive. So there was no one to deal with all that sustain and that damage from Aurora. So yes, we do agree that Dominkite is our MVP, but there were so many other factors, or Reach Guy, but there were so many other factors, Edward MVP and all that.
Yeah, again, we're going to have to take a listen to our Infinix mic check on the winning moment here.
Asahin ko na! Hinda, saan hinda? Nabigay sa akin, boy! Walang bigar! Walang bigar! May iba pa ako! Ito, nakitbaksa ako lima! Marami pa lima! Wala nga energy. Pari piso, pre! Kalma. Patay!
And there you have it. Those are the shot calls there, and we'll translate it for you real quick. That was just a whole lot of shot calling coming out from Energy too.
He's team captain.
He's team
For
captain.
a reason.
It was the complete opposite of the mic check we had for Onic
It was.
Philippines already.
I think Edward was probably the only one that was on Onic Philippines style. You know, he's just like, yeah, we got it. So, you know, are you guys ready for the playoffs, by the way? Because you can be a part of the experience live this coming May 28th all the way to June 1st. You can buy your tickets now at ph-mpl.com/tickets to secure your playoff seats.
We also have giveaways.
Wow.
You can show your support for your favorite teams by finding the post on the official social media pages of MPL Philippines. Then comment why you're excited for the playoffs.
And of course, you have to tag 3 friends in the comments, then share the post. The best entry has a chance of winning an in-game code, and entries will be accepted until only May 5. That's tomorrow. So you gotta comment away fast if you still want to get to join.
Less than 24 hours.
Less than 24 hours. And before it ends, May the 4th be with you guys.
I love
All
Star
right.
Trek.
This is Tagalog. This isn't Tagalog. Oh wait, it's partly Tagalog. Ilabas nyo ang inyong lakas sa Infinix Campus Cup. Win prize up to 30,000 USD, MLBB diamonds and skins, and exclusive Infinix products, plus a sponsored trip to attend a global esport event.
Iscan nyo ang QR code to know more.
Yes.
Register on or before May 11 dahil limited slots lang to.
Galing, galing!
Yeah, I'm not going to leave you hanging, man.
So, should I be the one to translate that?
No, you just throw some Tagalog out there.
There was a good chunk of English.
Okay.
It's fine.
You probably got the context clues out
They
of
know.
that. So there's this tournament where you gotta join.
That's in English.
Just basically scan the QR code.
Where's this global event at?
Who knows?
San Yan.
I think they announced it recently on
did they?
Infinix social media, yeah.
Well, you know what? Here's some more for you guys. This is our updated standings as the regular season. Well, it just changed. Oh, no, never mind. That's just a thing on the TV.
It's over.
Never mind. It's over, by the way. This is our Infinix fan cyclometer. It's our fans that get to compete in the tournament during this. And, yeah, you can see who's at top. It's the Mines, followed by the Bees, the Karangai, Phoenix Army, Auroras, Green Falcons, the Cavalry, Sonics. It's almost completely flipped over. But they should also, if I remember correctly, they should be having a playoffs themselves.
They will, using the Infinix MPL official tournament phones, the same ones that our athletes on stage are using. Oh, to be a member of the Mines. Not only are you in the playoffs, but also you are top 1 in Fancy Laban.
Yep. You can imagine how competitive their fan base actually is up against the others. So
there it is.
So sad if they weren't able to join, but if you do want, we'll probably have another one next season, so watch out for that.
Watch out for that and watch out for this. These are our final standings for the regular season from Infinix.
Sheesh.
You can see there, the top 2 sitting at 12 points, TLPH and Aurora now. So they are going to be sitting nice and pretty when the playoffs comes. And then you got Onic Philippines, Team Falcons, TNC, and Twisted Minds for the remaining teams there.
Our defending champions, nay, world champions, have to climb out of the play-ins.
I cannot help but remember that one graphic and statistic we discussed about majority of the champions
top 2
coming from the top 2.
That's what I'm saying.
Very high chances for Team Liquid PH to grab another title, the Immortal Cup, or for Aurora to finally redeem themselves. I'll tell you now.
Oh my god.
Tell me.
Northern Lights, they secured upper bracket. Northern Lights, they had one hell of a season 15. Northern Lights, they've flown out of the country in the past 6 months, 8 months to represent us over and over again, yet still there are many haters. What if this season, what if?
They changed the history. They change the hue of the light.
I mean, they are one of 2 heralds of a new era. You know, they lit up the arena in season 14, but now here we go.
Here it is. This is our playoff bracket. Take your pictures now. I know a whole lot of you guys watching want to predict.
Okay, I will.
I eventually do too.
I mean, take a picture, not predict.
Oh, no, you will, Brigida. And there we go.
God.
So right as we open our playoffs, you got Onic versus Twisted Minds, Team Falcons versus TNC. Yes, and then you can see the rest of the bracket here.
Oh, Lord.
Lordy, lordy.
What a climb for Twisted Minds. And is this not the true test of TNC's mettle? They have yet to beat a top 4 team. And to be able to go through the bracket, they have to beat all the top 4 teams.
Oh, what a way to welcome back TNC in the playoffs. They have to get past the Titans of MLBB.
Oh my God, that's what the bracket is!
That's what the bracket is.
Titans, TNC versus the Titans.
Okay, if you're the Phoenix Army, maybe, you know, you're also
We have 3 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks.
They have time. I just want to go ahead and say that they have time.
3 weeks.
They got plenty of.
2.5.
That's a good amount of time to refine your strategy.
Oh yeah, and which lineup, right? They have so many lineups too.
What picks you want to go with, and hopefully you can start off strong. But then again, it's like right off the bat, it's Team Falcons, man. I don't know. My final thoughts for this are holy moly, I can't wait for the playoffs. How about you?
I wish time went by a little faster.
It's going to be a grueling next 2 weeks waiting for the playoffs, but I'm excited to see y'all there.
We are excited to see you guys there, and I hope you guys can grab your tickets while you can for the playoffs because you don't want to miss it. I feel like this is actually going to be one of the most competitive playoffs we have seen, and honestly, I think at that point, we're going to see some crazy things happen, maybe some upsets, even on day 1. I can't wait for it. I know Leo, Brigida, the rest of our English casters that aren't here on desk today too. Shout out to them because they were watching in the audience. And all of us casters are excited for the playoffs and we can't wait for that. So hold tight. I know it's going to be a couple weeks. There's plenty to catch up on from the other leagues, so check in on them. But guys, we will see you during the playoffs. Thank you so much for joining us. Nice, Leo, Brigida. We'll see you after this.
And that is it, Jamie. Nagkalabasan ng pinakamalalakas na jutsu and all of our remaining teams are in complete Sage mode because that is the final match of the regular season and the playoffs is just waving around the corner. But I do have to admit that we have to say goodbye panandalian lamang dahil magbabalik naman kami para sa playoffs. But before we do that, I think it's fair and proper to give the floor to our casters who are here today. At the English desk, we have Leo, Brigida, and Naisu. And at the Filipino desk, that's Midnight, Chantel, and of course, Uomi. Together with our talents who are also right over there. Maybe they can join us and they can join us later. And I'm sure that they're already here with us today.
Yes, they are here. They deserve the spotlight as well. But you know what? There's a lot of room here on the stage. Super fans, tada!
Oh, why not? Why not?
Okay,
you can
here.
go at the back.
Come on, super fans.
Absolutely.
Come on, guys. Join us here on stage. And of course, our
There they
casters who
are.
are here as well. Okay, Borito. We have Renmar, Rockhart, Ingan. Super fans, come on. My space
I like
dito.
it. I like
Kalusi,
it.
our
Go ahead
fellow
and leave some
co-host.
space. Say
Come
hello
on,
to everyone.
everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Guys, bakit kayo nakaupo? Dali, join na dito. We want you to be a part of this.
I like
Come
it.
on.
I like it.
What about this side? Come on, guys,
Who
join
says
na.
let's break
join
the
na, come on.
stage? No.
You are a part of
Don't
this
do
season.
that.
We want you here, Ajax. Yes,
like it.
thank you for joining us
There
here.
it is.
Hans, I love having them here on the stage. By the way, besides the MPL playoffs happening in a few weeks, we also have the MDL playoffs happening on May 17th to 18th.
You're right about that, Jamie. Kaya sama-sama tayo sa Green Hills Mall this May 17 to 18 to witness the conclusion of MDL Philippines Season 5. And not only that, because there's also Naruto XMLBB that is still happening during that time.
Yes, Hans. But for now, let's revel in the epic weeks of this season. Yes, we had the best teams. We were also joined by the best fans, our super fans, and also the best casters. Together, we made this regular season a historic one.
And we have been witnesses to the epic rivalries, intense matchups, especially with the final week of the regular season. That's week number 8.
Week number 8 was intense. 8 weeks, 8 teams, now down to the top 6, the best of the best. But even though the regular season is over, let's not forget, hindi pa tapos ang bakbakan.
Because next up, is the playoffs, the finale of MPL Philippines Season 15. Sino nga ba ang kokoronahan natin bilang kampiyon? Sino ang maghahari bilang pinakamalakas dito sa Pilipinas? Guys, I'm gonna need your help with this one, alright? Sasamahan nyo ako with this one. Are you guys ready? Okay, in behalf of all of the players, production, casters, at sa lahat ng ating mga MPL fans, sama-sama natin tunghayan ang Lakas ng Pinas!